All right, it is 8:09. It is June 9th, and we are at Fire Station 2, 8602 Strady Road. So process for public input. Do we have any citizen input, Laura?
No, sir.
Okay. Then we will go ahead and start. Brian?
Thank you. So, Mayor, Council, appreciate everybody gathering together. Traditionally, the city does 3 budget meetings before we submit the proposed budget. Or it should say 3 strategy sessions. One you've already done, which had to do with setting goals. The second one is this one, where you're going to hear from the departments. The third one will be where we're going to talk more about the broader issues, compensation, projects, all kinds of other things. If nothing else, take away from this. This is part of the process. You're not making decisions today. What you're doing is providing me feedback that my team and I will use to submit the proposed budget in July. So your goal today, ask all the questions you have, make sure you understand what the requests are. Staff is here not only to present, but also to help answer questions. So that's our goal today. So don't feel compelled that you have to take a stand or make a decision today. If you do, we'll make notes of that and we'll hold you to it later. So just understand you don't have to feel that way. But I think you guys will see a lot. You'll hear a lot. Some things may surprise you, or at least it'll give you better insight to what's going on in the organization or what we need to be focused on in the future. And but remember, you're not trying to make those decisions today. When we actually submit the proposed budget in July, we will have scheduled budget hearings on the actual proposal itself. And you may remember, well, I didn't see that position we talked about in June. Well, that's your opportunity there to say, why didn't we put that in the proposed budget? And that's a legitimate question. So this is all a part of the process to get to a final product that you will adopt. So that's the goal for today. And we're going to kick it off right now with the very first one, human resources. Richard?
I don't have to stand up.
Ricardo, yes.
No, it's me. It's me.
Morning.
Good morning.
All right, so my first slide is just to introduce the Human Resources Department. We have 6 employees in the Human Resources Department. When I got here, it was 5.5, and the assistant position was elevated at some point to be a full-time employee so that we'd have some continuity. You can see there that we have a lot of experience between Sean and I, and this is Sean Ruff, he's the HR administrator. He does primarily risk management and facilitates the training for our employee academy, which is when a new employee comes, they are put through a 6-week course. COVID kind of got us behind, but hopefully over the next couple of classes we'll get caught up. I believe we're on class 8 coming up. So we will have done 8 classes since that was put in. This year we put in a leadership academy, and so Sean has helped with the senior leadership team facilitate that group. I also have Sherry Pinnell, who is the longest tenured not police or fire employee. Coming up on, I believe, 28 years, if I recall. She said June 16th, so just in a few days. She knows everything there was to know about everything there was to know. So if we need to go ask somebody, she's the right person to have the history. Alexis Chernick, she does most of the hiring facilitation for all the department, so she's the one that really works through and handles all those pieces. Amanda's our wellness coordinator, driven, great person, great job. Love that program. Definitely it makes an impact, and we'll talk about that a couple times over the next couple months. And then Leanne is our assistant. She sort of facilitates moving of paper. She also does all the part-time hiring, so all the lifeguards, all the people that work less than full-time.
Which is an joke since she hires about 70 in the month of May, right?
Yeah, it's been a little crazy, there's no doubt about it, but it's actually been a good year for us. So in spite of the media about some places not being able to open pools, we've done pretty good about finding lifeguards so that we'll be hopefully regularly and fully staffed to do what we normally would do for our pool. This is the human resources budget. It's relatively small in relation, obviously, to some of the departments. In this particular year, we made a couple of simple requests. Request number one is for an additional $10,000 for what is called Program 876, which is employee retention. Essentially, those resources go for all of the programs that we do for employees. So the Christmas luncheon, the chili luncheon, things that are related to bringing everybody together and having an event that hopefully builds camaraderie and, helps people get to see people from other departments without always just being siloed. At the moment, I'm not sure we can do all the events without some additional resources because just the current inflation levels. As we were pricing out just a Christmas luncheon recently, it actually was going to be about $4,000 more for the same amount of food that we purchased last year, which is fairly significant. But anyhow, so that was a fairly straightforward, simple request. The second request is for $30,000. So through my time here, we've done what we call a climate assessment, and essentially an employee survey, which is what we do when we measure the population and their thoughts about the employer, the city of Rowlett, their department, and how things are going. We've always done it ourselves, and there's always some underlying thoughts that, human resources knows what I'm going to answer, so I'm not going to answer. Or I'm going to answer differently than I would actually answer. Some people are very honest, some people are too honest, right? So they use all kinds of colorful words that probably aren't appropriate. But in this case, I thought it might be a good idea for us to try to use somebody like Gallup. It doesn't necessarily have to be Gallup, but a company that does actual surveys and has a benchmark that they can measure against, whether it's other municipalities or other entities, so that maybe we would have an independent look at this without it going through somebody in human resources, because we've been the ones that actually did the survey. They're not cheap. It's just how much it is if you hire somebody that's qualified. We could do it for a lot less. That's why we've done it. And so these were really my only two requests as it relates to the department itself. Any questions?
I guess, Richard, have you ever done an outside survey before, or is this the first?
But when I got here, we had used a consultant to kind of help us formulate the questions. I don't recall the name. Do you recall the name, Brian?
No, but it was really more in line with asking the questions so they weren't leading questions. There's an art to that.
Right.
So that person is not, they didn't choose which questions to ask, only how to ask the questions that we felt needed to be asked.
So
Our survey is generally based on Gallup, or a lot of it is, but again, we want participation. That's the thing that we're striving for.
and we want honesty if it's possible, right? In other words, the person's perspective, whatever that is.
Is there a feeling from maybe some staff that if it's done by an independent review or company, that they'd be more interested in participating in the climate assessment?
I think what we get, nobody's really reached out and said, hey, we would answer truthfully if we knew it was completely anonymous. But what they have said is, the city can see who answers these questions. They kind of know. And hence, I'm probably not going to be completely honest. So it's coming from the other direction, not, we should use a third party. Long time ago, I used a third party to do some questions related, happened to be Gallup, related to a total city-wide, where you're asking your citizens questions, right? So, but not employees.
Thank you.
Yeah, to me, that's totally an investment in culture. And the steps that have to come out of a survey like that have to be actionable. And we have to have leadership that's willing to make changes in departments to get the right people in the right seats to make that happen. So I'm very much on board with improving the culture within the city, especially our various departments, as long as we're willing to make the changes necessary to turn that survey into actionable steps.
Yes, I agree 100%. And sometimes it's not always easy, because sometimes the actionable things are also related to resources. So there's always that balance there.
Are the results from the previous surveys available to us?
Sure.
You always ask the question I'm going to ask.
As a matter of fact,
I'll start counting to
I don't know
5.
how many- I don't know how many you want, so we've been doing 2 out of 3 years in cycles. And so there, I would have possession of everything we've done since I got here in 2015. And there is sort of a flow, and there are some changes along the way. You know, we, at some points, we increased the questions, changed the questions, did just department-specific questions, like for internal service departments. You know, I felt like HR treated me right, I felt like finance treated me right, I felt like, you know, I was getting what I needed from fleet and so forth. And so we've done some expanding on it to try to get at,
Yeah, maybe you
are
can
we
send,
missing something?
maybe you can send council the last 3 climate assessment surveys.
It's a lot of info, so.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's a lot to
Can't
go
promise
through.
I'll read all of it. At least skim
Good
it.
stuff, though.
One thing that it helps us, though, as an executive team, we review all of them. My challenge to the team is to pick 3 that need the most work and commit to me and come up with a plan for how they're going to address those 3. And then they do that in year 2. And then we test again to see if there's been progress in those areas. Then we skip a year and we do it all over again. So, so the first year it's kind of like, okay, you know, sometimes there's a new wake-up call, sometimes there's not, and but everybody has to work on that, and then that way we improve and continuously improve how we do things.
Does this feed in at all to the Malcolm Baldrige Awards? Does this feed in at all to the Malcolm Baldrige Quality Awards?
We have not ever done those that I'm aware of here. And it may be that.
I don't remember the details of how you get in. That's been many years.
Yeah, you know, I know private industry does that, particularly in manufacturing and so forth. Like,
And I know
I've seen it maybe
public
in
does it
auto.
as, yeah, public does it as well, but my thought there, I guess, is it is it's a tool to attract talent,
yeah.
partly, if you're on their list.
Any other questions? All right, good, great. Second thing I just want to point out, we also manage the wellness budget. We did get an increase as we went into fiscal year '22. United Healthcare, our current provider for health coverage, has a tool where they can test that they can actually take our employee population and compare those that participate in wellness at a certain level versus those that don't. And from the 2 years we've tested, the results were relatively significant. So I gained some traction, permission to get further incentives so that if somebody does in our world what we call 30 points, 30%, they get a greater reward at the end, which is a gift card based on the number of points, all the way up to 50. And it showed that per employee per month, those individuals who did 30 points or more cost the health plan about 60%. So on a per employee per month basis, it was significantly less. And in both the years we measured, there were no catastrophic claims for anyone who had participated at a higher level. And so it's not obviously a perfect, you know, everybody tries to build a model to show that wellness works, but it's one of the first ones I saw that actually felt like, hey, we actually have a tool that we can use, because United Healthcare doesn't know who got the points and who didn't. We identify the individuals and the points, and then they do the measuring themselves, and it was pretty good. And I'll have another one of those when I do our benefits update here in about a month to go through that. even though there was one significant claim in the group above 30, it really wasn't that catastrophic. It just happened to be expensive. So it really is a good tool to show us that people who are on board actually do cost less than those that are not.
I want to drive this point home. We struggle for years. We do the biometric. We never get anybody's individual biometric, only the aggregate for the entire employee population. And then that tells us something. It tells us whether hypertension is a bigger issue or a growing issue, and we're able to then, instill programs that help. But that was the first time we had gotten something we felt was concrete to work towards. And by understanding that dynamic, understanding that people who had 30 points or more cost less to the plan, the council at that time supported our decision to invest more in that area to incentivize more employees to get to 30%. They have to get at least 20 so that they don't get penalized on their health premiums. But and there's a lot of different choices they can make. But once they get to 30, it's you're getting off the couch, you're walking, you're exercising, you're eating better. It's all those things that you have to do. So this is a program we think over time will help us lower our overall biometric scores of for all the different components. There's 4 major ones that we track. So I think it's a very good program.
And beyond just, the things he said, really the goal is to get people to focus on their health and go to get a primary care physician, get your teeth cleaned, get your eyes checked, and whatever your health is, manage that circumstances, right? As you get older, you got no choice. There's things that happen and you take care of them. And so that's the whole goal here, is to get people to focus on it and not ignore the simplest things, which are just going to the doctor and taking care of yourself.
So is this entire amount for incentives, or how is that?
So this is just to point out that we got an incentive increase from last year. We're not asking for anything additional for fiscal year 23, just to leave things in place. But I just wanted everyone to have a focal point that we're going to measure this again here, next year, and see where or how we came out. So in the last year, in a minute on the show, we had the most people actually participate in wellness at 30% or above. And I think overall that's helped significantly.
You said that was participation at 30%?
So to get 30 points.
Oh, to get 30 points.
So
So what was-
144 employees out of about 400 covered lives.
It's about 25%.
Not every employee takes our health coverage. Some employees, have other mechanisms.
Okay. Do they have to have health insurance for the city to participate in the program?
So technically, they have to have the health insurance to get the reward.
Okay.
They could still participate if they chose, and we haven't altered that at this moment. We have a few people that still run the 5Ks and are involved, but say are retired military, so they kept those benefits versus keeping ours. So they're not required to, and we're not providing a reward because there's not anything to, it's not being backed up against a premium or as a reduction. So successes, and we did just talk about wellness, had 144 employees. That was the highest level we've ever attained. And the two probably go hand in hand. Our employee health fund has not had to increase employee premiums for 3 cycles. It probably won't be the case in the next cycle for fiscal year 23, but I can still cross my fingers and hold out hope after we get another month of data. Maybe we're close, because it's been coming this direction. Every year what happens is people plan to do their thing. So at the beginning of the plan year, you start high, and it sort of gradually tapers off, right? You get to summer, people aren't as focused. And as you go through the plan year, costs, start to come down. So we're at about 94% of fully insured. We're close to where that premium increase may not have to happen, but there is unfortunately some difference that would need to be collected from both the city and employees to make it go. But to make it 3 years without having to have changed the funding mechanisms from the city or the employees shows that wellness is working. But it also shows we did a really good job as an organization of getting the health plan designed in the right way so people can get what they need and it costs the least amount, which is the goal.
Maybe some influence too from the pandemic the last few years, the separation and reduced visits to the doctor, things like that.
Yeah, and there was probably some effect there, and we thought, when I say we, the broker consultant and I thought there might be more usage this year to make up for some of that, and there probably has been, but it hasn't been so overwhelming that it just destroyed things by going to some high level. Every year, I think what's happened is the general rule of thumb is, it used to be you didn't have very many big claims. You had one or two every now and then. Now, unfortunately, I think the rule is you're going to have 6 or 8 on every given year because healthcare just costs so much. And you're going to have somebody that needs $150,000 of healthcare or $200,000. So you're just going to have big claims. That's just the bottom line. But I think it's become the rule, not the exception.
This may be a question outside of bounds, but what are the age demographics of our employees?
So,
Where are we on the low end in terms of age on average, or high end? Where are we?
So
Does
the
that
last
affect our-
time that I looked, and I do it for our Citizens Academy, I just point out what the average age is. It's been around 40, which is actually down from historically the numbers for municipalities. Usually municipalities are in the mid-40s, like 42, 43, 44. It might have been even down around 38 this last year. So younger than what we used to be as an organization and as an industry.
Are we pretty much a bell curve, or are we, do you know?
I think there's a lot of people on the younger side, but there's also quite a few over the top.
So maybe a bimodal kind of distribution?
Yeah. I don't think it's quite a perfect bell curve, but maybe leans a little toward the older side, but not too
Okay.
much. So challenges, not necessarily just human resources department challenges, but these are the big ones, obviously. Compensation, which we're going to talk about on the 16th in great detail. Obviously, staffing and retention. That's the highest turnover rate that I've seen in, probably since I worked for Safeway. You had people going in and out of the doors, just the way that retail industry is and always has been.
What was our retention rate last year?
So the turnover rate was
turnover.
Yeah, the turnover rate or retention rate. The turnover rate last year was about 14.5.
Okay.
And it's been pretty consistently 13, 14 since I've been here. The pandemic year was 10, but obviously things were hunkered down and people weren't necessarily leaving. So, but most of the years have been 13, 14. So it's a little bit higher this year. And of course, the employee health fund.
Yep.
And then I think you guys have seen this. This is just to remind everybody, where the variance is. And I'm building some models to, with some. I'll use the word scenarios or options or choices. Just some ideas about how we can get that number where it says minus 5.21 total combined to a number that's a positive number.
And this will all be
All on the
discussed
16th.
in very great detail.
Yeah,
Okay.
on the 16th. Everybody's reminded. I put a little slide in here about retention. One of the things I wanted to point out is I don't think there's one individual systemic problem. We just have a lot of different things going on, and hence, perhaps, remember they've talked about people having some freedom now to move between jobs and industries and make different choices after COVID. But I pretty much have talked probably of all the people that left this year, and there are about, I'd say 70, I have talked to pretty much every single one of them, with a few exceptions. And I can tell you that, I can go to write down the list and go, this is why, and that's why, and it's not like, I don't like my boss, I don't like the city, I don't like my pay. It's all over the place. just different things. And so I had somebody in my office just quickly throw together the biggest ones. And so this is kind of how it laid out. You know, personal reasons, got another job, quite a few retirements, better opportunity. Sometimes that means that I changed profession, right? So I decided I was an animal control person and I'd rather sit in an office. So I moved to an office job, things like that. Pay increases, pretty common. We've had people get stolen, you know, and they work for us, and now they went to work for a consultant, and, you know, and they knew the consultant because the consultant, you know, served us, right? So hey, I found my way to a place where I could make more money, but nothing really, you know, bad that you would think, oh Lord, you know, here's a huge problem that we need to fix.
Do you have a formal exit interview process?
I do, and so they schedule that interview, and then I talk to each person as best I can. Some people don't always cooperate. We do it online too, so through our online, we have an onboarding and offboarding system, which some of you, if you just filled out paperwork, probably did it online, right? So we also have an offboarding, and people can answer the questions in there, but I try to actually get to them so I can see what would it have taken for you to stay? What's driving your choice to leave? And it, you know, everything from I get a shorter commute to I don't want to be this job anymore. You know, I got a better opportunity, and so they went to work in Frisco, or just whatever happens to be that general rule. But I do try to talk to every single one. Mainly to find, is there a big problem that we can fix? And then, of course, the Employee Health Fund. And I put this as a slide. This is what finance publishes in their monthly reports. This is just through April. Obviously, we now have May information, but it's not formalized, and I don't know exactly where it landed. But I'm going to knock on wood that it will flow, continue to flow, so that the actual revenues are outpacing or exceeding the expenses, and I think that's going to be the case. But and hopefully it'll get us closer to maybe not having to raise premiums or just raise them a little bit.
Any follow-up questions for Richard?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Good information.
And thanks for I get to go first again.
Yeah.
All right. At this point, we're going to move to municipal court. That will be our next one, and we do have a couple folks here. Here we go, Mary Lee.
Hi.
Good morning.
Hi.
Okay, so we actually don't have any requests this time. So we're just gonna kind of go through court and what we do, just to let you know what we do. So we have our interim judge, who is Judge Kilgore, and then we have 4 associate judges that cover weekends and on-calls and things like that. And then we have our clerks. I am the interim court administrator. I've been in the court for 21 years. We have the interim chief clerk, Marcella. She has been here 19 years. And then we have our deputy clerks, and they have all been onboarded within the last 6 months. And then we have our juvenile case manager, and she's been here probably about 5 years. And then we have our marshals, Chief Marshal Darvin Hill, next to me here. And then we have 3 deputy marshals that assist him. So. Our successes this year, the big success is that we were able to get body cameras for our marshals. They go out and serve summons and subpoenas and things like that. And
It's important.
it's important.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then our cases filed and our cases closed year to date are on track for about the same as last year. Not any more, not any less. It's just about on track. And we have an excellent team that we put together, and that we're working pretty hard to get everybody on board.
Yep.
Mary Lee, are y'all doing live stuff yet in the courtroom, or?
Like in person?
Yeah.
Yes. So our jury trials and our regular trials are all in person. Everything else is still via Zoom, per the emergency order is still in effect, from the, I guess, the state. And, they're still requesting that we do as much online court as possible. That expires on August the 1st, so we'll see what they come up with then. But as of now, the Office of Court Administration they pay for our Zoom account, and it's actually through March of 2023. So we'll see what they decide. So our challenges, one big challenge is the onboarding of getting the certification for the 3 new clerks. A little bit difficult because they have to go to Austin for a week to do their hours, and then they can take the test, the challenge test at that time. It's kind of hard to get rid of 3 clerks at the same time, so
Yeah.
we're gonna have to do them one by one, and it might take a little bit longer than anticipated. And then moving to the hybrid style dockets where we have person coming in and doing it online, we kind of have to work out a way of doing that, which we've kind of sort of done already, but because there's a lot of people that can't log on to Wi-Fi or don't know how to use the computer or whatever, and so they come in person. And we have like a little Zoom room where they can get in the computer and do it within the office.
Marilee, can you touch on the types of certification, the levels that court clerks can attain?
There's 3 levels. Level 1 is the first level, obviously, and it's for new clerks. And then level 2 is it's a little bit higher, a little bit more, goes into a little bit more of the workings of the court rather than just the operations. And then level 3, that one's more like managing the court. Level 3 is a lot more difficult to get to, but so yeah, that's that. Of course, we don't have any budget requests. We're kind of good the way we are, hopefully.
Y'all are probably the only ones that will have no budget requests, so I like that.
What?
There's a few?
You say that.
Wow. One of those the city manager's office?
So with the move to having to do so much through Zoom and still having that in the works through at least August, and we heard from the judge Kilgore last week that it's likely to be something that's continued to some degree. Do you have the equipment and the facilities that you need to do that effectively?
Yes, definitely. Yeah, we've been doing it very well actually since COVID hit. Yeah, it's a kind of a well-oiled machine that we have going.
Just want to keep doing it that way.
Yeah. After doing it for 3 years, I'm pros at it.
Yeah. Other than that, I really don't have anything else.
Thank you.
Any questions or anything else that
Thank
want
you
to know
very
about the court?
Marilee, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks,
All right,
Riley.
thanks a lot. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
I don't know who's the next. Give us 1 second, guys.
Oh, Laura stepped on.
I'm pulling
Grab
it
you a
up.
quick water or a coffee if you want one.
Did. Still playing with it.
Yeah.
Wish I could use it on both.
So what is the secret?
Charging it.
I did that.
You have to plug it into your iPad.
Yeah,
and
I did
it should
that.
pair with Bluetooth.
We'll send you the PowerPoint really quick, but before we kick this off, I do want to say that
They were fogging up.
oh, okay. I was like, oh, I thought you were saying, don't say anything. Okay. Well, anyway, just want to say that Manal is a managing director In a lot of cities, managing director manages more than one department. So she manages community development, which has a whole host of things, which you guys got to see last Saturday. And then as well, she manages engineering. So with her background and experience, that's a natural fit for us, and it's allowed us to quite a bit of efficiencies by putting the two engineering departments together into one, so that they can ebb and flow between public works projects and development projects, which is really important for us. So she's joined by Dale Jackson, so I'm going to turn it over to Manal, and we'll go through her presentation and get this loaded here in a minute.
I don't know where Laura went, and I don't have them individually, so.
We're going to
There
try
she
to
is.
get
Off to you.
Go ahead and get started.
Good morning, everybody. It's always a great opportunity to have FaceTime with you to explain who we are, what we are, and why we are, and what we do. And based on that, I usually like to kick off my conversation with you, because this is what this is to talk about who we are from a functional perspective, because that then sets the tone of understanding why we do what we do. So obviously we have state, some federal requirements, and then of course as a city we have our own regulations. So as Brian mentioned, we're going to talk about community development first. Community development is an umbrella that comprises animal services, our building safety team, planning and urban design, which is split into two functions, which are generally coined as long-range and development review. And then we have neighborhood services, which are health services and our code services. So really, from this perspective, somewhat of a turnkey solution to seeing things go vertical and then sustaining them as they build out and sustain the community. So as I mentioned, a functional perspective is how I like to view who we are. So from a planning and urban design functional perspective, you can see on the PowerPoint of the slide in front of you that they have several elements that they address. Development review is not just zoning, but it's looking at code amendments, annexation, plats, landscaping elements, zoning elements. And then your neighborhood planning function is comprehensive planning, neighborhood engagement, sector planning. We do neighborhood summit, we do city academy, and that's the function that we like to talk about, creating those synergies with our community and understanding their needs. So as we do the larger comprehensive assessments, we're able to put it together, bundle it together, and present it to yourselves and the community. Building safety, without building safety and without our building codes, obviously we wouldn't be able to do very much. They ensure the safety of the community in terms of construction. And those are those functions there. Neighborhood services, I mentioned to you very briefly, was code and health. But that's not all they do. We have neighborhood planning, and you can see I've put CDBG in there, deliberately, code compliance. All those elements fall in there. Animal services, we know what they do. And then I wanted to touch a little bit about boards and commissions. If you look at our boards and commissions, we have P&Z, we have Board of Adjustment, Building and Standards Commission, we are liaison for KRB, Animal Services Advisory Board, RDEIC, Environmental and Code Review Board, and then stakeholder engagement groups as seen fit, and in this case for the RDC and FBC amendments. So to talk a little bit about the functional perspective, I think it's important to then discuss, well, what have we achieved with this functional perspective that we've created? So our successes for 2022, we kicked off the RDC and FBC update. Council installed the Stakeholder Engagement Committee, and our official kickoff with our stakeholder group and the consultant Clarion will be in July. We've amended the notification process that went through its iterations with P&Z and with the City Council, amended inconsistent residential code requirements in the RDC. And those are the little things that I like to discuss, that if we can address something now with the RDC, let's go ahead and take care of it now. We've created the SUP process for multifamily development. We've initiated a neighbor's guide to development, which is more suited to the community, our residents understanding what does development mean. Audited our development guide, and that's being rolled out soon too. We've rolled out a development activity map that you can see on our GIS website. We've instituted over-the-counter permits, the simple permits, fence permits, and what have you. Those are a 24-hour turnaround if all of the requisite information is provided. We created the Building and Standards Commission, it being once. We're in process of animal services building remodel. The ASAB has reviewed all the animal services code, and those will be coming before you soon, council, for amendments, review of those amendments. We've adopted new building codes, implemented commercial code compliance program, audited the master fee schedule. We've initiated a staff transition plan, and we've ramped up our neighborhood engagement. For example, introducing pollinator gardens as well as personal care of bees. So lots has happened. Now that I've put it out in the list, it's quite a bit, so that's exciting. But needless to say, we do have our vulnerabilities, and those will always exist. And through regular audits, we're able to manage those better. One of our concerns is going to be our platform that we use for permitting, for plan review, for uploads, for intake, as I like to call it. And so we're going to have mandatory training for those platforms. We use MyGov as our single source tool to allow for plans, applications, comments to be submitted. So in order to be able to use it the way it needs to and ensure the efficacy of that process, we have to have mandatory training, not just for ourselves, but for those that need to use that platform as well. So soon you'll be seeing a video basically illustrating how it works, but that is always going to be a challenge no matter what platform any community uses. Builder and citizen education is key, and that has to be an ongoing process. With COVID, we did see some starts and stops, so soon you'll be seeing that happening on a more regular basis. And of course, legislative impacts, as those come and go, we have to make sure that we can implement them and insert them in our requirements, which sometimes means a larger change or a global change. Animal services, we have dated codes. We're in the process of improving them. We do need to work on our policies and procedures. Those two are dated. Planning and Urban Design Division. The codes, lack of consistency. Once we do amend those, I will tell you that we will have to come back to you for those minor tweaks, just because no code is perfect. So that will continuously be a vulnerability, but not to the extent that we have it now. Training for land development process and being equipped with pertinent review tools is important. Neighborhood planning function needs to be continuously adjusted until we are a true long-range planning function. And then legislative impacts. Neighborhood services, we are in the process of doing almost a Kaizen event to determine the process and the efficacy of the functions. So that always is something that's critical, where we want to do some process mapping and determine where we have some disconnects. Codes have to be current, and again, legislative impacts. We do have two budget requests, and I call them budget enhancements. One is to request a plan review manager position. We currently, as we sit, and of course that falls under Dale's umbrella, but we have one plan reviewer. And what that means is they do residential and commercial, which is great. We want our team to be cross-functional. But we also do not have, in terms of reporting structure, everybody in building safety reports to Dale Jackson, our chief building official. And so we don't have any intermediaries from a hierarchy perspective to ensure that certain members of the team can then focus on other groups. So we don't have a backup plan review. That falls on Dale Jackson. We need more supervision in the Development Assistance Center, which is our concierge service. They, 3 members to that, they report directly to Dale. So we're keen that this position will not only train, but also serve as backup for plan review, for inspections, and for the DAC, and serve as a resource for these team members to them, so that there is the ability to have one-on-one interaction. Again, development is ramping up, but we're not only requesting this because we're seeing a ramp up in development. It is important to make sure that we have the needs for the team addressed, and through this position we will be able to do that. We're also requesting an assistant building official, and the purpose of an assistant building official is to supervise, train, and perform QA/QC on our 3 building inspectors. This is more of a field type position. They need to manage the building safety division, obviously in the absence of the chief building official, but they also perform the inspections as needed, or the tricky inspections as needed, conflict resolution. It's important to have someone who is able to do that. And then allow for the much needed depth within the division by providing backup, by serving as a backup inspector and having a clearer chain of command. And then formalizing a staffing transition plan. We want to make sure that as we grow up in community development, that we have those who can learn and then take over after us. The chief building official, as I mentioned, directly supervises 7 positions, so this will allow for better oversight. And, the ABO will be better positioned to ensure the buildings are constructed in compliance with building safety codes, because he will or she will be going after an inspection to see how things are being done. And again, that's a customer service element. So in terms of priorities, these are our 2 priorities. As you can see, we've listed plan review manager as our number 1 priority and the ABO as our number 2 priority. With that, I can try and answer any questions that you may have.
Would it be too much of a request to ask for some type of organizational chart that would show where these positions would plug in and how that would
Absolutely.
change the makeup of your department?
We have that. We can
Yeah,
push
they
that
already
in
have
an
that.
email too.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we can do
We'll
that.
get everything together.
You
So
know,
we'll push that to you guys then.
yeah, we have that, so.
Yeah.
The only other question, I'm sorry, the only other question I had was in regards to the staff transition plan. Can you just kind of elaborate what that is? Is that to allow people to move up within the department
Sure.
as
so
turnover
now-
happens?
Absolutely. Not just to address turnaround, but some of us will soon, in the next 6, 7, 8 years might be retiring. So we don't want to leave a vacuum or a gap. So we want to train our plan. For instance, our plan reviewer is a plan reviewer. So that individual should have an opportunity to grow, else we'll see them looking for opportunities elsewhere. So that's one issue. The other thing is we want to make sure that these younger positions grow into maturity, so that in the next 10, 15 years, they're able to assume these positions of chief building official and assistant building official through training, through certification.
Did we fully fund the RDC and FBC amendment?
We fully funded phases 1 and 2.
Okay.
And phase 3, we're confident that through some of our funding programs that we'll be able to fund it. Yes.
Okay, so that's not
And
a
the
concern.
reason why we paused at phase 2 was to make sure that our stakeholder engagement group, and as we presented updates to council, that we were all tracking together, so if there were any changes to the scope, we could adjust accordingly. It was a deliberate way to have a stop at phase 2.
Okay.
It is still an 18-month program
Mhm.
although we're gonna have a bit of a pause to reassess where we are with the 2 phases that we're doing.
Mhm.
So kind of following along with Jeff's question about org chart, do we have anything that would tracks volume that is going through the group so that we can see? I mean, I know from personal experience, monitoring 7 people can be a lot of work, but I think making sure that our citizens know how much volume is going through that area is important.
So basically the
Work
volume
volume.
of permitting requests and.
Right,
review
plan requests.
Plan review,
plats, those-
permits,
yeah.
DACs, intake.
I think that would be important
customs,
information to
yeah,
have.
All that data, we'll ship it to you guys.
And to give a little bit more information, the big issue that I'm seeing right now, especially, things have changed with COVID. There were some weird things that occurred, and I can't really put my finger on it, but there's a greater need for people to have their hand held through the process. And so there's a lot more time being taken when someone comes in and applies for a permit. And because of that time, the phones are continuing to ring, but we've got a customer right in front of us, so we either have to continually tell them, hold on a second so I can answer this phone call, and which delays them, and it puts a large amount of stress on those people at the front counter. And it's creating what we're trying to do is to give them a little bit of time to do their jobs and to handle those things and not be shorthanded up there. We do get calls and complaints, hey, somebody put me on hold and didn't come back to me for 5 minutes. And unfortunately, it's happened. And we'd like to do away with that. We're hoping to get enough people that won't happen anymore.
All right, so you guys just recently went to the MyGov system.
2 years ago.
2 years
Years
old.
ago. That's in technology that's still fairly recent. And you mentioned training, and was that training also for the public, the
Yes,
the
absolutely.
contractors and?
Pre-COVID, we had instituted a quarterly builders luncheon, which we would do some training. Let's talk about the new codes that are coming forward. Let's talk about how we submit a permit. What are the procedures and processes associated with that. We do plan to restart that process. Also, as it relates to hand-holding, one of the things, as I mentioned with MyGov, we're going to have a tutorial that someone can click on and watch. We also have a kiosk that we are going to encourage people to not ask us to teach them over the phone if we can. Avoid that, but come in and we will show you how to do and how to use MyGov and how to upload something as well. So we know we will have the one-offs. Our goal is to be able to assist those that barely use the system, but those that use it frequently shouldn't have to make those phone calls eventually, or should know how to do it. But, it's very simple. It's a few clicks away, but questions are understandable. So we want to make sure that those that use it frequently know how to use it, and those that use it infrequently, we want to spend the time showing them, such as your one-off resident who wants to maybe do a fence permit, just as an example, even though we'll accept that over the counter too. So we don't force certain individuals to use it, but the larger developers, we do require them to use it.
In regard to the need for increased hand-holding, is that primarily residents, or is that also a trend with the builders, the commercial?
It's been a real trend with the builders. They in the past were able to just come in and hand a sheet of paper, and we did all of the work in the background. But at the same time, they were complaining, well, such and such city allows me to do this online. I've got to drive over from Arlington and apply for this permit. So we made that available, and then they came back and said, well, I don't know how to use the system. And so, unfortunately, at the point of time, we implemented this system last week of March in 2020.
Great time.
Which was right at the time of COVID when it hit. And so all of the training that we had scheduled had to be canceled. And so we've begun training one-on-one with the builders. We've told them, I've met with 3 of them here in the last month and said, come in and I'll show you how to use it. We'll sit down at the conference room table, we'll put it on the screen, and after about 30 minutes I said, oh, this is easy. I wish I'd have realized this. It's much easier, no problem. And I'm not heard another word from them. So that's the goal, is to go to more of that type of service, schedule an appointment, come in, and we'll show you how to use the system. Just come in and give us that time, and then it might be a problem. Unfortunately, some of the builders, when we give them that option, they say, I'm not coming over there from Arlington. I just want you to explain it to me over the phone.
Or they would just email us 6 or 7 consecutive emails just saying these are our plans. And that still happens, but our goal is to politely nudge people into start using this platform.
Is there online training or tutorials available?
Yeah.
There is online training.
I remember using MyGov for a permit for my home, and I thought it was actually pretty easy to use. So I'm surprised to hear that builders are struggling with it. Is MyGov a platform that's typically used by other municipalities for permitting processes?
Yes, there are a number of cities in this area, Sunnyvale, Forney, Fate, Royce City, all use MyGov.
So it's not just a Rowlett.
No.
So these builders truly are just not getting it.
Or they're asking their teams to do the uploads who might not have the knowledge base to do it. And it's like saying, hey, go ahead and take care of this, and then they're off doing the building part of things, and then the back office function, their back office function might not know how to use it. So we're trying to slowly spread the word and deliver the message that this will build efficacy for them as well.
Is there a need to hire an additional member of staff for the front desk for customer service? Or is that something that obviously we want to try and shift to the online function and force that change. So maybe that's not a need because of that.
Right, so I think it all You know, the goal was to have MyGov in play, fully functional, and we could then audit and determine, well, what are our true needs? But because of the 2 years of stop and go, we've not really been able to do that in-depth analysis. Now, you know, has our call volume gone up or has our foot traffic gone up? Right now, they're tracking almost the same. So we need a little more time to determine that, and that's why you did not see something in the budget that said, let's do this. We want to make sure that we are equipped to manage what we really need to manage.
Yeah, yeah.
So one of the advantages of an online system is it goes 24/7. One of the disadvantages of an online system is it goes 24/7.
Exactly right.
Do we have any plans or preparations for handling off hours? I could see a builder or contractor saying, okay, I'm going to go out and do my work during the day and then come back at night and do my paperwork, which to them is getting online and submitting the plans and permits and whatnot. Do we have any staffing plans around supporting those phone calls coming in?
At current, no. Now, the system does allow them to submit, and the building code actually does state that if there's an emergency repair, like a water heater replacement or an HVAC replacement, you can do that as long as you come in the next business day and apply for a permit. So it's already kind of built in that if you have to go do that work, go do the work. And you're still in compliance and nobody's going to hold you in violation of anything as long as you make a good faith effort to come in the next business day and obtain your permits. So if they have an issue and they're not able to do it that night, they can certainly get with us the next day and there's no harm, no foul.
And to piggyback on that, another thing, the process is so simple that you can only move on to the next step after you've checked a box. So you have to check a number of boxes to be able to do that, which would limit that after hours discussion. Now from an inspection and calling in an inspection and having that done, you know, we have to have cut-off time so we can schedule those inspections, whether they're AM or PM. So sometimes we do run into that. Or they will call the front desk and say, I'm ready for my inspection, and we have to explain this is the procedure, this is what you need to do. So that's something we're still working on refining.
What is the average turnaround time on a permit request?
It depends on the permit. If it's a water heater, typically it's done within the same day. If it's a single family new house, those are usually turned around within 5 days, those applications. And if it's a commercial application, we tell them 3 weeks. Especially if it's a larger building like Sapphire Bay, because there's a lot involved in that.
So that's an interesting lead-in statement. So I know there are plans for getting a group to help with review in Sapphire Bay. How will the oversight of that group work? Will that come out of your area, or is that going to come out of city manager?
Yes, sir. The model that we've come up with is that we're going to retain oversight of that, and that's based on some feedback that we got from the city of Arlington, actually, who's had several projects that were done third party that the city verified, because what tended to happen early on in their process was the developer and the inspection company were over here and the city was over here. And what they wanted and what they built into it was that the city was here, the third-party inspector was here underneath the city's umbrella, and they did the work over here for this developer, rather than feeling that there was a relationship that might not have taken into consideration all code requirements.
I think the thing to be said here is that in our mind, this is no different than having your accounting staff hire your auditor. You don't want that. And in this case, what Sapphire Bay has asked for is that, look, we're going to have such a huge volume of work, it's going to outpace and outtask your team. And they're right, and we've talked about that. They're absolutely right. But the hiring of the company to do that needs to be with us, providing that oversight, because they're an extension of us. It's just that there's a payment structure for how we're going to pay the cost of all those inspectors and plan reviewers. through this company, and then use revenues from Sapphire Bay. But they have to work for them. You know, that's the independent body then to make sure that they're doing it properly. And then if there is a dispute, then that's where Sapphire Bay and our staff can talk that out and figure out what the right answer is. But I do really like the model that they've come up with, and I think that's going to work very well for both the city and Sapphire Bay.
Are there certification levels for building inspectors?
Yes, absolutely, and the request that we put out will show the minimum qualifications that we need to see, and we want to see their resumes and experience in association. with
And I assume we have a program for bringing our people along. I think we've got some new staff in there.
Absolutely.
I really appreciate the focus on customer service. That's one of my big tenets is we have to recognize that we're a service-based organization in everything that we do. We don't sell widgets. And it's so important that we provide a high level of service to both the residents that already live here as well as businesses looking to locate here or residents potentially looking to build here. And the addition of these two people, I think, would hopefully push us in that direction of being more service-minded, service-focused, and give us the redundancy in the department to be able to accomplish that. So thank you for that focus. That's really good to see. It's encouraging because I don't know how many times I think all of us that are new to the council have heard about the difficulties in building and locating within Rowlett. And so it's good to see that we're working every day to overcome that.
And just a plug for my team, obviously without them I wouldn't be sitting here, number one. But number two, you will hear probably that, is this an expedited process? We just run on an expedited process. If you look at other communities, the typical zoning process can take up to 6 months.
Yeah.
The plan review process takes a minimum of 45 days, but we push out, we try and stay, with our development site plans, 30 days, not just because of the shot clock, but because we want to make sure that this civils come in time, because we have some triggers or thresholds in the ordinance that can render plans dormant or expired. And so we want to make sure that we continue to have a pace, but when we have to press the pause button due to inconsistencies or non-conformity, we also will do that, and that's when you hear, you guys are too slow for us.
Yeah.
I'm glad you mentioned the shot clock again too, because that's another state precedent that's forcing our hand into making sure we have the redundancy and the staff in place.
Manal, I don't see anything in here about the animal services. Is that going to be a different presentation, or do you need more staffing there? I felt like...
We have prepared a 5-year staffing plan that shows in 2024 you will see a request for additional team members.
Okay.
And a similar question, is engineering a separate discussion?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, they're coming right after this one.
Basically, animal shelter needs just an entirely new animal shelter.
Yeah.
There's more about the building structure at
Yeah.
this point.
Animal services does fall under the community development umbrella. Engineering falls under its own umbrella.
I really like your logo that you designed on your first slide. I don't know where that came from, if that was internally or...
So no, we had because when we started doing PBB, we needed to have a logo, and I looked at finance, but I was smiling when I looked at finance. We had a staff competition, and we did a logo competition to come up for a logo for our department, and the individual, we had a luncheon to celebrate. We picked, there was a vote, and this is the logo that was adopted and picked, and so they got a gift card for winning and those types of things. So that's how we came up with it.
It's nice.
That's a great process.
That's cool.
I don't know here, that tower looks like it's leaning to the right to me.
The Leaning Tower of Rowlett.
It's artistic, Brian, artistic.
It's the Leaning Tower of Rowlett. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate y'all.
Thank you.
I'll sit here next to Jeff.
All right, we're going to move to engineering.
Now you're putting your other hat on, right?
Yep. Jeff gets this seat. I'm supporting him.
Jeff, introduce yourself.
Good morning. Hello. I'm Jeff Cohen, interim Director of Engineering. Excited to be here with you guys today to, again, to echo Manal's opening statements about telling you who we are and what we do. So let me jump right in. We are the engineering department, and we do provide support services to the capital improvement program and the development review process. And I think you should know, if you don't already, that this is a brand new department within the city. We integrated the capital engineering group that was in public works and the development engineering group that was in community development. We integrated the two departments and created the engineering department just last year. So again, a functional perspective of what we do and who we are. We have two basic functions. The CIP engineering function, which oversees and implements the capital improvement program. That involves the streets and alleys, water, sewer, drainage, construction management. We have construction inspectors. We also set design standards. And of course, we manage the financing aspect of those programs. And the development review engineering component of the engineering department, we primarily look at subdivisions and development projects of that nature, but we also touch tree and landscaping and environmental aspects. We look at floodplain management and review floodplain permits. We do look at the transportation impacts of development projects. We of course coordinate with fire. We do utility reviews. We also do right-of-way permits, which is work within the right-of-way. And of course we have our own inspectors for those functions as well. And we also have now a water quality inspector.
Yes.
Of course, we interface with planning and zoning. We interface with the capital improvement task force. We also engage stakeholders, and of course, we interact with council as well. So let me review what we have. I'm sorry. Thank you. Let me review the successes that we've achieved this past year. I'll mention again, we created the engineering department. We aligned our funding and financing with the priority-based budgeting program. We hired the stormwater quality inspector. We've completed the Sapphire Bay infrastructure construction, and that is now a city asset. We have begun the Long Branch Creek stabilization project, which is behind Scott Drive. The 66 east 30-inch sewer reconstruction of phase 1 has also begun and is very nearly complete. Phase 2 of that project is in design. The Lakeland Heights neighborhood is also under construction right now, and the Miller Road reconstruction and widening project is about to begin.
Because we anticipated a lot of questions.
So, what goals and challenges do we face next year? Well, we have two vacant positions, a CIP manager position and a graduate engineer position of primary importance to fill those positions. We are requesting an administrative assistant. And of course, the funding challenges, we've got a bond election coming up. And in terms of funding, some of our partner agreements with our partners, the reimbursements that we will get from them do not get dispersed until after construction. And so that is a challenge as well. we have a funding challenge for a large water line project on Merritt Road, and I would like to implement or revise some stormwater utility fees. Right now, those fees are a flat fee for commercial, and I would like to transition those over to an impervious cover-based fee, which is in line with most of the cities in the area, across the state, even across the country.
Will that be something coming to us in a work session?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
With my new water quality inspector, I would like to improve our stormwater outreach and training. That kind of goes hand in hand with the utility fees. As I mentioned, we do set standards, and oddly enough, we do not have actual design manuals, so I would like to implement those, get those adopted, and I'm looking to outsource those.
I'm sorry. We don't have a what?
We have codes,
Yeah.
and we have a set of standard details,
Right.
but we don't actually have design guidance manuals, which many cities across the state and country do.
And this is for,
For street design,
Right.
for water and wastewater. We have a code.
Right.
And we have standard details, and we enforce those, and when we review projects or when we design capital improvement projects, we make sure that we implement good engineering judgment and we follow current standards. But we don't actually have an online guidance that a outside agency, such as a consultant, can go to and say, well, how do you want your streets designed?
so basically,
What kind of geometrics?
by not having that, you're causing all of the hand-holding throughout the process.
That's right.
Or
All right.
challenges on,
Yeah.
we want to do it this way,
Yeah.
because we say we want to do it this way. So we want to memorialize these guidelines. Now, they are just guidelines, which is great because it gives you that flexibility. But if you have these guidelines in place, it limits the back and forth argument as to why we claim that you are a substandard infrastructure here. Yet our guidelines, if we had those guidelines in place, we wouldn't run into that because there's less debate.
So we have and are adopting, or about to adopt, the international building standards for lots of different things. There's a laundry
Yes.
list out there. Are there standards that, similar standards that cover subdivision development and streets and whatnot that we would be able to leverage off of something rather than kind of grow your own?
Well, let me break that down. if
Okay,
I can.
thank you.
Subdivision development would include a planning component, platting, and just layout of the streets and whatnot. I'm focused on the detailed design of,
Streets, engineering.
How does the street function in terms of the pavement design, concrete, the underlying pavement materials, etc. Drainage, we have standards on our inlets, but they're not comprehensive, let me put it that way. We have sanitary sewer standards, details, but we don't get into how do we determine what the load is on a sanitary? What does a single-family SF8 lot produce versus a multi-story, multi-family building? What kind of load are they producing? And similarly for water demand. So those are the kinds of things that we can put into the manuals.
I see this sort of an analogy would be, we have the codes, just like we have the Texas statutes say on the Open Meetings Act. We have that statute, the Open Meetings Act. But then we also have the Attorney General's Handbook, which explains that statute. So to me, this would be kind of the same thing as that.
Yes, that's exactly right.
And more specificity.
Right.
Absolutely.
So, will we need to hire a outside firm to help with the implementation of this design manual, or is that something we can do in-house?
That is my vision to outsource.
Outsource it, yeah, because I figured that's a huge hurdle to climb. And is that, well, we haven't gotten to budget requests yet, so I'll wait. But I do have a question first before we move
Sure.
on. You mentioned we had funding challenges with the 36-inch or 30-inch Merritt Road water line. What are those? What is that water line supporting, and what are the challenges?
So the water line is supporting the future development in the North Shore area as well as Sapphire Bay development. It'll help convey water down there. The challenges is that it is a large water line that is very expensive, and it was not in the capital improvements plan until very recently, and so we have not planned for that funding.
So, trying to find the right words for this question here. Is without this water line, what is the impact on those developments?
Sure.
So, one of the things we need to consider is this water line would abut the Merritt Road interconnector primarily, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
And North Shore is relatively undeveloped, so the goal, I think, one would be, as development occurs, we would secure that right of way, perhaps installation piecemeal with that, which happens in a lot of communities. You have to kind of see development and use development to acquire the right of way and acquire the easements for water lines and what have you. A good example is Lakeview Business District. They will be constructing that portion of Merritt Road, and they've dedicated the easement for the water line to be installed once we get to that point, because they will not need it. So I'm trying to answer the need question now.
They will not need it, the Lakeview Business District?
They will not need that because they have enough plug and play points along the service road.
So this is to support,
This will be more, I'm going
This
to call
is
it
a
regional.
it's a
right,
transmission line. More than anything else.
So we might be able to cover the design right now, but what we need to determine is, from a timing perspective, is chart out at what point do we need this fully
fully
installed?
operational,
Right.
so we don't have that answer yet?
No, because, you've got the North Shore development now with economic development, with their marketing, we're beginning to understand we've got the code developments coming up too. And as we see development progressing, some of that burden may fall on a developer too.
I'm going to cut to the chase a little bit on this. This particular project that we're talking about is already in the 5-year CIP. The bonds that you guys authorized Tuesday night has $3 million of it. That will help us do the engineering and design. And then the rest of that project is in next year's bonds.
Okay.
So next summer. So $10 million to do that is in the 5-year plan and will be funded in the
Okay.
first 2 years of this plan.
Okay.
So that is a need.
Yeah.
But I just got a little alarmed because
Yeah.
in my mind, I was like, I thought we already,
Yeah.
figured this out, and we did, so.
Okay, okay, I can breathe a little, because I was like, oh my gosh, alarm bells are ringing. Like,
No,
this
we-
is a new problem, what do we do?
We're calling it a challenge right now just because we know this is about to happen, but we're also trying to accommodate development as well.
Okay.
So, yes, the pieces of the puzzle are there, we just need to put them together now.
Okay, great. Okay, I feel better.
Change direction a little bit,
Okay.
and talk about project management for those projects that, especially the larger projects that we have on the books, and where we are in terms of dealing with the complexities of things like the Cheezer Road reconstruction, the Miller Road reconstruction, all of these projects. And I raise that in the context of a number of these things having been approved by the voters in 2018, and only now in 2022 really getting started, in the sense that people are seeing progress. So I think there's a keen interest in seeing a more rapid turnaround from referendum approval to completion of the project, and how we get from where we are now to where we would like to be with that.
So I want to kick it off and just say, Brian, it's a very good question. the 2015 bond election, the goal was to do those in 3-year cycles and actually get, if not all of them, most of them done within that 3-year cycle to build trust with our citizens for the next cycle. So with 2015, there was only really one major project left at the end. We got all the other stuff done. 2018 was well on its way to being successful, and then all of a sudden the pandemic hit, and that obviously upset the apple cart a little bit. So, but I just want to add that little bit of context that there's quite a bit of catch up to do right now, on those projects, and so Manal, if you'll just weigh in on that.
And, one of the reasons why the city manager's office saw the importance of alignment or realignment, and number two, as we build our projects, you can see that we are keen to hire a CIP manager, but that doesn't mean that through the programming we already have, and the consultants, our design consultants, will serve in that capacity to ensure there is no slippage on time.
So, I was speaking with a Garland ISD Board of Trustee about kind of their bond program and how they manage it. And they hire a outside firm to manage their bond projects. Has there been any thought to that for Rowlett to kind of help ease the staff burden, and that way there's more capacity on their end to do more, instead of rely on really kind of one person to manage that process?
Right, so one of the things, when we say hire CIP manager, that's one of the things that we're going to assess is, do we do an in-house CIP manager? Right now, it is outsourced by project by that consultant. The other option is to determine through the 5-year bonding, how can we pay through CIP funds for that? And is it a viable option? So definitely, right now it is a hybrid solution, but we're looking to have a permanent solution, and that is on the table for consideration.
Okay.
Yeah, I know engineers like to think they are they can define all of the processes because they're engineers, but I would encourage you to look at the project management certification process for people who are going to be managing these projects.
Is key. Absolutely agree with you.
Okay. I think that's key in coming up with a sustainable process.
Exactly right. That is on our radar.
Just real briefly, we're also involved with the 24-inch water line down Rock, which does support Bayside.
When is that supposed to kick off?
Later this calendar year.
Okay.
Cheese Road construction, we just presented that the other night, and of course the legislative impacts are similar to community development because we do need development review. So moving to our budget requests, one of the big items is a senior administrative assistant. We need an assistant to help with the administrative aspects of the department, much like many of the other departments now have. That position would support not only clerical services, but customer service as well. And we do have bookkeeping, and we do need help with preparing budgets and presentations to council, the agendas, the staff reports, that sort of thing. So that would be a big help for us. We also have a small budget request for about $3,400. Now that we've merged the two departments, there still seems to be a small shortfall in the amount budgeted for the phones and the iPads that our inspectors use. We have eight iPhones and 6 iPads, and we need a little money
I think that's taken care of.
Okay.
Yeah.
Taken care of already?
I mean, yeah, we've already addressed it. This is a carryover slide. That's already been addressed.
You're seeing the original request as it came to the budget team already.
Okay, so that's... All right.
to just.
That's perfectly fine. That's what you guys are seeing, the raw
Yeah, that's good.
information.
I'm glad.
Go through this one real quick, or have you seen this?
Address that.
We've addressed it, okay.
It's not relevant to this.
And then the priority is the senior administrative assistant.
Great.
I saw from the FY 2022 budget that, I think this may have been just as the engineering group was being formed, you had proposed 7 personnel, so this would be adding an 8th, is that right, the request?
Yes, it would be adding an individual. The senior admin position would be an additional FTE to the staffing.
You'll hear me occasionally over the course of the next year use ANP, it means the same thing as FTE.
Okay, got it.
Sorry, annual number of personnel.
Yeah.
So you'll have total staff of 8 in engineering if this
No,
goes through.
I have a.
There's also
5-year
engineering
staffing plan.
assistants, so the department is much larger than just 8, given the
Inspectors.
engineering, yeah.
I have
inspectors.
13 positions. I believe the number is 13. I couldn't remember whether it's 12 or 13. I have 13 now, and we have a 5-year staffing plan that grows that by 1, I believe, in the next 5 years.
Describe the types of positions you have,
Sure.
obviously engineers, but I mean,
Well, we have a director, an assistant director, a CIP manager, a civil engineer, 2 graduate engineers, which are basically EITs. The civil engineers are PE, CIP manager, not necessarily a PE. And then engineering assistants, I have 6 of those, one of which is vacant.
And they are funded out of a number of different funds. So you may be looking at the general fund staffing allocation. They also come out of the utility fund and the inspection fund, and Robert
Okay.
can clarify all the funds, but there's a
Yeah,
bunch of them.
I was looking at the community
Yeah.
development section.
Yeah, it's probably,
Yeah.
Robert was like, general fund. I'm like, okay, gotcha, I'm caught up now, so,
Right.
yeah. If you scroll down, there's a number of
So
different
I
funds
maybe
with
echoing an earlier
employees.
request, it'd be nice to see the org chart.
Can
we
request
will
that.
get those for you guys. And this is a learning curve too for us, but with a new group, but in the past, it seems like the org charts start to go away because there's other things we're focused on, but we'll make sure you get those.
Okay. One other question you mentioned, and I saw it on the slide here, about the things that you're responsible for, and funding and bonds management, and you mentioned financial aspect of the CIP programs. Is that strictly an engineering function, or are you tied in? I mean, how does that work across the?
We have to work with the finance department, and especially with the bonding, the CIP bonding, that is something that we work closely with the finance group.
Okay, but you're not doing day-to-day management of the bonding aspect,
No, sir.
but you're spending the money, right?
Right. We say, Wendy, help us, and then
Yes,
Wendy helps us
yes.
figure it out.
Yes.
But the point is, I know we're laughing, but it's a team.
Yeah.
You got to have the budget function, you have to have the accounting function. There are a lot of grants that are tied up into these projects too. Some that we're actively doing, some that are committed to us that we have not pulled down yet. And then there's all kinds of sources of revenues helping to pay for these projects. So it's a big field, and by linking them with all the right people to partner in this thing, we're able to account for it, we're able to plan for it, and we're able to get them done.
So a kind of interesting question. So do you have a cross-discipline team within the staff that meets on a regular basis to go through these things and plan the various components across finance and engineering and inspection, or is that at a director levels? What?
It's a combination
It's a combination, it's a collaboration. We all sit at the table together so that our specific skill set is at the table to address how we need to manage this line item.
Okay, and that's a standing kind of committee. I hate to use that term, but
Yeah, like on a quarterly basis, they meet with me and go through the
Right.
CIP. Twice a year, they meet with council to let you guys know where all of our projects are. And then internally with their department, they have standing meetings to go through those as well. And then every Tuesday, our development team meets, and a lot of times we talk about projects there as well, those projects that are impacting future development.
So there's a lot going on that we don't see and the general public doesn't see.
Oh, yeah.
All the internal stuff.
Oh, all the time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
The sausage making.
We're going to go ahead and do the library, and then I think we may have taken a break. I saw Laura earlier. There we go.
Give me just a second, I'll email from my phone because
Give me long enough to run out to,
Good morning, Laura.
I won't break quorum. Be right back.
Good morning.
Almost. Almost.
All right, we got it pulled up here, and
Where do I want this one? Just pointed at you. Good morning, I'm Laura Turner, Director of Library Sciences. I have Phil Barrett with me. He is the Library Services Manager. I'm number 2 guy and helps manage the library and all of the things that we've got going on. I wanted to start out with a reminder of the mission of our library, and that is to promote activities and ideas which will expand interests of library users, stimulate the awareness and usage of libraries, to promote individual enlightenment, community enrichment, and economic vitality throughout the city, and to inform, entertain, enrich, and foster the self-learning process by facilitating access to its collections, services, and technology.
You're a good reader.
Thank you.
Make it interesting.
So
almost like
we have
she's
a
a library
lot of great programs that we host. We have baby story times. These are mostly for caregivers to learn how to prepare their children for reading. And you can see in the bottom left bubble, there's one of our little story time guys giving Miss Lauren some tulips because he just loves coming to story time. We also have story times for toddlers that are more lively than the baby story times. These incorporate more elements of dance and rhyme and movement, and that's to help prepare the kiddos for kindergarten and beyond. We also have after-school clubs for ages 6 to 9 and ages 10 to 12 to engage them in STEM activities. In the upper left-hand bubble, we've got a group of kiddos who are learning about the phases of the moon using Oreo cookies, one of our more popular programs. And everybody got to eat their cookies after they took a little plastic butter knife and carved off all the phases of the moon. We've also got Saturday teen takeovers. We found that a lot of our teens are really busy after school, so we've moved the teen programs to Saturdays, where they watch a movie and discuss the movie that's kind of similar to a book. We have winter reading clubs, summer reading clubs, spring break programs. The little girl in the tie-dye is helping out she's participating at one of our spring break programs on March 14th for Pie Day. She was making a pizza pie and learned about 3.14. In addition, we have an after-school program where we get the teens to come in, hang out in the activity room. That middle bubble is about 30 to 40 kids. Typically it's about 30 to 50 kids come into the activity room after school while they're waiting for a ride home and socializing with their friends. When we had talked to the kids about, well, what kind of programs can we offer for teens after school, and And the feedback that we got from them was, we've been in school all day, we really just want to charge our phones and hang out and chat with our friends and stuff. So we thought that would be a great thing, you know, to sometimes try to incorporate some kind of mentally stimulating things. We have a lady who works with teens at Coyle Middle School one day a week, and she comes to the library frequently also to talk to them about things that may be weighing on their mind, or, you know, planning or self-esteem and stuff like that. Last year, we hired someone to take care of our adult programs because we did not have anyone previously focusing on just adult programs. So now we're offering more adult programs than we ever have in the past. In the past, we would do consistently a senior book club, but then otherwise, we would occasionally do maybe a Medicaid program, or we would have Texas Workforce Commission come in. But now we're doing things like 2 Monday evenings a month. We have Maker Mondays for adults. And they can come in, and we have a cricket machine, I never pronounced that right, cricket machine that helps them cut out little designs in vinyl or whatever. In the upper left-hand picture, they're making bookmarks out of plastic resin. We've also done calligraphy, block printing, a little bit of sewing and knitting and crochet. So it's mostly for adults who want to come in and not have somebody pester them for a juice box, and they just want to talk to other adults. We've also been hosting trivia nights, coffee tastings, resume writing, and job search skill classes, in addition to the ESL and GED classes that we've hosted before. We also have family programs. Some of our most popular events are family-oriented programs where kids and adults enjoy some together time as they learn about cultural celebrations and book topics. Cultural celebrations like Holi and New Year, the upper right-hand corner where it looks just like a big mess, they are learning about Holi, which is a Hindu celebration of color. It also celebrates families and spring. And traditionally, people gather in the streets and throw pigment at each other, and it's a real messy event. We decided not to have it quite so messy, so we had volunteers shred bags and bags of colored paper, and then as the kids, learned about the festival, they got to make a big mess. And it was a lot of fun. We've also done things like Lunar New Year. So they get to engage their imaginations and say explore the worlds of superheroes or Star Wars characters. In the past year, we also were recognized. We were awarded the Achievement of Excellence by the Texas Municipal of Library Directors for the 17th year in a row. I've got a few other statistics. We answered 2,509 questions about the use of technology. And this is, I don't know how to print on the public computer. Which button do I press? How do I attach this file to my email? How do I email my resume to myself? How do I print my resume? How do I download books onto my Kindle? So those are the type of questions that we had asked, or that we had answered. We were visited more than 84,000 times. We issued 1,823 library cards. And over 10,000 people in Rowlett currently have a library card. We checked out 156,277 physical items and 52,112 electronic items. Patrons initiated over 6,000 print jobs, and the public computers were used over 2,000 times. With the print jobs, and it became very essential during the pandemic when we were not allowing people to get on the computers because, everybody was trying to keep everything nice and clean and everybody healthy. We have a service called Printer On that allows people to connect to the public printer, and they can connect to it through their smartphones or their laptops. So people have used that a great deal. Even you can use it from home. We have a lot of people who, on the way to a job interview, they'll send their resume to be printed at our public printer. They'll stop by, pick up a copy of the resume, and then go on to their job interview. So it's a very, very good service that a lot of people have utilized and liked. So while these may sound like great statistics, we're not really making the progress that we would like. This year, we don't have a financial ask. And the primary reason is because we don't have a compelling story of success. We can't say, oh, look at how great the trend is going, give us more money. We have a story of struggle. Despite our best efforts, we're not thriving like we'd like to. Our recent struggles are due to COVID. In 2019, our card holders who could come in and check out materials were 13,829. At the end of fiscal year 2021, that dropped to 10,194. The circulation, digital and physical circulation, at the end of fiscal year 2019, 325,783 items had been checked out. That has dropped to 208,389. Another reason that seems to kind of set us back is relocations. As you can see from the table, we started out in 2014 with our visitors. We had over 167,000 visiting us, and then we relocated people. We found that even though Rowlett is not that large, and we didn't move, miles and miles and miles away from the original location when we relocated to 5702 Rowlett Road, we got out of people's routine. You kind of have your autopilot on the way home, you've got your things that you do, and we got out of people's radar as we relocated. And so, at 5702, we worked to kind of bump that number up, and then we moved again, and that kind of hit us again. So then in 2019, we were working to get those numbers improving again, and then COVID. So this year, we're really hoping to keep getting a good trend. Summer reading kicks off on Saturday, and as of yesterday morning, we had almost 300 people signed up for it. So we are really excited about this year with our summer reading program. Summer reading is typically our busiest time of year. The schools are closed, so the kids can't check out library books from the schools. We make a really big push to get the kids engaged in reading and coming to the library with special programs, having an animal act come out, having Garland Symphony Orchestra come out and let the kids learn about music and play around on some of their instruments. So we're really, really hoping that this year we get a lot more than we have. Of course, definitely more than we did last year, the year before, but we're wanting to really start getting closer to those 2019 numbers again. Right now, some of the other things that we're doing, we're applying for grants for funding. In the spring, we applied for a Texas Reads grant to help out with summer reading for next summer for over $5,000. And we applied for a special projects grant to help us get more Wi-Fi hotspots, and that was for $5,415. We were recommended for those. We'll find out if we get final approval in August. So we're very excited about that. One of the newest endeavors that we've been doing is our Wi-Fi hotspot checkouts. When we first got those, the service on them was not great. We just recently improved the service on that. We tested it out by streaming, having an iPad that was streaming television media for several days, and so we're quite pleased with the service now, and so we're going to ramp up our marketing again with that. And we didn't want to do too much marketing when we didn't think it was great service, because we didn't want patrons to kind of get a bad taste in their mouth about that. So we're excited to really make a good push for that. And that's all of our presentation.
Yeah, can you go back to that slide?
Yes.
All right, I have a little different perspective, just to say, obviously, every time we make a change, that does upset the apple cart in terms of people's patterns and the things that they do on a regular basis. The other thing is, what I see on this, we are making progress after COVID. You got to remember, we were shut down, physically shut down for a very long time at the library. I really appreciate, the curbside service that we did for people who were not willing to bring their kids in or come in, even once we kind of started opening the doors. But I look at this and I see hope that people are starting to come back now. We're kind of past the peak of COVID. I think it will continue to grow. And as you kind of look at the library visitors, each time we had a change, you could see the numbers start to come back up. Change, numbers start coming back up, and then of course COVID was just brutal. But I look at this and I see the progress, and I think also adding the adult programs, I think is going to be bringing people in that maybe haven't always thought about the library. I'm a prolific reader, but I primarily read digital. So some people are making that choice. And they made that choice during COVID because they love reading to read digitally. They can check them out digitally, rather than come in and get a physical book. But this is one of the reasons why we really kind of need to offer both digital and physical. Everybody is different, I have a lot of family members who also read, but they want to touch and feel the book. My dad, he highlights stuff in a book, which is why we don't let him have library books. So everybody's a little different. So I look at this and I see hope. And I just wanted to say, I believe they're doing just a jam-up job and trying to meet the needs of our whole population. And I think slowly they're coming back.
First, I'd say I always tried to buy the used textbooks that had the highlighting in them, so I could just read the highlighting part and take the test.
Save time.
So I'm curious, do we have, so we have good numbers here around visits and about checkouts. Do we have any understanding of how many unique individuals those checkouts represent? Because some people come in, they're just browsing, kids come in, that kind of thing. What is our unique population over the course of the year who have checked things out? How many people is that?
How many of those cards are active, I guess, would be the question.
Well, we have 500,000, no, I'm sorry, adding numbers up. No, 208,000 digital and physical circulation. How many people is that?
Right, and we have 10,000 cards, so.
Is it the same 200 people or
right.
is it? Yeah.
How many are using those cards?
We could get that for you.
Yeah.
So I was going to ask the question about the number of card holders dropping. What causes a card holder to become inactive? I assume people are not going to the library and saying, I'd like to cancel my library card, please. That doesn't seem like a thing.
Every 2 years, it has to be renewed.
Gotcha.
And we do that because we want the most current information. Sometimes we get people who come in and they will have huge amounts of fines, and when we point out to them, okay, we mailed you 2 notices, we reminded you, oh, I haven't lived at that address in years. Well, that's why we're trying to renew those, and that's why we've asked that information to keep that current. And you can just call us to renew your card. So when people drop off, it's either because they haven't used the library, maybe they came in and got a card to use a public computer and then haven't come back. So it's just not continuing to use the library, which causes them to drop off.
So do you notify people when their card's about to expire?
Yeah, they get a notification 14 days before it's going to expire.
Or it just expired like mine did. But I renewed it. I want to ask you a question. I see it's 10,194 card holders as of 2021. And there are about 74,000 people in Rowlett. I think we should up that a little.
We definitely want to up that. One of the things that we're doing is trying to work with, we were approached by the Garland library system. They're working with the schools to increase the number of students who have library cards. So we are working with them and SACSI in trying to do more outreach in the schools where the librarians are visiting the students We're going to literacy activities, going to PTA meetings, and also trying to find a way to, as the students are being signed up and registering for school, being able to access or get access to a library card there. One of the things that Phil and I are working on is the Garland and Saxe libraries. You can apply online for a digital access card. And if you want physical materials, then you come into the library and get the physical card, but you can get the digital card beforehand. And so we're exploring that and how to get that going so that we can make it easier to get a library card. If people have mobility or transportation issues, we can maybe reach them in that situation. We're also trying to do a lot more outreach. You've seen us at the farmers markets, just trying to get out in the community more. We're wanting to start working more with local businesses, maybe go out to a Tom Thumb like the Girl Scouts, sign up people as they're going into Tom Thumb. We'd really like to be able to do that on this side of Rowlett, since Rowlett's kind of the two divisions and we're physically located in one. We'd like to do a lot more outreach into the other side of Rowlett to kind of draw those users over. So we have some good plans about marketing and also marketing to the apartments, because we know that that's a lot of people and that's something we're not tapping into. So we've worked with some of the apartment managers and they have said, well, we want something digital to be able to distribute to our tenants. So we're getting that together to be able to share that and hopefully bring in even more people. Because yeah, you're right, that 10,000 when we have so many in Rowlett, that really does kind of make us hang our heads.
Are most of the children getting their own cards, or do you think parents may be checking out cards for all of their kids? So that would kind of skew that number in terms of just looking at number of cards. There would actually be more people using the library.
Parents have different ways to approach that. Some parents like being able to access more items, so that they get a card, they make sure that their kids all have a card. Then there are parents who look at that and go, that seems like a nightmare trying to keep up with all the cards. Mom's gonna have a card, and if it doesn't, if you can't check it out on mom's card, you can't check it out. So it's just different parents have different ways of approaching it. Some parents see the library card as kind of a rite of passage. When you get to a certain age, you get a library card. We're also working with our Friends of the Library group. They have an initiative called Books for Babies, where they have little book packets with Rowlett library information. It's getting to the newborns at Baylor Hospital and encouraging them to sign up for a library card, participate in a program that we have called 1KBK, or 1,000 Books Before Kindergarten. And that's where you read 1,000 books to your baby before kindergarten, which sounds like a lot. Some parents, you tell them that and their eyes just glaze over and they think 1,000 books, no. But we break it down into 200 increments. Every 200 books, bring in your little reading log. You don't have to bring the titles. You just draw a little X on the circles every book you read. When you come to story time, Miss Lauren reads 3 books. There's 3 of your books right there. Parents out there, when you read the book to your kid and they're like, read it again, read it again. Each time, that counts, because that repetition is actually good for them. It drives you crazy, but it's actually great for your kids. So that's another way that we're trying to, reach the kids and get them into library cards and early literacy just from the get-go.
So in terms of our physical circulation, I imagine you track the different areas of the library of what's popular and what's not.
Yeah.
That's something you can share with us?
The most popular is...
So kind of our top 3 sections, there's juvenile fiction, which is chapter books for school-age kids, picture books, and then DVDs. DVDs is one of those things that was really, really big pre-COVID, but the lockdowns kind of pushed everybody to Netflix. They didn't have a Netflix account yet, so that's gone down some. But those are still our 3 kind of biggest sections. And that's one of those things that year by year we kind of tweak the physical materials allocation based off of the stuff that's the most popular gets more money, that we're responding to what people were interested in.
And what's our acquisition budget for materials every year, do we know?
We can send it to you. I'm not sure
Just
right,
kinda curious.
line item right off the top of our head, but we'll get it to you.
Laura, in terms of the 10,000, I assume you have to be a Rowlett resident to get a Rowlett library card, is that correct?
No.
You do not, okay. So do we know the breakdown of what that looks like in terms of how many of those are actually Rowlett residents versus?
The last time we checked, I think it was like 75 to 80% were
Okay.
Rowlett residents.
That's really good to hear, because I was concerned in marketing to Garland ISD, being an open district, it might be difficult to get the kids that go to Rowlett schools have to live in Rowlett to get a Rowlett library card, right? So if we're just saying, get a library card from wherever your home city is, that's one thing. But if we're saying, let's get a Rowlett library card, that's a different message.
And we have patrons who live in Rockwall or live in Saxe, and they come to our library and they come to our story times and they tell us that they like our library better, they like our story times better. We've had a lot of moms tell us, I've gone to a bunch of story times, you guys do it the best. We also have had a lot of people tell us that, yeah, the Rockwall library is bigger, but your service is better. Your personalized service is better. And that's one thing that Phil and I have really, really stressed to our staff is, hey, we may not be able to compete budget-wise with the bigger libraries, space-wise with other libraries, but we can compete with the service that we offer.
Yeah.
And so we're just trying every day to go above and beyond and make sure that we make that impression on people.
I'm just gonna tell you all, if you ever go up there doing story time for the kids, move. Just get out of the way, because kids gonna run over you. I'd love it. I'll stand up there and going, oh, I think I better move. They just, we like story time. Little people like this, they would say, you all have it really good.
They know where they're going.
They know where they're going, and
Right.
don't stand in their
I think
way.
what's really unique about our library is also the space, and when you go to that library, it doesn't really feel like a traditional library. It's just something different that you don't really see often, and I think that's just the space utilization. One question I had was on security. I know that I'm sure security has improved. You know, when school lets out, you have, you know, the COIL kids that try to create some problems sometimes, and so with the Marshall program that we're using, the Marshals, I assume that's working out well. Has it helped prevent a lot of those mischief?
It has. Over the years, our approach to the kids has changed somewhat also, in just trying to accommodate the library for everyone. We now ask the kids when they come in after school, if you're going to chat with your friends, please go in the activity room. Otherwise, if you're staring at your phone, watching things, you know, or studying, you can hang out anywhere else in the library. But the chatting, go in the activity room. We have more teeth in that when there are marshals there.
Yeah.
Before we had the marshals, you know, I can remember approaching kids. Okay, so in this area you can't eat. If you go in this area, you can. And the kid was just standing there and then intentionally being obnoxious with his talkies, just talking with his mouth open. Why not? And just spilling crumbs everywhere because it was a defiance thing. It was, you're not my teacher. You're not my parent. You don't even know who I am. What are you going to do about it, lady? And so it was a challenge. Another challenge we saw before we had marshals or police presence was citizens were trying to help us out. And that didn't
Yeah,
go
that
over
doesn't
well.
work out very well.
I saw a grown man bow up at a 14-year-old girl because she said something sassy to the man's wife. You know, what are you going to do about it? And that was very, very scary to see a grown, huge man and a little sassy 14-year-old girl who, you know, right or wrong, she really didn't deserve that, you know. So that has also helped out immensely. So we really, really appreciate that presence. We do notice if for some reason they're running late or, you know, have to be taken away, it does get more tense. There is more of a tendency.
The
for
kids
a
will take
fight
advantage
to
of that
start.
absence.
They
and-
know when they're there, they know when they're not there, and they're aware of it. Also, seeing them interact positively with police is a really good thing. When you see a group of kids standing around one of the officers, asking him questions about his job, or just asking him questions in general about stuff going on, it's great to see that relationship, especially with all of the stuff we hear about now about police attitudes and stuff. It's great to see the kids
So
having
it's
a good
positive for many reasons, so that's a good
Yes,
thing.
yes.
Also helps you catch people that throw rocks at glass.
Throw rocks at York City Hall windows, yeah.
That's true.
I don't run fast enough, so
Yeah.
to be smarter.
Get Randy out there chasing you down. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Laura. Thanks, Phil.
You're welcome, thank you.
Good job, guys.
Guys,
Guys, we're going to take a break.
Yeah, let's do
And
it.
when we come back, we'll keep on at it.
So, city manager's office. City manager's office actually only has one major request. A little bit about the city manager's office. This is our org chart, if you will. Obviously, you know Brian, the city manager, and me, the loud man. And Siri, who wants to help. We also have an executive assistant, Yvette, which most of you have met. In our communications department, we have Denise Perrin, who's the communication relation manager. Denise is really our go-to for social media. She pretty much proofs every single department, everything they do, makes sure that it flows easy and is easy to understand. Creative services producer Drew, the guy behind the scene. And then last year, we also added digital media special Hannah, and so you guys have seen Hannah on all the Fridays at 5, right? She is a huge asset to our team and has been a huge asset to that communications team and being an extra arm. Drew and Denise were overwhelmed with the amount of things that they managed for the city. I mean, they Drew videos every council meeting. He does. Yesterday, he was at City Hall all day preparing videos for the CIPTF. So he's kind of our one-stop shop on videoing, and then Drew and Hannah, Denise and Hannah help him out with, Hannah writes a lot of the scripts. She writes a lot of the Friday at 5. She writes and produces that. And then in our grant office, some of you may or may not have met Ron Harper. He's our grant coordinator, and Ron is a busy guy. He is a licensed attorney in the state of Louisiana. He should shortly be, it takes a little longer, so he had to convert everything, but he will also be a licensed attorney in the state of Texas. He is not a practicing attorney, so he doesn't do that on the side, but he and Berman do talk the same language, so that makes it very helpful when you are reviewing grant contracts and funding agreements and that type of stuff. Ron is not a standalone grant person. Wendy also has a grant accountant that he works very, very closely with. For the financial side of it and ensuring all the funding is where it needs to be. And then Ron also has a representative from every single department that partners with him to write grants, right? His expertise is not necessarily what Public Works or Parks or Police does. His expertise is turning what they do into something that will get us money, for lack of a better way of putting that. And then that's the strategic plan item that most of the things we do fall under is governed transparently and inclusively. So this was one request that Drew actually had. Our sign in front of City Hall is, I think, almost 10 years old now, so it's kind of coming to the point that it's time to upgrade it. Brian can probably better explain PEG funds, but Drew will be purchasing this and replacing the sign out front. This sign is a little bit bigger. It's a little taller. It's not necessarily wider. It has remote access using the cloud. It'll have a higher resolution, so instead of just flashing messages that you currently see, he could even show a video. Like if we had an event downtown, he could show a video on that screen while that event was going on. And our current screen takes a lot of love from Drew. You will frequently see him out there buried underneath a big lift-up screen doing different things, resetting it. And this way, he will be able to do 99% of that using the cloud. And we likely will reuse the current screen somewhere, maybe in front of the RCC, maybe a different location. It will continue to need a lot of love, but it still works. It just is time for something that runs 24/7 to get an upgrade.
One thing I'll just, so the PEG is Public Education and Government. So it's a fund that comes in through our cable franchise fees. And by law, it can only be used for very specific things. We can buy equipment, for example, to help run our RTN 16 channel. We can put this sign in. We cannot use it to pay salaries. We cannot use it for other equipment. It has to go for this purpose. And so we've milked the other one for as long as we can. This other one will be slightly larger. And of course, because of technology, be much stronger, much better. So,
When we gonna put it in?
what's that?
When we gonna put it in?
Same spot.
Yeah.
No.
It'll go,
Oh,
after
the fall.
October 1st,
Yeah.
he'll get it ordered, and I think he actually works with a local company in Rowlett to do
Yeah,
this,
it's
Dactonics,
DCI.
right?
Yes,
Dactonics.
DCI.
Yeah.
DCI. So that's who he uses, and they're in town, and they are prepared. They know Drew. They helped Drew put this project together, so they are prepared for that order to come. Now,
Really glad you're going to reuse the old sign.
Yes, somewhere. We haven't decided what that looks like yet, but we
Martin
will
66.
reuse it.
I'm always full of wild ideas. Do we ever sell ad space on this?
Not typically. Typically, it focuses specifically on city events and city information, and it will take several minutes to run through just the city information.
Yeah.
One thing I will say is that if we did, then it kind of takes away from the
Yeah.
purpose of what PEG funds are supposed
Oh,
to be
that's true.
about. Now, you still might be able to do an allocation, like how much of it would be commercial, paid by commercial fees, and how much PEG would pay for. But I think we'd be challenged to fund all of it out of PEG funds and then charge
An
commercial
offsetting
fees.
maintenance or something like that, and,
Yeah.
you know, restrict it to local business or something like that, not, you know. I'll always be looking for funding sources.
I don't think we wanna mix that.
I would worry that people might start to disregard it if they see that it's just got
Yeah.
advertisements on it too. They might
Yeah,
even,
they stop watching.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It takes a while for it to
Some of the Super
roll
Bowl
through.
commercials are pretty good.
To roll through just city events.
I
And with
doubt these
video,
would
it'll be
be that
great
good,
for
though.
stuff we have downtown as well. All right, so on to the next one. We are requesting a little bit of a change in our grant office this year. We currently have a grants coordinator. Ron came to us with an immense amount of experience, but he was very ready to move to Dallas from New Orleans, and so we got super lucky. Ron wrote grants for the mayor's office for the city of New Orleans. He worked for the Port Authority in New Orleans and wrote and managed all their grants, including all their FEMA and flood grants. And so he came to us with a ton of experience, and he is doing an amazing job. He's currently managing about $7 million in grants just on the surface, and has applied for 13 more grants, and I can get you the total amount. I can't do that much math in my head. And so what we would like to do with the grant office is promote our current grant coordinator to a grant manager. As you know, and we will talk through this, anytime you get money, it comes with things that have to be done because you have that money, right? Reporting, working with Kim, pre-planning all of that to make sure that there is going to be money and that we have those matching funds if there is matching funds. We talked about the COPS grant. It's great to fill out the application, but you got to have that matching money in order to supplement it on the other side, safer grants, the whole 9 yards. So what we're asking is to transfer Ron from a grant coordinator to a grant manager, and then basically hire a grant coordinator who simply writes grants, right? Ron is building a database of information that can go in grants, so that every time we tell the Rowlett story, we're telling it the exact same way, using the exact same population number, giving the exact same data facts. And then he would be able to work with our grant coordinator to make sure that they could just turn out applications and allow Ron to focus more on the follow through of that grant and the management of that grant. While some of the offset of the salaries could be partially funded through grant awards, we have not done that in the past. But a lot of grants will allow you to apply for funding for administration. And so he started, as he looks at grants now, he looks at, is that an option in a budget item, is for the administration of that grant. So it could be partially funded. It would be very hard for me today to say, oh, we're going to fund $10,000 of it or 12. It's going to vary by grant, and it's going to vary by situation. But he will begin to include that as part of his request where available.
That goes back to what you were saying, Brian, is that, looking for other sources.
Yeah.
And he himself has brought that to our attention,
Yeah.
that that a lot of these grants have the administrative overhead that he can also do. And even if it's not paying for the grant people, it can help with accounting, for whatever the administrative burden is. And it's a significant burden to help to manage these grants. Some of the reporting you have to do, and some of the other operating departments who actually manage the project that the grant is paying for may not have the expertise or even the time to do that kind of reporting. And you do not want to miss a reporting date or get in trouble because you're not doing what you need to do. I'm not worried as much for the audit part of it as I am about them blackballing you or denying your ability to get future grants. And so it's a big risk.
I had a nice eye-opener looking through the last package with the details on all the federal requirements that go along with that, things that you have to.
And it's very interesting because, once you begin to get grants, once you kind of get out there and start getting grants, and we took a long time getting this program off the ground, and Ron has been a lifesaver because he knew what he was doing, so he was able to come in and say, Angie, this is how we're going to do it. Nope, that doesn't work. This is some elements that work, but this is the rest of it, and he's been very successful. But a lot of times, we recently got what's called a SECO grant, and I can't tell you what SECO stands for, but we got a SECO grant which provided LED lighting for our public works and our animal shelter. So we were already under construction, our animal shelter worked out perfect. We were able to convert all of those to LED. The distributing agency loved the program we did, so they called and said, we have this much more money, where can you spend it? Oh, well, no problem. We can, he picks up the phone and calls Mike Lasby and says, where can we spend it? Mike Lasby says, community development, we can convert them. And so that's the very cool part about having a dedicated person that does that is Ron is building relationships with these folks. New Directions, and we're going to talk through what a New Directions grant looks like. It's one of the highest, it has a ton of reporting and things that have to be done, but they call and say, hey, we may be able to extend this a third year. Are you interested? Yes, we're definitely interested. Can you do video presentations to other agencies who have our funding that aren't spending it right? Yes, we can do that. So PD and Ron go out. We ended up with our counselor as part of our crisis intervention program. Marianne is funded through that grant. And Dallas County is continuously calling Ron and saying, can you do a presentation to so-and-so to show them how you're doing this and how you're tracking it so that they can do it? And there's a lot of folks in that grant that haven't been spending their money. And so they're like, okay, we'll give it back to us. We'll give it to them for a third year extension. So those possibilities and relationships are built. So just a little bit about grants. We apply for federal, state, and foundation or organizational grants. A federal application takes about 120 hours to complete, and that is a team of people putting that information together. State applications take about 60 hours, and foundation applications take 30. That comes with the amount of funding, right? A foundation isn't going to give us $1.5 million, where a FEMA grant we might get 1.5 or 1.3. We have a couple of different ones that we've applied for generators that are nearly $1.4 million. So they obviously have the largest awards, but they also have the largest burdens. State provides currently the most opportunity, so the governor's office constantly watching and applying for those grants. And foundations tend to be the hardest for city governments to get. They tend to look for 501c3, so Ron has partnered with our Friends of the Library and our Friends of the Animal Shelter to look at some of those grants so that their 501c3s can play into that. Most grants take about 1 to 6 months from proposal to award decision, right? So they put it out, and grants also are cyclical, so they happen like March, April, and September, October, and they kind of all hit at one time. Some don't, but that's the big chunk of them do. Once we receive the funding, we have to manage the purchasing, the reporting, and then that's our current grant team, right? Grant coordinator, grant accountant, and liaisons from every department. So this is just one grant. This is our New Directions grant, which supplemented the crisis intervention team with a full-time counselor for 2 years, and then some additional program funding. And so this is kind of what goes into getting ready for a grant and then managing a grant. So it took them multiple months to get the application completed. Ron working with JJ and Chad over in crisis intervention, working with Steve Ferry, getting, they take letters of support. They have to put together all the raw data. We have a ton of data, but we have to then convert it to a format that we can explain to people and that makes sense. So info from police calls, assistance calls. This one also required a PowerPoint that we had to send in with it that kind of talked through our program. Then there are the multiple drafts. Ron goes through 6 or 7 drafts for every grant he does, sends it to the department, sends it to me, and then finally Brian has it to review and sign before we submit. Some of them require a resolution before we can submit it. So if we submit a Texas Parks and Wildlife grant, they want to know council will give whatever funding we need to do that. So you'll see some of those come across. Anytime there's a Texas Parks and Wildlife grant out there, we have to have a resolution before we can even submit our application, which is just a commitment of matching funds or a portion of matching funds.
And one thing I'll tell you is that from time to time, we're going to come to you guys when our share of the cost will be so big that we can't cover it internally. You know, a lot of times if I need $10,000, I can find that for a match. But if I need $1 million or $500,000, I'm going to talk to you guys about it first before we submit the grant.
Should we look in the future creating a separate fund for grant matching allocation?
What do you mean grant matching allocation?
Have a separate fund that has money living in it so that when a grant opportunity comes, we have talked about that. When a grant
I see.
opportunity comes
Yeah.
available, there's $50,000 sitting there.
Yeah.
So far, it's been where we worked with the departments to make that happen, right? So it would reduce the cost in something else to get this grant, so we were able to match those. You may remember, Blake, back earlier in the spring, we brought the Toller Toller Business Park
Right.
grant, and we had found funding sources, but it
Yes.
was like $1.3 million, and they call and say, oh yeah, we don't need that on March 15th, we need that today, we need it by Friday. It's like, okay, so awesome, Ron's amazing, puts it all together, we go to Brian, and then we brought that back to council to have a discussion about kind of what we do and
So
where we
most of the
find that
time
fund.
we can make miracles happen.
That has been the
But-
case up to date, yes.
Yeah, but there may be, maybe that's something in the
Wendy's
future.
Magic Pots back there, that's who we call.
Right. Yeah, maybe a future strategy
Absolutely.
is to create a separate fund
Absolutely.
for the grants office for matching.
Yeah.
Somewhat related thought, some of these grants, like the SAFER grant, funds staff for a period of time, which then creates a contingent liability for the city.
Yeah.
Are we tracking those so that we see those on a year-by-year basis?
Oh, yeah.
Next
Can
Thursday.
we see that as part of the budget submissions?
going
We
to
know
see
where
that.
we're going?
Yeah.
We're
Okay.
calling it landmine planning.
Yeah.
Right.
Where are we going to step off into it in the future that we're going to have to jump through hoops to cover, budgetarily? And so Wendy and her team been working on this for months now, and we will have that ready to go next Thursday.
And so you guys have been looking at this. There's the submittal of it. There's like for this one, it specifically had to have a presentation to Dallas County before they would accept our application. Then, once it's awarded, Ron steps in with his not attorney hat and starts negotiating the ILA, the matching funding agreements. He works directly with Berman. He is not our city attorney, so he does work directly with Berman to ensure that all the contracts have all the language that our city attorney needs. He brings it to council for approval. He does, several presentations a year to council for different approval. He works with Kim then. Ron, I think, enters it into our accounting software and then works with Kim to get that all managed. He works with our purchasing department on procurement to make sure we're following all the rules. He has a lot of FEMA grant experience, purchasing experience, and FEMA is one of the toughest. And so because of that, he can also work with our purchasing department to make sure that we're filling all those rules, and then there's 2 sets of eyes on the rule following as opposed to just one. Works with, for this particular grant, then had to work with PD and HR on getting that mental health coordinator hired, making sure that it fit the standards of the grant. Did we hire all the qualifications we were supposed to? Ongoing participation meetings with Dallas County, those are quarterly. Reporting for this grant is due quarterly. And he has to constantly submit our budget updates. We've gotten 2 grants from COG. One is the recycle van, which you've seen, and one is a lake cleanup grant. That's another one. It's not a ton of money, but it is a ton of paperwork and reporting, and it's a cool program. They are providing us a trailer and a side-by-side specifically for lake cleanup, homeless cleanup, or any kind of lake cleanup. And so he works very closely with Public Works, but those grants take a ton of reporting. And there's sometimes reimbursement. So then they have to get all the paperwork and submit that. And then this one obviously had a 1-year extension that happened this April, and we have the potential to have another one. So that's just one example. Robert told me my numbers aren't right on that, but it is a 2-part. So it is the promotion of the grants coordinator to the grants manager, and then hiring someone that would focus more on just continually putting out grant applications. Right now, Ron is juggling it. It is tough though for him, and I get a lot of emails on the weekends and at night where he's, oh my gosh, I got to do this, right? He also provides, and I think you've seen this, the grant snapshot each month. By the 15th of the month, he and Kim, it's not just Ron, Kim put together, along with all of the departments, a full layout of the different, what all is going on, kind of a highlight, and then grant by grant, what has been submitted and is in the works, what we have submitted, and what's coming up. So he's constantly tracking those upcoming grants as well. And that's really the only request from the one from Drew, which will be purchased out of the PEG funds, and then the grant coordinator.
So, question. There's been discussion over the last few years about considering a downtown manager. Would that live in city manager's office or Parks and Recreation?
Or economic
A
development.
downtown manager typically lives in a city manager's office while they get started, because they coordinate with a bunch of different departments.
Correct.
But then they may live somewhere else based on whatever, ED, planning.
So is that something to discuss for y'all's?
It is on your strategic priority list, so we're going to send you some more information about that. That's one of the ones that made the strategic priority list for
Right.
council, so it wasn't necessarily a department budget request, I don't think. I don't remember it being a department budget
No.
request.
And remember, we had told you that when you scored all the ones, we would take that group and do some additional analysis, so that will be coming back to
Okay.
you.
And there's details in there. Last year when we had talked about it, we'll have the salary amount, and then we had it actually reporting to the city manager's office as it started, so that it could work with economic development,
Right.
community development, and Parks and Rec, because they kind of all three flow together.
Okay. Well, then I'll.
And
That's
we're
my
running
past
short
experience.
of office space with everybody, so we're gonna have to put them in your home.
Take it.
Is that all right?
Like, somebody told me I could have his office.
I'll borrow. Angie and I will
Yeah,
have the cubicle.
I told him, I said, I'm gonna need your office. I was joking, and he said, okay, whatever.
All
So,
right.
he can come work at my
We're
office.
Well,
gonna come back
Angie
on
and I are
that.
going to use cubicles
Yeah,
now.
you can get one of those big tables like economic development has. Any other questions about city manager's office? If not, we're gonna skip Laura because she's doing hers during lunch, and I'm gonna bring up Public Works. I have Public Works and Parks here a little bit early. Laura will send you those because we have some time before lunch will be here at 11:30. So we're a little ahead of schedule.
Is it fair to say that through the additional grants that we would apply for, with the addition of this other person and the promotion of Ron, that this position would in a way pay for itself through the additional grant funding, in a way?
One would hope, yes. I think it will take us a while to get there. Some grants won't allow you to pay for personnel, right?
Right.
A management,
Not-
the administration of it.
Not in that way,
But yes, in the dollars they
Right.
get for the city, I
The
would
benefit to the
argue-
city-
I mean, he's managing right now $7 million, right, that we didn't have before. And
Right.
so part of that is some of the safer stuff, but like right now, he's applied for the COPS grant. He's applied for 2 generator grants that are $1.4 million apiece. So that's money we would have had to find other places if we
Right.
didn't have a grant writer. So in
That's
that,
it, yes.
in that frame of mind, absolutely.
Right,
A non-direct.
right.
In an indirect.
Yeah.
In a direct, he is already looking at how can I implement a portion of that to be administration, which eventually would pay for, Kim is, our grant accountant is currently covered with ARPA funds, I believe. So that's part of our landmine planning, but it could cover part of her salary and then part of Ron and the grant coordinator.
You can't say
Because I view a lot of these things as longer-term investments. We're investing in people that will benefit the city and its residents in a very long-term
I
way.
do want to say this, in another city I worked in that had a grant writer, they always earn 2 to 3 to 5 times their salary. Now, not to pay their salary, but because of the benefit. I think the worst year was mostly, I think it was one-on-one, and that was just because the grants had dried up for a short period of time. So it definitely does. But again, you got to get the person in, you got to get them started and up and going, so.
I like the idea of the coordinator for succession planning as well.
When we started going down this journey, council was also advocating for it as well. And we tried part-time, and we hired somebody who immediately got called away to service and got deployed, came back for a very short period of time, then left again, and for different reasons, left. So we tried to fill it again. It was so hard to fill part-time. We came back to council and said, we just need to make this job full-time and get us a better shot at it. So it's been a hard to fill position, for one. Now we've got, I believe, the right program in place, the right person in place, and we need to support that. We really, really do.
He also does a lot of work with the strategic plan too, and it's one of the things he's kind of shown an interest in. He ties every grant that we apply for to a strategic plan goal, to a strategic plan priority and goal. And so that is a great selling point for him, but he also knows the entire strategic plan better than anybody besides me. And so he helps me kind of manage the updates and the different stuff that come in because he just knows it so well, and he can help provide those updates too. All right. No more questions. We're going to jump to Ronnie O'Brien and Mike Lasby from Public Works.
Good morning, y'all. All right, this morning. Thank you for getting us in before lunch. So you'll look at our department focus is achieving and maintaining full staff, and we're currently 4 down in water right now and fully staffed in all of our other divisions. So we're actively looking for people every day, but we're making it work with what we have. So part of our focus is to provide best-in-class service, provide solutions for partner departments. We work real closely with economic development and community development with their engineering departments, so it's almost a daily basis that we work with them. We're completing a water study as we speak, so we'll have some new challenges ahead of us and maybe some solutions. We will be looking to complete a wastewater study in the future and complete a pavement assessment. And I know y'all have been briefed about the pavement assessment, so Mike Lasby's heading up that end of the pavement assessment. We got some initial information on it yesterday, but our numbers will be coming out in July, right? Our PCI numbers, so. Early July, we should have initial run. So you'll see us.
I'm scared.
Come out before council with
Probably
them
a good emotion to
and
have,
present it.
Yeah.
So it may be better than we think. We never know.
That's positive.
It's
Ronnie, will
gotta
you
be
share,
positive. Yes.
just before you do this, will you share just a little bit about that pavement assessment? Because it's not just about what condition, it's
Right.
the
So-
condition all the way down, it's street
Yes.
signs. Will you share a
So
little
the
bit about that?
pavement, Mike, you want to do that? Go ahead.
Sure.
Yeah. He's our-
So, traditionally, we've done our pavement assessment in a manual fashion. So we would send staff out and they would sample roadways. They'd look at a 15-foot section of pavement down a series of panels on the street and assess the cracks and things of that nature. This assessment is one where a van drives the entirety of our streets and alleys and takes not only photographs but in-depth measurements of the pavement, and then captures right-of-way assets as well. For example, sidewalks, signs, ramps, things of that nature. So not only will we be getting a report back on the condition of the street, but it will be the whole street and not just samples of sections of the street as we had previously done. Our plan would be to do this probably every 4 years. So we'll be making some budget moves hopefully to make that happen. But the initial one is going to provide us with a very detailed level of data and information that we currently don't have. So that's going to be a big plus for us to kind of work our plan for keeping our roads, keeping the good roads good and adequately applying our remediation efforts on the roads that need help. And alleys too, because alleys are a huge issue, not only for folks that have to drive them, trash trucks, residents and such, but they're integral to our drainage as well. So.
One thing I will add is that van does a LiDAR. It has a LiDAR on it, which will go down below the surface. So when you have a visual representation of what the street is, it's up to what that person is seeing. You know, if you put two people out there, they may say two different things. This thing will literally go down below the subgrade, and it'll identify poor subgrades. That's usually the failure of most pavements and asphalts is poor subgrade. So if we can identify poor subgrade, that'll give us a better idea on how to rebuild or bring that street back up to an acceptable PCI.
Can I ask a question on that?
Yeah.
Okay. So have we considered if it's even feasible to purchase one of those vehicles ourselves to do more frequent than 4-year PCI assessments to track rate of deterioration? Is 4 years the best practice?
Typically, 4 years is about the best practice.
Okay.
What we've previously been doing is segregating the city into quadrants and doing one quadrant per year.
Right.
And just from an industry standard, there isn't that much deterioration. It's not that quick. So we kind of, off of one assessment, we can design our plans around what roads need remediation and then follow it up in a 4-year cycle.
Yeah, especially with that LiDAR, if you're able to see a poor subgrade, that will tell you how quickly to project the deterioration of that.
That's exactly what they'll come back, and you'll notice they'll do a presentation for council once we get all the information in of how to keep a road that's, let's say, at a 55 PCI at a 55 or better. So where to invest your money in the best place is what they'll be able to tell you. And that'll be up to council to decide at that point. It will require funding, of course, but we, like I say, we may have some, we've done a lot of street repair, and we're still doing a lot of street repair, and we may have some come back better than we thought. You know, some of the ones that were in the 20s before may be up in the 90s now. So not everything is a bust.
So I know we had some conversation the other day, and one thing you said struck me. So when we're assessing the roadway, if we have done some temporary patching, how does that affect the PCI?
Anything you do to affect the road to make it better raises the PCI value of it. Unfortunately, it raises the PCI value of it in front of your house, let's say. You know, it affects the whole road. So it's not a true rating as this van will do. You know, a person goes out and sees that and goes, well, we've done some patching, so we put that in a program called Paver. And Paver, when we do a repair, Paver indicates a PCI rating now. So it's kind of a toss-up
So
thing.
maybe increases it not as much as if it was
Yes.
fresh road.
Yes, so if you have this van that passes over it, it gives you a true PCI of the whole road, not a snapshot of a 5-foot area or 10-foot area. So then we can work off a true PCI rating. And then when we do work in between the 4 years, and when it passes it back over, the database is already there with all the PCI ratings. So it doesn't need to go back and refigure everything. It just blends right into it and says, well, you've completed this much more, and the PCI ratings go up or down.
So PCI rating is about the pavement. And as you and I discussed, there are other things that are important about roadways, like whether they have storm sewers, sidewalks, and those types of things. How does that factor into, are you factoring that into your
Will the
prioritizations?
folks that come and do that do a full presentation of how they rank them?
Yes, it'll be a full
Very good.
presentation, and it'll show you, like Mike said, every sign that we have and whether it meets the manual uniform traffic control devices.
Right.
It will show you every ramp. I mean, everything will be graded out in this thing. And so it won't leave anything out. I mean, it won't show you storm drains per se. If they pick up one with the camera going by there, then it will be picked up in that program. But if the road, and it's all video as well. So if we have a road that doesn't have storm drains on it, it won't pick up any of them. So we can look at that and say, well, this road has no storm drains. You know, so the whole thing is backed up onto a cloud and a server that we have. And we can go in there and look at the visual presentation of it as well. So it's
I just
really
think this
I
is-
didn't mean to take
program.
y'all off track. I
No,
just figured it would
okay.
help
Yeah, no.
holistically understand what a pavement assessment looked like, as opposed to our staff driving out and going, yeah, that's about what it ranked, and putting it in the system. And
I was
This will be the real
very excited
deal.
when I heard you guys were getting into
This will
this
be the
program.
real deal for our pavement assessment. So, okay.
Helps us do some strategic planning.
Yep. So, 22 successes, we're near full staff complement. I think looking back over years, you know, we run about 4 short. Normally, over the years, we make it work. You know, if we get them, that's great. If we don't, we continue on. We've completed 1,117 resident service requests to date, 2,146 work orders. We've patched 1,664 potholes throughout the city. So we're a little ahead of everything in the past. We've replaced 1,126 meters. Those are our 12-year or older meters. All right, so we have a 12-year-old replacement schedule. So we're still replacing. I just got a report this morning, so we're a little bit above that now.
Well, one thing I want to mention on that, revenue is tied to that. And just to be blunt, these units are designed to fail in favor of the customer over time. So you got to realize it has that impeller in it. So as the water shoots through, that impeller turns, and that's how it measures how much water is actually being used. And so it's like anything mechanical. You know, eventually over time it will start to fail. And so this is extremely important that we keep this cycle going and replacing those meters every year. You know, we did a whole bunch of them in 1 year back in 2005 or 6, whatever year that was. And so those are coming due. So we have a plan now to do, I can't remember exactly how many a year, but.
Wendy, is it like 15? It's so many a year, but I think the total of it's like 15,000, isn't it?
We're doing a reevaluation of the process.
But it is critical that we get those things replaced.
Do we notify residents when we replace those, like a
Yes.
door hanger or
Knock
something?
on the door.
Okay,
Make sure that nobody's taking a shower or anything, and if nobody's there, we leave the door hanging.
thank you.
We maintained 673 valves, 290 fire hydrants up to April, and we've completed 346 facility work orders, which is Sam. If you don't know Sam, we'll get you introduced to Sam. He's a character, I'll tell you. He's really a good guy.
He's the one that replaced the glass panels, panes that were broke on our door the other day.
I have extra ones now just in case.
What is full staffing? How many FTE positions total do you have?
Let's see, I'd have to break it down by department.
We can get it for you. We'll
Okay.
send the org chart so
I'll send you
everybody
an org
has
chart
it.
as soon as I get done.
He's got a bunch of different divisions in there, so we'll get that.
So, our department challenges are maintaining staff and talent with escalating pay in the market. And as everybody knows, you know, Buc-ee's offers $21 an hour for a person to sit in air conditioning. So our challenges is trying to lure those employees and keep them here. And as of today, we've done a really good job. I mean, the city gives us a lot of avenues to keep people, you know, through the different programs that they offer, the medical care and everything. So we're maintaining our original staff pretty well. Getting some of the work done with the escalating prices. As you know, gas is up 100%. Well, so is everything we do. Everything we touch, which you'll see later on here, is, you know, anywhere from 100% to 500 to 700% up, if we can even get it. One of our challenges this year is the upcoming contract negotiations with North Texas Municipal Water District and FCC. So our trash service will culminate in 2024. We've been meeting with new trash service providers, trying to get a feel of the market. Once we sign a contract, once we come together, and Mike's been working on the RFP, which you all will be privy and see all that before it ever goes out anywhere, takes 18 months from the day we sign the contract for them to mobilize with the equipment and everything. So that's how far behind things are. So we're already hustling with that because we look like we're going to be around December, January of doing something with that.
So just to say, previously, in years past, is we would try to do that about 1 year ahead of time because they would buy equipment, get ready for the next contract period, and transition with the old company, and then on October 1st, the new company takes over. Ronnie came to us recently and said, they're telling him now it's 18 months to get everything ready to go to start on an October 1 date. And so we will start this review much earlier. We do have a contract that has a renewal if both parties agree for 3 years beyond that. But we're having conversations now about redoing the bid.
I assume the renewal has different terms.
Yeah, there are some, but yeah, we think it's prudent for us to test the market again.
Obtaining new vehicles is our last one under our challenges. With our enterprise program, David Cates, our fleet manager, sitting back there if you have any questions. The enterprise program's been underway for 2 years, I believe. And of course, ran into COVID, ran into the chip shortage. So obtaining vehicles for the staff is a challenge to get in. Obtaining vehicles for our police department are a challenge. So we put that on there as a challenge, and we're hoping that it's getting better. We've been able, through David's efforts, to get our police fleet done every year because he reaches out to personal people he knows in the industry and gets that done. So, but with Enterprise, we're getting those in, and I think right now, David, what do we have, 1500s or something coming in?
Right, yes, I think we have five, they're 5500s mini dump beds that are fixing to receive. They're actually on the ground and they're at the outfitter being outfitted right now.
So just as a point of reference, by October 1st, we should have replaced about 100 vehicles. We have received a total of 50, 40.
40 vehicles.
It's because you just can't get them. Like, it's not that Enterprise, no one can get them.
No, I mean.
David has first op. Every time a manufacturer opens, Enterprise is in there ready to put them in. Chevrolets, what did Amanda tell us? Chevrolets closed in like 8 minutes.
Yes.
They opened for there and they closed their system in 8 minutes.
It's like Ticketmaster.
Exactly what I thought.
Pretty much.
I want to say that Enterprise ordered 3 1500s and
Yeah.
2 2500s, I believe. But they're ordered, but there's no VIN number. They're not built yet, and they could be canceled at any time.
Yeah. 2 years ago, they went in and they let you order them, and then they canceled all government orders. Whoop, done. No longer you're getting them. So we can talk more about that whole program, but just some perspective on that's the obtaining new vehicles problem is.
So I should have paid attention when this was going on, but how does the current pricing and inflation affect the lease terms we have with that? Is that built into that lease, or are we?
That will be part of our CIPE conversation next Thursday.
Are we fortunate to have signed it when we did, or are we?
Prices are prices,
no.
unfortunately.
What it's based on is the price that they're going to acquire it for at the time, and then a margin that they charge on top of that. But what's really good for us is that everything in the enterprise program, our guys don't have to maintain in the shop. So they're able to focus on the yellow iron and the bigger pieces of equipment. But police was supposed to start this year.
October 1st, and not gonna happen.
But we're still having to keep up with those because it's just too hard for Enterprise to do that right now.
Enterprise,
So-
literally, Amanda, we just had lunch with Amanda. She cannot get police vehicles. David happens to know somebody at Silsby, or there's a couple of them, and they'll call him and say, we have X amount of vehicles. How many do you need us to put your name on?
We acquired a fire truck by that same name because of our contacts. They said, well, we have one. We're like, it's ours.
Well, I understand that at a retail level, if you're trying to find a vehicle now, you can expect to be going over sticker price to get it.
It's a little different with their government negotiation contracts, but it's still, they're not buying fully loaded. They're buying fully stripped. 4 doors.
We're not getting Lariats or
And they buy the vehicles that have the best resale value, because the goal is, if the program worked perfectly, you only keep a vehicle 2 to 3 years, and then you trade it in and you get a new one because that's their highest sale value. And so we don't just get a bunch of short bed Ford F-150s because they don't have the highest resale value. So they help us negotiate that and make sure that we are constantly getting vehicles that we can resell. All right, sorry, Ronnie.
No, great.
I'm
Thank
gonna
you.
quit
Thank you for
talking.
the explanation. Okay, so our request overview is contract increases, 1 full-time employee in streets, RCC window wall repair, facilities request, fuel increases, 2 vehicles, and CDL training. And I'll go over each one of those here. So contract increases, as I touched on a while ago, everything has gone just ridiculous. So to get pipe now, we're at about 750% of what it used to be. So if we can get it, that's the thing. We're 6 to 8 months out once we place an order on a piece of pipe. So we were fortunate that COVID basically shut down our pipe lane operations a little bit, so we had some surplus in the yard, which we're using now on Dow Rock. So to keep going with the operation, you know, we're going to need more money because of the price of pipe that has just gone through the roof. So right here on it says PVC is up 105% and will reach 170%. It's going up every minute. Sometimes we get a call once or twice a week telling us it's moved to the next block, Jeez. You know, and that's just, every time it moves up a block, it's, you know, 50 or 100%. So availability of raw materials is the problem. The PVC factory burned down in New Orleans, and they used that as their excuse for the whole time. So manufacturers are not quoting certain pipe sizes. That's another problem. You know, they are going after the big jobs with the big piping, and the smaller piping that we use, sometimes you can get it, sometimes you can't. You know, so we have to order way out and hope that we can get it fulfilled.
That is just insane.
Yeah. Hard to deal with.
Yeah.
It's the environment in which we live, sir. I mean, it really is. And it's going to be with us for a while.
Yep. So we're asking them for a one-time utility fund cost of $175, which would benefit our water maintenance of the water and wastewater system, and water main maintenance.
And just so you know, our finance department, they manage what we consider to be one-time things. So if we know it's a one-time, they track it. And so the next year, they pull that back out of the base. So now, if we have to do this for a second year, then we'll take that into account. But we manage that every year and restore the budget to what we consider to be the base, which means removing all the one-time items and then adding new contract increases. But they manage that.
And now, I think, let me be a little clear, it's $175 over our current contract
For 1 year.
for 1 year. We hope it comes down and we don't have to run into this.
Yeah.
It's like trying to.
The next contract increase is for streets. The price of gasoline has gone up. Well, the price of asphalt has gone up. It's oil-based material. So we're doing more and more streets. I don't know if you've noticed, we completed extra streets this year, found the money in our budget to go out and do 2 streets that have been on the back burner for a while. So we're requesting an additional one-time expense, $120,000 for the projection of the cost of asphalt and concrete. That goes towards pavement preservation, and that would go towards your PCIs. Facilities is requesting a $35,000 increase to cover the projected increase in building supplies and custodial supplies. That stuff is going up just like everything else, you know, and we're taking care of more things now, things that were not being taken care of in the past that should have been. So we're taking care of the animal shelters stuff now that we didn't before. So we do all of the custodial throughout the city. Fleet is requesting $95,000 to cover the projected increase of auto parts, tires, and police upfitting. So with same lines, everything has gone up, and you know, it's just, we need the money to cover what we're doing. That goes under the vehicle repair item. Any question on those?
Those were all also one-time,
One-time.
1 year expenses? Okay.
Yes. Hopefully, yes. Hopefully. So one of our 2 requests is a streets full-time employee. Currently, what we have going on is we have 2 crews, and of those 2 crews, there are 3 people. We've taken on more lights, more signs, and with this street assessment coming in, we know we're going to be taking on more signage that doesn't meet the uniform code. So the issue with this is we've been doing it with 3, but it allows 2 crews to go out separately. Right now, we cannot send 2 crews out separately because one person almost has to be a flagger when you're working on the street. So we will generally send them all 3 to one place, or have 2 of them do signs or signals, and have one doing something else that's off of the roadway if we can. So we're increasing our output in the sign shop. We were fortunate enough to have management down a few weeks ago to look at it. We're printing our own signs now. We just got a new sign printing machine in where we don't have as much labor intensiveness in it, and we'll be changing out blocks throughout the city. So we'll start around City Hall, and we'll be changing out all of those signs, and they're on a, what was the 15-year, I believe it was, where they don't fade like they did, and they really stand out. And they'll all have the code on them, so you can walk up to them and hit them with a scanner and know right where they're at and where they go. That's printed right onto them when we do the printing. So that machine they're training on today. So we'll start printing signs probably tomorrow.
Nice.
That was the new
I was gonna say, did you see that in the
equipment
facility
machinery
tour?
that was in there. And
It'd be kind of cool if Drew did a. Anyways, that's it.
What do we do with the old ones?
They get the blanks get scrapped. So we can't use the old blanks. So those old
People always
blanks.
seem to be stealing street signs. Can we sell them to them?
That's what I asked. I was like, can you take all the old ones and just put the crappy stuff on the top and resell them?
I want one.
Street sign.
Yeah, where's my street
I
sign?
would buy mine.
You want a shirt and a
Rather
street
scrapping it, yeah, if you get,
Yeah.
if
You
you
want
get
a
just
shirt
10
And you
bucks
have all
a
those
sign.
streets with the
You need to
people
give
names.
council. You need to give
Scott,
council
care
a
of
bunch
that
of
for you.
street
all those
signs.
up there.
Yeah.
Margolis Way.
this is going to be a really great program.
Yeah.
The other thing is the signs are brighter. You'll see them from a longer distance. They'll hold up longer. It's going to be easier to make them. Quite frankly, for years, it was more like making the signs to get them out. Now it's going to be we can make all the signs we need, and then how fast can we get them out? The other thing is they're going to be running is that pilot program to see if these lights work well enough for our lighted signs as well. And if they do, then we will end up replacing all of our lighted signs
Good.
throughout
Exactly.
the city as well.
Yeah.
So
Brett.
we're excited about this.
Do you remember what Brett told us where he was gonna do the test?
I think it's down here at Dexon. Yeah.
Dexon.
So those lighted signs are about $3,500 a piece to replace. And, they're made out of plastic in the front, and that plastic gets hot and it gets dull.
It looks
And
ugly.
It looks bad when some of them are lit and some of them aren't, so we don't have uniformity.
64.
Yeah, throughout the city, so we'll hang another one of the new signs next to it, so everybody can be able to drive by it and take a look at it. But you see them in other cities, they're very high visibility signs, that
Are
you can
those,
see.
are those hardwired into power source, or are
Yes.
those,
Yes.
you ever looked at solar panels for those?
Oh, we don't want to.
It's not a matter of the power, it's a matter of
Storage?
they're just old and they're like one of these lights, these are LEDs, but they have the old
Well,
ballast in them and
they're
everything.
the ballast lights,
Yes.
and the plastic
Yes.
has got. I mean, they look like the sun has burnt them.
Yeah, the plastic is what goes bad and
Yeah.
fastest, from the sun and the light.
Just thinking green, if we got an opportunity, I don't know if there is or not, that might be something to think
What
about.
we'd like to do is eliminate all.
Yeah.
That's the point,
Yeah.
is that
Yeah, these would
there's
just
no
be-
reason to do it
Not
if we
lighted. They're not
replace to
lighted.
the non-lighted.
Wasn't following that.
Yes, and we'll save money and, a lot of benefits.
Yeah, there's a lot of benefits just to getting them out of there. So we're asking for that one full-time employee, and that benefits our sign and signal striping shop, and it's $49,734, including benefits. Any question on that? So then we'll go into the facilities part here. The RCC window and wall repair. The RCC, we've done a water study test on it. And in the back of the RCC where you see the wood decking that's out in the back, there was some sealant problems once the wood decking was put on. So rain has historically gotten in there for several years and ruined some of the offices downstairs, and it leaks into the part of the RCC you probably haven't seen where they store a lot of stuff. There's iron beams down there and everything, that all of those beams are becoming rusted, and we're looking at people's offices having paint bubbles on them and stuff like that. So we did that test, and to complete all of the window frames in that building need to be redone. Not putting new windows in, just putting new sealant around the windows. So to completely seal this building up properly, is gonna require removing all of that wood decking that you see out there, which will be numbered, so we can put it back down. We're gonna reuse it. We don't wanna eliminate it. We just wanna get under it, seal it, put it back down. We have a company that's gonna come in and do that. And so the cost for that is $83,750.
So you doing something to address the rusting beams as well? Or?
Yeah, once we get the water stopped, we can sand those beams down and repaint them with a primer. You know, they're not past a point where they're any harm whatsoever.
Right.
We're trying to prevent them from progressing to that point.
So question about RCC, is there a request or can be a request to add a quick connect system for generator
That's
backup?
also on your list.
Oh, that's right. It's also on my list. I forgot.
Needless to say, I've been messing with
Never
that
mind.
list
Let's
a
move
lot, so I know
on.
what's on it. That's on your list.
Not only that.
You remember what's on my
Right.
list more than I remember
We
what's
are
on my list.
evaluating. I do want to say this. So in our base budget, you know, we have several funds, utility fund, drainage fund, general fund, who contribute to what we call cash CIP, but it's not bond money, it's the amount we set aside annually. And it's intended to be more, it's not pothole patching, but it's not 20-year fixes either.
Right.
It's, 3 to 7 years is, and certain type, like concrete panel replacement. That's one thing that you would do. So as a part of that budget for all those projects, we set aside $200,000 a year for facility renovations, repairs, major repairs, and things like that. So even though you're seeing this as a cost, we don't know yet until we make a decision on what we're going to recommend. But this may be a part of the $200,000, or it may be on top. Some of the other numbers you saw would strictly be on top of the base budget, but this may be a part of it as opposed to being on top. And those would be some of the juggling we'll do, and when we evaluate all of the facility needs.
Any questions? This is another facilities request. I don't know exact number of the facilities we maintain. It's 26 facilities and growing, and they're aging, so it requires a lot more. Our biggest problem is our air conditioning systems in the older facilities. When they go out, just like everything else, the parts for them are just ridiculous. So we had an air conditioner go out at City Hall the other day, and we were looking at $69,000 just for one part of it. So we got around it and got for a lot less and got it back working. So we're requesting funds to replace and repair AC units in the city buildings. We've received a quote to repair 2 at the RCC, which are wore out, and those are $35,000 a unit. Fire Station 4 has 5 units that are wore out, and that require immediate replacement. And the repair for replacement is about $10,000 a unit. So before we're ever to this point, it will probably go up above that. The prices are just going to keep escalating. So this could fit into what Brian said a while ago, could fit into that or on top of it.
I remember last year we had an with a couple of our fire stations having no AC, and that was a little painful to watch, because it's like we should have been, allocating the necessary repair costs to not get into a situation where we have the moment where they're out of AC for a week in the summer,
Sam has found some interesting things in both finance and at City Hall about how routing was done, and they have done a lot of work in-house to get AC back to being a little more effective. Like, it was all blowing in one office and none in the other, and so he's done quite a bit of work on making sure filter replacement schedule in place. He's put a lot of that stuff in place to make sure that it gets taken.
Yeah, and with new leadership in place, kind of watching all of those specific details and making sure we're staying on top of regular maintenance.
Have a new set of eyes on all the
It is.
facilities.
It
Somebody
is.
that has a ton of experience
Right.
really makes a difference.
So it is funny how important it is to balance it. When I used to work in another building in this city, I remember one of my employees worked in the opposite corner of the entire building, but yet my thermostat in my office controlled her office and mine. She would come in, like particularly during the summer, she's a southwest corner.
Yep.
And I'm dying, and I can't feel my fingers. So we were always fighting over the thermostat.
Sam finally got up in the ceiling and was like, wait a minute, why is Robert burning up
Yeah.
and Wendy's freezing to
no, I
death?
was
Or
burning up.
opposite,
Yeah.
the opposite direction. And so he was like, wait a minute, time out, let's reroute some of this stuff to make it work.
Didn't he find a
Must be the same designer in the building I used to work in.
Same designer who did my house.
You are
I
kidding.
put the cardboard in there because I was
This is probably
freezing to
12 years
death.
ago.
I stuck
Back
that
on
up
track.
there.
That was you?
That was me.
Oh, that is
I'll tell
hilarious.
Sam when we get back into you. So, yeah,
I was miserable.
we are doing an air balancing test. It's already been paid for on the RCC. So one of our biggest problems is the RCC air conditioning system balancing it because there's so many zones. So we have an air balancing test coming in. We have to run that during a dry time. So we've been waiting for it to dry and get hot so we
Yeah.
can run a true test.
Yeah.
Because sometimes the weight room is hot or cold, and sometimes it's, halfway.
That's the room D is the same exact way. You can be cold or it can be really hot.
Or it rains in the
So,
freeze and rains. in the-
Sam's really put a lot of effort into this. We're doing a balancing test at the service center as well. Teresa sits there and she's got her heater on and it's 105 degrees outside. So we're looking at doing that. I see a lot of hands.
No, the two of us, I have the air on 71, he's got his heater running 24
Yeah,
hours a
she's
day.
dying in her office, and mine, I got the heater on, so. But it's not that my office is necessarily colder, it's just a difference, I mean, here I am wearing this and she's not, so, yeah. I know, yeah, you
I'm
gotta
cold
balance
right
all
now.
this, yeah.
It is, what's cool about this station is all the bunk rooms, or all the rooms have their own AC unit.
Yeah.
Our new city hall's going to have that, right?
I don't share well.
We can get those little hats with the beanies that keep you cooler.
Oh, yeah, we'll do that. Put that in the budget request.
So, we've listed these, you mentioned the age of the buildings. Do we need to just up the ongoing facilities, maintenance budget? I see the 2022 budget had $200,000 projected out, just, out through the 2026 timeframe. Do we need to just bump that to plan on these things?
Well, let me, and Brian will probably chime in on me here. We have a BURF, what's called a BURF, and we have.
Sounds kind of funny.
We have a building liaison in every building that Sam coordinates with, and they put their projects in. Brian has tasked us now with getting a 5-year list of all the projects that they would like to see in the next 5 years, like we do all the rest of our plans. So we're in the process of that right now. The 200,000 is put in there every year, and it's to take in some of the things that I'm fixing to mention to you coming in. We're near the end of completing all of the BURF that has been in there for like 2 or 3 years. I mean, projects were real slow for a while there, so we're almost completed with most of our projects. So the BURF basically is, I think you govern the BURF, or we govern it as a group, don't we? Who gets what project?
Right.
So
just so you know, we have a VERF, it's our Vehicle Equipment Replacement Fund. There's a JERF, Joey's Equipment Replacement Fund. And then there's a BURF.
It used to be called the Innovative Fund, but that wasn't near as much fun as the JERF, so we changed the name last year.
Oh, that is so funny.
And so we're gonna have that before we're done. We'll have an idea.
Yeah, you'll see
Budget
that.
conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I mean, the facilities stuff we're looking at is gonna take a while. We need to make sure we're covering
So in terms of.
life-saving equipment.
Yes, well, in terms of strategy, we have spent several years trying to set up funds where then staff, they know how much they will receive annually for that kind of stuff, and then program over a period of time when they can get certain things replaced, like HVAC. We've done it traditionally for vehicles. And to some extent with technology, we had it in there for like laptops and desktops. We're going to replace so many a year. But what we really didn't have, in the way we needed it, was when do the switches need to be replaced?
Yeah.
What about some of the bigger hard drives? When do we need to, to program in that next, data center that needs to be replaced? And so these are things that have been working into the budget over the last several years. The building, the $200,000 a year, was something we only started about 3 years ago. So that one is not something we've had for many years, because what was happening is all the requests would come in and we'd say, okay, we got to find 150,000, or we got to find 300,000. And that's when we would try to figure that out. So now we're trying to do that with an allocation. What I hear you say, and I just want to make sure that we're clear on, not everything that they need to do can be covered out of that 200,000. It's kind of the difference between potholes and the mid-level capital maintenance versus, say, bond projects. What we also have to do is look at the operating budget, because, replacing one HVAC unit is not a BRF requirement. That's not going to qualify. But they need to increase their budget so that they could replace some of those individual units as they need to, as opposed to, restructuring the way that the air handling units are handled. That's the bigger cost versus unit cost. And so that's where I see, because of inflation and just quite frankly age-related needs, we need to paint more. We need to fix more, because even if the community supports these structures, these new facilities, it's 9 to 15 years to get all these things replaced. These are big dollar targets, and so we've got to take care of what we have.
Well, that's kind of the point I'm making, that, if you have a facility, you have, the initial cost, the insurance, if you're a homeowner, the taxes, then you have maintenance budget, and you've got to make sure. And my question is, do we have the ongoing maintenance
We
budget?
do have
Is
a
that the
maintenance
right
budget,
level?
yes, and it covers a lot of stuff, and
But to me, maintenance is not just, mowing the grass and, and paint. It is, okay, you put equipment in there, that equipment has a lifespan, you need to have a maintenance
have
budget
that.
in it to cover the
We have
replacement
that.
of that equipment.
we cover most of our air conditioning, all of our air conditioning repairs out of our maintenance fund. So if we have one go out and it costs 30 grand, it comes out of the maintenance fund. So we have a healthy maintenance fund, and we make it work.
And it's separate from this
And it's separate from the
200,000?
BRF. The BRF is interdepartmental request. So and I'll
Okay.
go over one. Police department wants to paint the jail. That was one of their requests for $14,000. So that goes in the BRF if it is approved. Police department locker room flooring is wore out, $10,000. That goes in the BRF if it's approved. Those are the only two things that it looks like we're asking for in the BRF from any departments. We're currently doing a lot of work. We're remodeling HR right now, the entryway. We're fixing to start the bathrooms in City Hall will be done here within a month. We're doing Wendy's whole area in her cabinetry and everything. So those were projects that were put into the BRF and approved and are being completed as we speak. So yeah, we have a very healthy maintenance budget to take care of these buildings, and Sam's really good at going out there and stretching that dollar out and getting it right. So like I said, the BRF for those two things you see right there, that's the only two requests we have this year in the BRF.
It's just kind of a funny name.
BRF.
Yeah.
Building
Yeah.
enhancement and renovation fund.
So then we have some additional requests. We are requesting 2 vehicles, which will be out of the enterprise. One for an engineering inspector that we created that position this year. It didn't come with a vehicle when we created it. And he is in the pavement preservation part. He does all of the inspections for the things related to PCI and everything else, and coordinate with contractors. We also have a lake cleanup person, and that vehicle didn't have that person as a vehicle.
I have a question about that. Lake cleanup. I didn't know we had a lake cleanup person.
I've had one for several years.
That totally missed me. So I didn't know it was our This is to clean up the lake side. Isn't that a Dallas water utility
So what
thing?
it is, under our ILA, we're responsible for the land, not the take line.
Right.
Not the water, excuse me. So there's the height limit that they calculate. So, so when you see it out in the water, and we have our citizens complain about that, particularly like after the drought ended.
Right.
And the water rose and all that stuff came back down Rowlett Creek and showed up in the lake. So when it's in the water, it's not our responsibility.
Okay, I
It is
wanted that
Dallas
clear.
Water Utilities.
I was about to
But when
say-
it's on shore, it can
Like
be.
shore
And a lot of our
cleanup might be more
residents
appropriate.
take care of it because of the take line leases.
I would.
But there are places they
yeah,
don't.
I'd say.
Like on Miller Road, where it washes up, because it washes, all that stuff washes up there.
I'd say.
We need really
Oh, it does
powerful
say
blowers to blow it all back into the water.
That sounds good.
Yeah, he was there yesterday, matter of fact, on Miller Road, cleaning that area, so.
I saw that and I'm like, whoa, 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 that ain't our lake. That ain't our lake.
But let me
But
say
okay,
this,
that makes
Mayor,
sense.
in our refuse fund, we actually have a position
Yeah.
budget in there. And you may remember the last couple of years, we had to buy, a gator or something for them to be out there in. So they go out, that is a part of that job. And again, where if people have a take line, they're responsible for it, if they have the lease with us.
Right.
But there's still a lot of property that is not leased, that is us, and then we go out there and we take care of that.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay.
We're talking true garbage and trash.
Yeah.
We're not talking about extra limbs and,
Yeah.
unless it's one of our park areas.
We pick up a lot of the homeless people around. They camp out under the bridges and all along the lake, and they leave everything that they bring behind, so we pick up a lot of that.
Y'all are notifying the homeless task force when y'all see that, right?
Only if we see a person
Okay.
that's in need.
They work directly with
Yeah,
JJ
yeah.
and his team as
Yeah.
well. Anytime there's a request,
Yeah.
serial call and.
I know they'll like to know that information if we know that there's camping going on, because
Yeah.
that's not allowed, so.
So the next one is CDL training. This year, the federal government basically mandated that the CDLs changed to require basically about 15 days of training to get a CDL. All right, and it required it basically put everybody in the same boat as being an over-the-road trucker. Let me just put it that way. It's the easiest way of putting it. It's set for the fire and people that were hauling hay on an 18-wheeler. So,
Very
I know.
specific.
Doesn't make any sense, okay, so.
Lobbyists.
So,
Yes, I was
our
gonna say
lobbyists
the
were out
same.
that day. So, all of our people are required to carry CDLs because the equipment we operate is above the weight limits that, and so, right now, we have partnered with a company to get CDL training for $1,000 a person, all right? We are not sending our initial people that we hire to CDL training immediately because we don't want them to get CDL training and bail out
Yeah.
right after they get it and go to our next door neighbor that might pay
Yeah.
50 cents more. So we make them get their 6 months in and decide whether they're going to be fit for our team before we do that. So this would cover all of that, and we don't have a choice in this matter. I mean, most CDL training now is going for $3,000 to $3,500, and it's being done in places down in central Texas where you have to send the person down there and they have to stay in a hotel for weeks on end. They have to drive at night, they have to drive during storms, they have to drive during, the daytime, so they have to be down there when all this is going on. So we actually found a person here that falls right within the guidelines and gave us a great price. So this would take that and pay for it. So we still have some people on board that are going through the process, and had, before January 1st, we got everybody in and got them a permit, we would have fell under the old rules. So we had some that did do that, but everybody we take in the door right now, unless they bring a CDL with them, and even if they bring, let's say, a Class B CDL,
Right.
we can't really use a Class B CDL. We have to have a Class A CDL because of the weights that we're dealing with, so.
But 15 days.
15 days
Wow.
is the general thing, and that's offered by Teeks, which is one of
Yeah.
our big providers. And, just having somebody out of pocket for 15 days and the cost of the hotels, meals, everything, and a way to try to get some kind of contract with them where they don't bail and all that. It just was a mess. So when we partnered with this company, it was local. They do it at Fry's, the old Fry's building over here, and they do it within a few weeks. And he guarantees the passing, he provides the vehicles, everything. So
That's great.
it was a great deal for us.
So do we need to jump on this, or is this, you're asking in for the funding?
This is for the future.
For the future, okay, so already
Yes,
on
this
that,
is for the
okay.
future. We have people that are currently going through his classes right now that have done their 6 months, and we're moving them on. So this is just in the event, we have open positions and people that decide to leave, retire, do whatever, that we have that money there to send them.
So if having it left over, going to train council?
Yes.
Laura.
You're not getting-
It's going to be Laura. She
Laura,
needs the
okay.
training. You need a CDL.
She runs our yellow iron.
Yeah.
And Ronnie, if you don't mind, just the last item he has is before questions, fuel
Yeah.
increases. So one thing finance does, they're the one, they look at electricity, fuel, across the board, so we're consistent with that. So he's identifying, obviously, we have a huge need. I mean, we're about to hit $5, guys, and diesel is already above that. Now, we have contracts on that, so, that does help overall. We don't pay the same price you might see at the pump, but it doesn't matter. It's all relative, so it's going up. So, any other questions for Public Works?
On that, what Brian just said, we just went with the old council that went out, we increased our fuel contracts because the prices went up past where we had money for them. So we had to already do it once. So we look for it to happen again. Any more questions?
Good job.
Good job. Thank
Yeah,
you for
thank
the
you.
presentation.
Thank you all.
30 minutes?
And then next
You're doing-
Thursday, he'll be back also as we talk about CIP.
Well, we're doing great.
Well,
We have about
appreciate it.
30 minutes till lunch, so you want to do parks?
I mean-
They're here.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that'd be good.
So much better.
Get some of these folks knocked out.
Yep. We did a little shuffling, so some of the folks are going a little earlier since we were ahead of schedule. I had Ronnie and Aaron on speed dial, so they were just waiting on a text that said, "Come on."
Surprise, surprise, you have Ronnie or Aaron on speed dial. No shock there.
Surprise.
Green for parks.
Green. I was gonna wear my money suit, but it shrank, so I couldn't.
It shrank, huh?
It did.
Hate when that happens.
You made Brian cringe there.
I'm serious.
Okay, you want to get rolling.
All right, so thank you all for having us. If you haven't met Carrie, Carrie is my assistant director, so she's here to help me guide through some of this stuff if needed. So, department focus, the way it's been for the last few years is, a lot of people think it's parks and recreation. All you do is play games. Well, it's more to it. We have 5 focus points that we continue to focus on each year. The first one is tourism. We offer special events such as Fireworks on Main, Main Street Fest. We have the concerts. And the reason that this contributes to that is people come in and they're buying stuff from Target, Walmart. They're going to Applebee's, Chili's, local bars, restaurants. That helps contribute to the tax base. So, it's important that we continue to offer things like that. Our special use parks, Paddle Point Park, 1, 2, soon to be Lakefront at Pecan Grove, which will be at the end of Main Street towards the lake. And then Wet Zone, obviously, during the summer, as well as the community center. So those are positive contributing factors. The second is juvenile crime prevention. We've struggled a little bit because we don't offer our Why You Wait program anymore, but we are refocusing our efforts on some different things. We continue to offer youth basketball, youth baseball, volleyball, the things that will get these teens engaged. We've noticed recently that there's been an increase of teens coming over to the RCC, behind the RCC, doing things they're not supposed to be engaging in. So one of the things that we started talking about is, going to them. What can we offer? Can we offer an esports thing? Can we offer something that will keep them engaged with something positive rather than going out and just doing willy-nilly stuff at the rec center? So we partner with PD at times to help us with some of that stuff. So it's a great partnership. to help us get to where we need to be. Air and water quality. If y'all don't know, we have 18 straight years of being a Tree City USA recognized city, which is outstanding. Most of the time, when we take out a tree, we replace it with 1 or 2 or 3. So with that, it helps clean the air. It helps provide those relaxation things that some people meditate around. I don't know. But one of the focuses is in Parks and Recreation is just continuing to, protect the land, protect the trees, protect the areas that are very important to most people. So the fourth is health benefit services. Obviously, Parks and Recreation, get out, play, walk, run, play on the playground, work out. 93% of U.S. adults had said that their mental status has increased by using those amenities, which is a reason why we continue to, focus on the trails, focus on putting outdoor fitness equipment around some of these trails where if you don't want to, walk and you want to mix it up, you can jump on a bike or elliptical or something like that. So it's very important that we continue to focus on the benefit services. And then lastly, the property benefits. There's been studies that have shown houses that abut parks has increased value, obviously because of the location, the adjacent to those parks that you can get out and walk to, again, spend time with your family, things like that. So those are the 5 main focus points that we really focus our attention on, along with our strategic initiatives, so that we're maintaining all of that balance. So our 2022 successes, man, I can't say enough about the team that we have. They excuse me, day in and day out, come and perform. They do what they're asked to do. Don't complain about it. And the reason is, and I know this probably is going to come up, but we spoil the heck out of them. We take them popsicles. We feed them, which is what they love. We give them ice cream. We've made a little bit of improvements to the maintenance building that you all saw on Saturday. But I'm very happy and pleased with the team that I have. And they would go to battle for us, and in return, that's what we do. We just show compassion, so we take care of them. We continue to train staff. We continue to make sure that we have all bases covered, so that we have many jack of all trades, so that we just don't have 1 or 2 masters. Specifically irrigation, which I'll kind of talk about in a few minutes. And then we continue to focus on our servant leadership style, so that we're passing it down not only with us, but all the way down to the PMS ones. We restructured our mowing contracts to be more in line with our expectations. I think it's been a while since we really evaluated and reviewed those contracts. So we're getting to the point now where we're saving a little bit more money just because we did that. So that's always nice to have. We added a contract coordinator. That contract coordinator was an extreme benefit because that allowed them to focus on the mowing contracts and allowed them to focus more on some of the sidebar contracts that we have, whether it's spraying or it's whatever that case may be. But his main focus is that now when he's not working on those contracts, he's helping with the park staff. So that's nice. Community yard expansion. As you all saw on Saturday, we basically doubled the size, which allowed them to move their equipment out. We do recognize there's still some deficiencies that we're working on. So they're happier, if you will. So that was nice to see. We just implemented standard of details for parks construction and irrigation, which we didn't have before. So that'll help us continue to make sure we're in line with what code says and what the standard is across the board with most parks and recreations across the nation. So new rec staff. So we've added a couple new rec staff and has helped tremendously. Motivation is key, and just getting the right people in the right place, it helps us as their excitement helps build our recreation programs throughout the year. So we've already added some new stuff this summer, which have already taken off, which is great. We have a lot of new programs which are already working on for the fall. So we actually just finished our first draft for our fall edition. So we have some new programs coming in with that. So that's great to see. Another one is the wet zone revenue. As you guys know, wet zone has to be 100% sustainable. Last year they were that plus some, so they made about $15,000-ish, roughly. So that allowed us to take that $15,000 just to put back into the park to make some, much needed repairs as that facility is, aging each year. Partnerships with our advisory boards. Thank goodness for Shelley Monroe. She is a godsend because she basically works with all 4 of our advisory boards. She makes sure that all of us are in line, makes sure that the meetings start on time. So as Angie can attest, she's definitely a valuable piece to the puzzle. But it's great just, being able to work with them as well as, moving forward with some different stuff. So, and then lastly, our special events. We added some new special events. As you guys know, Lunch on the Lawn, which is typically on Mondays in the spring and the fall, took off without a hitch, and people love it. Farmers Market, which we kind of struggled with at first, but then decided, I know, and then moved it to Thursdays. And I think now we average about 40 vendors a night on Thursdays. So it's pretty awesome just to be able to do that down there. Our Main Street Market, which is down at downtown as well, it's typically in October, which is a huge deal now. Pam does a great job with, implementing that stuff and programming. So she's done a remarkable job with that.
Aaron, if I may, a question, because this came to me a month or 2 ago. So with the farmers market, Lunch on the Lawn, we had food trucks come out to the downtown area and help people out. Have we had any feedback from the restaurants in downtown of whether that's a positive or negative for them?
So, in regards to Lunch on the Lawn, typically those restaurants are closed, which is why we did it on Mondays. Now, we are meeting next Friday with most of the downtown businesses just to talk to them because we want to be good partners, regardless if it's Lunch on the Lawn, Main Street Market, Farmers Market, so that we're being able to promote their businesses as well. So we're going to try to come up with some sort of strategy where we can say, all right, so how can we gain your help in deciding how can we involve you, basically. Yes, ma'am.
I was just gonna add a tidbit. If you notice, the trucks, it's not anything to do with, it's no competition.
Yeah.
Because the trucks are completely different cuisine.
I wasn't expressing, I just want to make sure it gets on the record that we've looked at this, because I did have some questions during the...
Yeah, I had them too, but I can explain to them. I said, look at the trucks.
And
This is a hot
absolutely,
dog
there's
truck.
still a line at Bankhead and Broncos.
Yeah.
You can only eat from food trucks so many times, so when Angie goes, she has to pick something different, but there's almost
Speaking of,
always.
I'd love to be able to go down to Bankhead and pick up a beer in a disposable cup and go walk around the farmer's market.
Yeah,
Yeah.
DABC doesn't love that. There's a way around it, I'll give you that tip
There
after.
are, I think the special permits you can get is done in a number of places, but if there's an opportunity to, I think farmer's market is a really good idea, and I think we're getting some good draw out there right now. I'm trying to think of ways that we can sustain that. One way is to make sure we get people coming in to spend money with the vendors. So if the vendors aren't making money, they're not going to be coming back. So
Which apparently they are because they
Something our team tracks very closely.
Yes, we do, absolutely. We evaluate with the vendors as well as those who come in.
nothing like a good Bankhead beer to loosen your wallet, right?
I've had a lot of feedback about the name because people expect a lot of fruits and vegetables, and there's usually only like one
Yeah.
vendor with that kind of stuff.
Changing the name next year maybe to Main Street Market or Downtown
Or-
Market.
yeah, something.
To more align with what it really truly is.
A broader scope.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. No, absolutely. No, I totally agree. You know, the struggle that we've had is getting those produce vendors to come.
Yeah, people expect something
Yeah.
like in downtown Dallas Farmers Market,
Yes,
and they get there
absolutely.
and they're, where are the vegetables?
And
Where
that's
are the eggs?
yeah. And that's not discounting the success of
Absolutely, yeah.
what goes on Thursday
Right.
nights. I mean, the amount of people that show up Thursday nights is incredible, and the amount of vendors is incredible. So that's not saying that what's going on there isn't great. It's just maybe we need to change the name to more align with what it truly is. I think in the future, council will have to have a wholesome discussion about downtown in general, that we can get into the details of the strategy for downtown. So that's something that we can do in the near future as a group and have that wholesome discussion.
Thinking like wine walks, things like that.
Yeah, I love that, and McKinney.
So some department challenges, obviously, like everybody else, staffing. It's hard getting those people and keeping them, just because of the competition that we see. We're really struggling with finding part-time rec staff, which I'll go into a little bit more detail in a minute, as well as lifeguards. However, I must say that we were extremely fortunate this year with finding lifeguards. That while we did have to make some adjustment in our operating hours, we were a little more well off than most cities, so we're thankful in that aspect. New parks and trails coming online. It's not really a bad thing, but it kind of is. So Hereford Park Phase 1, Lakefront at Pecan Grove, Lake Highlands Trail, as well as the Garden Fuqua Trail. The reason that's a challenge is it's just continual maintenance. So right now you're adding those additional features and those amenities with the staff. That we could have obviously a bunch more people to add. So department marketing, we have one full-time person, which is Pam. She's our special events and marketing coordinator. Then we have one seasonal, who's Megan Patterson, who helps with making flyers and things like that. So it's really difficult for those two to try to program special events, market the entire department, maintain Instagram and Facebook. So I want to say it does put a strain, but it just takes them away from some other focuses that they could be.
Just have to be strategic in what you do.
Yeah. Well,
Because
and I think if we eventually fund that downtown manager, that will help take a load off as well. So.
Absolutely. And then lastly, just the additional amenities without the additional staff funding.
Yep.
So getting right into it. So our first request is for an irrigation technician. We're really behind in our irrigation. There's a lot of repairs that need to be made. Obviously, you see downtown, there's some other areas that really need to be focused on. We have 2 ball fields that do not have irrigation, that need irrigation. So when we do this, we're taking away 2 or 3 of our full-time staff to focus on this. So basically you're taking those 2 or 3 from our day-to-day operations, taking their responsibilities and then putting on everyone else. So one of the things that we continue to try to catch up on is making sure that things are working in the necessary areas. 66 has always been an issue that needs some major repairs. We continue to look at the areas that are really come into place for safety. Soccer fields, as you guys know, the baseball fields, things of that sort. So this irrigation tech would mainly focus on getting that up and working. We currently have one crew leader who does his daily routines and then spends basically the half a day trying to get things up and running. So you're taking away that leadership, you're taking away that extra body from getting the other things done that need to be done. So that's one of the things I will add to. Over the last 2 years, we spent about $42,000 in contract. So that would save us that money that we could use towards, some of it, not all of it, some of that, to put towards, other projects that need
Well,
to be done.
that was going to be my question, full-time person versus someone to coordinate, because you're talking about a licensed irrigator, which means you've got kind of a higher level than just a worker doing the work.
In the state of Texas, in order to do irrigation work, you have to be a licensed irrigator. They can work with a tech, but in order to go out and repair irrigation, they have to be licensed.
Right.
And so, there are still jobs that these guys will have to call a contractor in for that are just way too big for one or two people to fix. If a ball field shuts down or we have a massive break at one of our irrigation boxes, they may still have to do that. But Texas is unique. That isn't the case anywhere else across the nation, apparently. But in Texas, and the test is not an easy test. And people are paying licensed irrigators a lot more than what we pay our staff who are already licensed or are already techs to go out and do the same job. They literally can take their license and go to work anywhere for twice what they make for us.
Well, now, you're kind of hitting my concern. If we bring someone in, to bring someone in who is licensed might be more than what we're looking at. It'd bring someone, they're typically running the company, right?
It depends.
With one or
it all
two
depends.
helpers
This is
or a
actually
dozen?
our group, before we do this, they work with HR to kind of test the market and see what other
Right.
cities are doing, so.
But whether it's a person or a contract, we've got to spend more time on our
Yeah, and I'm not disagreeing with that. I think it's very, very
Yeah.
important. I'm just thinking about
This is
the
a
approach.
huge issue for
Kind of the
us.
same thing we've heard from other areas. I hate to bring somebody in, get them the experience they need to go somewhere else and
We would
become the
bring in-
training ground.
But let me say this about that.
Yep.
And this is something I heard many years ago, and it's always stuck with me.
Train them to leave.
We can train them, and they may leave, or we can not train them, and they may stay.
Or you hire professional services.
Or you hire a professional.
It's also
for-
hard to
pay a
find
higher-
that too.
But you know,
That's
typically,
tougher
though,
and tougher now to find somebody that's
if-
dedicated.
Yeah,
to do
if
that.
you have a person on staff, you should be able to get more done
Yes.
for less cost. But if we struggle with it and we can't find that person, then at least the dollars are there for contract.
Yeah.
Well, and the advantage, I guess, of having the licensed staff is then they can oversee work of other people who are not licensed. You can get more done that way, so, if you can get them to stay.
Yeah.
And I think that's what it would help with, just the troubleshooting and the tracking and the wiring, which is something that our staff can troubleshoot some things, but when we have to bring someone in, it's the wiring. And someone that has more experience doing that or has done that, then it's going to help us a lot.
And we have 2 currently licensed, and we have several techs. So this one would be more of a standalone. So they're working on training for all of our staff,
Okay.
but this would be more of a standalone. We have 4 districts, 4 crews that could run to each of the different one without having to take one of our crew leaders, who is an irrigation tech, and take him from the center, the part of the quadrant that he's at, and send him all the way across town with another staff member to try to troubleshoot. Where this person could cover the map a little better, I guess, is the only way
Yes,
to put
no,
it.
that's correct. It's extremely difficult to do that, so. Request number 2 is a $20,000, $779 increase for our rec aids. So our recreation aids help with keeping scores at youth basketball, baseball, volleyball. They help with setting up special events. They help with day-to-day operations, working our child's play, driving a golf cart, gym monitors. What we're doing now is we're basically having to use our full-time staff in areas that they really don't need to be working. So, obviously everyone's going to get burnt out, and we don't want to put them to that point. One of the things that we continue to hear is nobody's going to come work for $8 an hour, and that's what they start out at. They can go to, now national averages, they can go to Target, start at $10 an hour. Chick-fil-A's $13.75. Popeyes is $10.75. Starbucks is $11, and they can even go to McDonald's for $9.50. So what we want to do is bump that up from a starting pay of $8 an hour and move it up to at a minimum of $9.50. We've heard.
What would it take to go to 10?
So some of this is also covered by their revenue. So, and that's another, RCC is also sustainable, and so this is also covered, and it depends on the job based on what they do, so.
Just thinking, when you're trying to attract people, $10 sounds like a lot more than $9.50. Okay, just the marketing of
Well,
it.
but if we did that, we probably would do it for the wet zone as well.
Yeah.
And let me say this, I am not saying that that's not okay. I mean,
Yeah.
absolutely would love to do that.
Yeah.
This is an area where, in the old days, you'd say, hey, some high school, college kids needed to make a little money and they're gonna take whatever you get. That is not the case today.
And that's the struggle, was finding people. I mean, I mentioned that earlier. It's just not a people who's going to come.
We start $8 an hour.
Yeah. So
We're
it's
right
time
to
that we
work
start
at
looking at
McDonald's.
that.
Another 7,000 to go 50 cents more.
About how many rec aides are we talking about? How many positions?
Additional, we have
Just currently.
Currently, we have about 5. Ideally, we'd have
10.
yeah.
10
wow.
to a dozen, just to help cover all the different, we're trying to build our programs, our athletics, and it's hard to add another athletic program because we need people to help staff it, and we don't have that, so it's kind of hard to find that balance.
And these are all part-time positions, correct? How many hours are these people working on a week?
Less than 20.
Less than 20. And most of it is in the evenings, especially during the youth sports seasons.
These
We're
are
on
really, Jeff,
Saturdays.
considered temporary part-time. So we have permanent part-time, we have temporary. These are temporary
Yeah,
part-time.
seasonal type.
They used to be called seasonal.
Yeah.
They won't let us call them that anymore because they don't really just work in the season. But they do have to work. That's what we called them for years.
Thanks a lot,
That's the same-
IRS.
That's the same
Exactly.
basis, and they have to work less than a certain amount of hours in a month-to-month year. So less than, I think it's 1040 from today. They can only work less than 1040 from last year today to today, right? They track it that closely, so.
Is there any other benefit that these people receive in addition to just a salary or
PARs.
money?
They are PARs employees, which means they get we're not a social security city, so they get a portion of that, and I think Richard will talk a little bit more about those differentiate, but these guys get PARs, so because we don't take out social security, when they leave us, they can apply for that funding and it's given right to them, just like retirement.
Do they get a membership to the RCC too?
Absolutely,
Okay.
all employees
Okay.
get a membership to RCC.
Okay.
Wet
I think
zone,
what it is
free and wet
it's
zone.
free for the employee and then half
That's
for their
correct.
families.
Yes, that's correct.
Same at wet zone, free entrance at the wet zone and half for the
There was
employees.
Angie made the comment about being sustainable. So council, many years ago, council set this policy in place. The wet zone should be 100% sustainable. In other words, the revenues cover the expenses. Maybe not the debt service issue 20 years ago, but the operations. And the RCC is 75%.
70.
70%. So they have to generate revenue for 70. During COVID, that was nearly impossible. But they are getting back to that level. So 100% for wet zone, 70/30
Did you say-
for RCC.
You said absent debt service. Do we have debt service still on wet zone?
It may be paid off. I know RCC does because they expanded that some years ago, so they're still paying those bonds. But actually, the wet zone may be done. We've done a couple other. We've added a little bit of money,
We've done some additional
features,
capital
additional
projects,
features.
so 2015 there was some money, 2018 there was some money. So there is some ongoing, but their 100% requirement is just operation, not debt service.
And so the other thing that council has supported is that any year that they made a little money, then they can carry that into the next year to do some more of their capital maintenance.
And don't take this the wrong way, but I'm interested in each of our featured things, making sure that we can, when the public is talking to us, that we can explain to them where they are financially from both an operations and a debt level. So if we're going out to say we want to enhance something, we have the background data that we can go to the public and say exactly where we are with it and why we're doing what we're doing, why it's a benefit. That to me is very important. People, we have all talked about this. There's a general lack of trust in public institutions these days. This is one of those ways that you enhance that trust, is you are absolutely transparent. If we are, if we're subsidizing an activity, we say we're doing it and we say why we're doing it, because it's a public good for us to do that. If you're making money, I love to hear that we're making $15,000 operating budget, because that can, enhance the snack bar or whatever that you want to do at the place. Those are great things.
Bigger
I'd like to see
holistic
that.
question about the debt service part of it.
Yeah.
We don't want to keep going, so we can get you.
Sorry, yeah.
It's okay,
That's fine.
no, bigger conversation.
The next request is we're asking for 2 PMS 3 positions. Obviously, as we continue to grow and we're adding the amenities that I talked about earlier, we're going to need additional hands, additional help to start helping taking care of those. One of our big revenue drivers is our ball fields, as you guys know, community park. That will help us on the weekends for those positions, getting those ready, making sure we stay on top of those. But also in other areas, during the week that we might need. It will help us recover more quickly as far as those practices go, those games go, turning over fields, maintenance, things like that. So, obviously you want to go play on some nice ball fields. I do, rather than going somewhere else. So those will help us continue to get to where we need to be, aesthetically wise, and making sure we're covering everything we need to do. Also, those 2 positions will help cover pavilions, picking up litter, maintenance, and things like that. So the reason that we're asking for that is because we want to be kind of more in line with what Public Works does, but also it's more of a succession planning thing. So we currently have a PMS 1, we have a PMS 2, and that will just give us another level for that PMS 3 position before they get to a crew leader. So
About 5 or 6 years ago, Parks had 2 crew leaders and everybody else was a PMS 1. And so 5 or 6 years ago, with a lot of realizing how far behind the curve we were and committing a 5-year plan, or it might have been 7 years ago, a 5-year plan of funding and hiring staff for parks, we restructured where we fell more within the Public Works realm of a 1, a 2. We didn't have the funding at the time for a 3, and then a crew leader, right? So there's more of a reporting structure and some succession planning. It's hard to fill a crew leader position with somebody that's just a 1 and has limited experience. And so what Aaron wants to do now is add on 2 of the crews. We have 4 crews. On 2 of the crews, add a 3. So basically, a crew consists of a 1, a 2, a 3, and a crew leader. So there's 4 people on a crew. And then you've got different people that have different skill sets and different training, and some are playground, and some are, they have special turf certifications. And you build those based on their rank. And so this is kind of taking it to that next step where now they're adding 3s. So there would be 2 crews that had a 1, a 2, a 3, and a crew leader. And there's 2 crews that still have 2 1s, a 2, and a crew leader. So most of their crews have 4, I think.
And we run 7 days a week,
Yeah.
and so this helps with some oversight on the weekends when the supervisor might not be working or some of the other crew leaders. But we have someone in a higher level position that can provide customer service when we have tournaments, and then just any other issues that may come up over the weekends.
So you just confused me. Is this adding bodies or providing an opportunity for someone to move up?
you'd be adding bodies.
Adding bodies. Do we have space
You
for
might not
them?
necessarily add a 3, you might promote within and then add a 1, but
Right,
that
right.
is, yes, it would add 2 bodies.
So do we have space for them? We were out there just last weekend, and it seems fairly tight.
So we are working on alternatives, yes. We are working on alternatives. So hopefully those alternatives will come through, and then yes, we will have space for them.
But these are people that don't necessarily work in an office. They're out at a park taking care of business. The crew leaders are the ones that have the space in the office and also have their individual buildings, storage buildings outside in the lot. Okay.
Yeah, these people's offices are their trucks, probably.
Whatever park they go to. Yeah, absolutely. Our last request is replacing the perimeter fencing at Wet Zone. As you guys can see in the pictures, it is rotting in some areas. One of the things that we, are afraid of is sometimes parents aren't too adamant about watching their kiddos, so they can go over and try to climb the fence. Hey, let's go try to squeeze through this fence. Well, as you can see, we've tried to make shift as best as we can, but it's a 21, 22-year-old facility that it's time that we start looking at replacing some of this stuff. So the fencing is excuse me, one of the things that is really in dire need of being replaced. So that's one of requests that we're asking for.
Would this be replaced with the same type of fencing, or would we look at some type of wood composite or something?
We have to do this
Yeah,
type per
state.
code.
Oh, okay.
So we've kind of been looking at codes to see what other types of material we can, and it really comes down to this wrought iron.
I mean, 20 years is not bad,
Yeah.
honestly.
The state's pretty picky about what kind of fence you have because it has to discourage climbing.
Gotcha.
So that people have to be creative, and they still get over the fence, but they have to be creative in how they do it. So
Is the wrought iron powder coated?
yes, it would not have lasted as long as it
Right,
did if
that's
it
what I-
wasn't. Weed eaters, chlorine, all those things take its toll.
As a temporary measure around areas that look like that, should we add like a little temp,
They
cover
have
to-
in a
okay.
lot of areas.
Because, I just
Different
imagine.
things. Rebar comes in
kid-
real handy. Rebar and a welder. These guys have really
Been creative.
duct tape, bubble gum, and baling wired it together over
Yeah.
time.
Tetanus shots on site.
Surely.
Side room. This is just our list in priority order. Irrigation tech, the salary increase for the rec aides, the 2 PMS3s, and then the fencing. Then we just had listed some additional needs that we're kind of looking at, which I think we've worked out a couple of them, so. Lunchtime.
Yay.
Can I make
Any
a comment?
questions?
Yeah, I want to make a comment, Aaron. Way back in the early slides, you talked a lot about what you do for your people. And to me, that just screams great culture. And so I'm really appreciative of that, number one, because I feel like that is such an important tenet of retention, keeping people around. I would encourage you to lean on your team as much as possible for both marketing the positions that you have open, seeing what context they might have, and also even things like getting them to leave reviews on LinkedIn or on Facebook for the department as being a great place to work. And that might encourage other people to, come out. I mean, you're giving them a lot in terms of intangibles, right? Aside from just a paycheck, you're giving them a lot. And so just ask for a little something back. Hey, can you guys just go out, take 5 minutes, leave a Google review about how great it is working for Rowlett Parks. I mean, it's just a great place to be. Has a great culture. It's a great environment. You get to do all kinds of stuff, work outside, breathe fresh air, not sit in a stuffy office. It's leverage what you have, because it sounds like you have an amazing team.
Thank you. Yeah, we do. And that's one thing that I always grew up in is, take care of your people.
Yeah.
And coaches in high school and baseball, I said, man, take care of your equipment, it'll take care of you. I was like, no, that's dumb. No,
Our
it's
rec
the
folks
rest.
spend a lot of time outside, right? In the sun, in the heat. Lifeguards, these guys, the lifeguards are on the stand and they're taking them snow cones, because as silly as that seems, it makes all the difference at 3 o'clock when you are done with kids and you are done with the sun and you are done with the heat, and just to hand them a snow cone and be able to, and that is the silliest little thing, but it makes all the difference in the morale of your team.
And that's one of the things, yes, it's a business, but we don't have to be business 100% of the time.
Right.
I continue to preach that to Carrie and Matt. It's like, let them work, but let's, reward them a little bit. Let's get them a coat of ice. And let's take them Sundays, or let's invite them to the RCC at 3 o'clock to get them out of the, heat to have a meeting, and then take care of them. It's just the little things that they appreciate. So that's, one of my focuses has been is making sure that they're taken care of and they have what they need.
So I do have one question. So you mentioned let's call them visits from the high school students down in the community center. And you have some programs. Are there more things that you could do with additional resources to look after what's going on there to get those people more engaged?
So we've kind of partnered with the school, and thank goodness for what's her name?
Blakey.
Yes.
Principal Blakey.
Yeah, Principal Blakey, who has really sent a lot of her team over. They've gotten National Honor Society to clean up around the park. They've gotten some of those.
She's throwing at you.
Should have said that.
Yes. So we're going to continue talks with them. GISD always sends security over. They always run the kids off. So that's why we're still trying to partner with
The problem
them.
is they don't enjoy structure. They don't want structured programs. We've done, in the last 10 years, we've done after-school programs. We've done ranking them into gyms, and there is, and when we do that, they immediately go outside and do worse, right? So if we can get them to come in and just participate with a little bit of guidance, it works so much better.
Well, that's kind of where I'm going. We heard the
yeah.
same thing a little while ago at the library, that, they're,
Yeah.
okay, I get it.
They do
They've
not
been-
want structure.
They've been working
in
all day,
structure
they just
for
want a
8
place
hours.
to chill out,
Yep.
do their thing.
Yep.
But if they're doing that in our area, then there's at least some oversight.
Yeah, it's the outside kids that are the
so
biggest
if-
issue.
sorry.
And there's not, those kids don't want to come in. Even if we gave them, we sell memberships at the beginning of school for nothing for those kids.
And some of those kids don't even go to Rowlett.
Oh,
Yeah, they show up.
They just show up, they get dropped off, and they have a friend, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
They're constantly
Well,
looking at
I
programming
guess I
options.
encourage you to think of
an
things
operation.
you might need to manage them. Not necessarily to chase them away, but to manage them in a way that is beneficial for us and them. I think that's.
So, not to serve as a deterrent, but to catch things in the act, because there's been plenty of criminal mischief back there. Cameras?
We've talked about that, putting cameras back there.
Not in obvious places where it's like, hey, we're watching you, but even along the wall next to the wet zone facing Kids
The
Kingdom.
toughest part is constantly watching them, right? Like, in order to get, well, Wet Zone has a ton of cameras, and they are
Oh, they do?
constantly.
Okay.
Yeah,
I didn't
Wet
know
Zone
that.
is covered with
okay.
cameras.
The other-
Extra installed actually
And RCC
today
is covered with
to face
cameras.
Kids Kingdom, but-
Oh, I mean, I know the
It's more
inside
of a
was, but I didn't know Wet
response.
Zone had them.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Yes, oh,
It
so
is-
never mind.
But it is more of a response as opposed to a
Proactive.
reactive versus proactive, right? 'Cause-
And I'm not talking
Yeah,
proactive at all,
no,
because it's really
Wet Zone
not.
has 6 or 8 and is getting 2 more.
Yeah.
So.
It's really
inside
just,
and out.
it's just to go after the people who created
Yep.
damage, because
Yep.
that damage can be very costly.
Absolutely can see
One
their
of the-
face in those
I
cameras.
think
They're
one
amazing.
deterrent would be to actually put some monitors out there so that the cameras are showing on the monitor so they can see that they're on camera.
You mean like Walmart?
And I was surprised when I get to the checkout, the self-serve checkout, and I look up and, oh, it's me.
Yeah, I think you have to be careful about how you,
Rock,
you
all
know.
it takes is rock.
right, it does take a rock.
But that is
All right.
something that.
Let's do lunch.
Yep,
So,
it's
yeah,
time.
let's do that. Let's take a few minutes to get your food and all that, take a short break,
Thanks,
and
Sean.
then we'll come back
Thanks for getting
for
it
the
done.
city council's budget and the city secretary.
Okay, so I oversee 3 budgets, one for the Action Center, City Secretary, and City Councils. These are our mission and vision statements for Action Center and City Secretary. Basically, it all boils down to serving as a customer-centered department, providing excellent customer service, and being the departments of awesome. This is a snapshot of last fiscal year. You've heard the other departments talk about work order systems, MyGov, and Public Works has ViewWorks. Every time one of those departments changes, we get to learn their new system also. So we not only take and enter trash issues or open records requests, we also enter code enforcement issues, water leaks, potholes. We'll go online to Encore's website and log in a broken or non-functioning street light, night light, not traffic light. And so we are using several systems in order to help serve our customers. So part of last fiscal year also encompassed COVID, I'm ready to get to a time where we don't have to mention COVID in every conversation. But during that time, the staff was on a daily rotation for in-office coverage, so we always had 2 people in the office. And along with IT and Drew, facilitated virtual meetings for City Council and Planning and Zoning. And I'm proud to report that our office was able to provide all of our services without interruption through the entire time. And once we returned to in-person,
We have maintained a work from home schedule 1 day a week for staff. And the person who's at home handles the incoming emails, so that way people in the office can focus on in-person and phone calls. So the challenges that we face are more from the unknown. So like getting ready for the next big thing. What's the next big weather event? Winter storm, huge wind gust that comes through and there's tons of limbs and debris, and how come it hasn't been picked up yet? And I don't have it in front of my house. What's taking them so long? Well, look down your street, and every single street in the city looks like that. So part of that is, I'll skip down to the third one, expectations of the public. So someone calls and says, I've left a message for so-and-so in whatever department. Well, that department doesn't sit behind a desk. That department is out in the field all day, and at some point in time, they will return to the office and be able to check voicemails and return calls and return emails and things of that nature. But I've already called and left 2 messages today. Why haven't they called me back? So managing those expectations of customers, and when we do, send a call, explain, well, that person, most of their work is out in the field, so if it goes to voicemail, please leave them a message and they will call you back as soon as they're able. So those kinds of things. The other thing is keeping track of the information we need to know from other departments in order to stay informed for the public. For example, if they are going to start work on a street project, having that information ahead of time is helpful for us, because people will call and say, they've not picked up my trash. Well, you were notified that the work is going to start in your alley. Your trash has to go to the front. So things like that. So just keeping abreast of everything that's going on. And when Jeff was up here, he talked about those engineering meetings, and our staff does attend those so we can have updates on where those projects are in the process.
Do you also get updates from economic development on what's being built where for all those questions that inevitably come up?
We search those answers out.
Yeah.
But there's a handy
Just look on
thing
Facebook.
on the website that you can go look at the development.
I just sent
That's
it all
right.
to you.
That's right.
I sent you all the link to the GIS and the link to the development map earlier
I
today.
appreciate that.
The other thing that I think is worth every bit of money and time they spent was being able to, having an interactive trash schedule map.
Yeah.
Before, you had the PDF, so you had to look up the address and then find out where it was and then go to the PDF. So now you have the trash schedule map and you just type in the address and it's right there. That was just the best thing. So these are the PBB programs that our office deals with, and all of which are either mandated by state law or council policy. We are not requesting additional funds this year. So some of the items in our office are split between our shared costs between our different budgets. For example, software maintenance and things of that nature, because we all touch it. And so those are contractually obligated increases. We have increased the elections budget. Dallas County has a per registered voter cost, not who shows up cost. And so we have to plan for that possibility. Although we did receive a refund, partial refund for the May 21 election. And so we're not sure from election to election. Also, the cost depends on how many people are participating. So if there are 1 or 2 participants, the cost will be significantly more than if it's everybody and the county. So if the county's involved, our cost will significantly go down because they pick up a big part of that cost. So we have to plan for worst case and allot for the highest amount that we know is going to be.
That refund is because of the voting locations that weren't staffed?
No,
Or-
it's because what we paid in advance of the election was more than what our costs wound up being. So at the conclusion of each election, they do an audit of costs. And then based upon what people paid in, you'll get a refund.
But we do get a refund for that too, right?
We get, don't know.
Yeah,
We'll see after the next audit.
Dallas County isn't the best, the greatest communicators on election issues.
Imagine.
Can we get a,
Or on any other issue.
can we get
Really?
a scaled refund based upon how long it takes them to get the results back to us?
I like that.
Yeah.
That would be nice.
That's why I'm laughing at you.
But contracting with the county is much better than us trying to administer our own
Yeah,
elections.
yeah.
So we are very thankful for contracting with them and the work that they do for us.
Yeah.
Laura, my first job in municipal government was as a city secretary, and we did our own elections, and that was no fun. But what wasn't fun also was all the people who thought that meant you were the city manager's secretary.
Yes.
And they're like, yeah, why do you make so much money? It's like the Secretary of State, not a secretary who takes dictation.
So did you have one of those signs in your office that says it's not the hours that's killing me, it's the minutes?
I did not. That's a good one now.
So next is council's line items. And I sent you all the explanation last night of what those line items include. One of the things that has been set by policy over the last few years is the amount of money allocated for travel, training, and registration. And because those funds are a shared bucket between the two line items, so one is travel and training and one is registration. So, but if you're gonna register for something, you're probably gonna have travel to go with it. So, what I've done is the total amount that's been allotted to the council is split in half. And then if for some reason we need to reallocate to the funds to cover, we'll do that through an amendment or a line item, a journal entry rather.
Budget transfer.
Yes. See, that's why you know stuff. So the way the allocation is $1,500 per council member. And then $10,000 was allotted for the mayor to attend for the U.S. Conference of Mayors, because those are never local, those are national meetings. And there are 2 each year. Attending one, it used to be 5,000. And then after attendance at one, that wouldn't cover more than one. So that was up to 10,000 a couple of years ago. And then there's also $6,000 allotted for, to allow for 2 council members to attend the Leadership North Texas program, and that's $3,000 apiece. So, this is one of the things that's on your list to discuss, whether or not you want to keep those amounts, change those amounts, lower those amounts.
Is that now?
We can go through the other stuff and come back to this, because the other stuff may apply to this.
Okay.
Let's do that.
So, one of the other items that's in council's budget is the city's memberships and association dues. So for example, COG, the general membership, and then the emergency preparedness membership falls under this. North Texas Commission, the Encore and Atmos steering committees, ERCOT, Texas Municipal League, Metroplex Mayors, and U.S. Conference of Mayors, and Dallas Regional Mobility Coalition. So, some of the dues were decreased during COVID to allow the cities, because of the financial issues that cities may have been going through at the time, but now they've started to bump those back up to the normal dues. And fluctuation in population numbers and what people think our population is, or where they get their population count for us, differs. So budgeting for these is not an exact science. So the budget request is based on invoices paid thus far this year. And for those that are population-based, I moved those to use the COG population estimates. So this continuation of all of these is one of the other discussion points.
Are there any other memberships that we are not a part of that perhaps we should be, that I may not know exist?
I can, if you want me to do that.
Sure.
So, we usually have that discussion every year, and this is the current list of groups that we are part of was kind of our, we put it to a strategy, which was, covering, Dallas Regional Mobility Coalition. If we were doing that, we really shouldn't spend money, $10,000 a year for Text 21, because they're the purposes are usually pretty much aligned in what they do. So that's kind of paying for two programs for really one solution. Other programs, I remember Text 21 we dropped because we just didn't see the importance in that.
And like you said, it overlapped.
It overlapped.
And it was $10,000. It was the most out of everything.
Trying to remember what
we did
other.
have National League of Cities for a couple of years.
Right,
and
so-
then they got rid of that one.
And the reason for that, okay, so we were part of National League of Cities. I think the reason for that was the previous mayor had gone to one of their conferences and also recognized that there was a lot of overlap with that and the U.S. Conference of Mayors, and that there was even more opportunities for regional, national partnerships and information from U.S. Conference of Mayors than National League of Cities. So that's why we kind of decided let's switch to just paying for U.S. Conference of Mayors rather than that and National League of Cities. Texas Municipal League is obviously very important, so keeping that is pretty critical. Metroplex Mayors is pretty much in the name, it's all the mayors really in the Metroplex that meet together once a month to go over issues in the region. We meet with regional leaders from different organizations like DART, COG, TxDOT,
FBI.
Right, FBI. So that's a critical group to stay a part of as well. Did that answer your questions? Is there any other questions I can answer on these specific organizations?
I think mine was more so, are there any that exist that are, they wouldn't be on this list, obviously, because these are things we're a part of. Are there any exist that we should be, or perhaps should at least consider joining as a part of? And
Well, I think that's what we were talking about.
Yeah.
There was a time we were a member of Tech 21. The council made a conscious decision to no longer do that one. There are a lot of memberships that departments have. Finance is going to be in the Government Finance Officers Association. We're members of the International City Managers Association. So, there's going to be those. And so we get feedback from all of that kind of stuff. But in terms of the city overall, this is the list I think we've come to. But I know Text 21 for sure. And then you mentioned, Mayor, League of
National League of Cities, yeah.
Again, a conscious decision not to continue with that because we were going to be doing these other things. So
Gotcha. Okay.
those were at least the two that I would have come up with just like that. A lot of cities do Text 21 in addition to Dallas Regional Mobility Coalition. But I think for our needs, we feel like at least that that we're getting our value from that group more so than what we were getting from Text 21, who has a much broader focus on even down to ports and things like that.
It was just the value of the dollar, and it just wasn't as important to spend that $10,000 a year for something we weren't getting much more information from than our current organizations. It was kind of just
that was a good point,
to me,
Mayor.
wasteful
Is that it was the most expensive membership on our list, and yet
Didn't get anything.
not as obvious as the benefit.
So do we have any document summarizing what our benefits are from each of these and what it provides to us?
We do. It may be a little older, but we prepared that for council, a few years ago.
I can send that to you.
What is like Encore Steering Committee? We buy a
Now,
vote?
I can tell you about some of those, just so you guys know. The City of Rowlett participates in several, let's just call them voting blocks in a way, groups that help us with dealing with things like rate increases by these utilities. So Encore, for example, they are a critical, as you know, with deregulation, there are many companies out there who are providers of power, electricity. But yet Encore is the backbone because they are the ones who actually distribute it. And so Encore will go to the Public Utilities Commission and they'll say, hey, we want to increase our rates by, say, 30%. And they'll have all kind of factors in there. This group, then they actually evaluate that. And so what you'll see is a resolution that you'll pass that will say, we want to do a review of those rates. And then the organization itself, made up of a bunch of cities in Texas, they will evaluate that, and then they'll come back, and sometimes they're able to negotiate a lower rate. And remember, in this case, you're not necessarily impacting our own cost, but also the cost of all of our residents and businesses. So I cannot think of a time that the group did not help lower that expectation.
Yep.
And then when the PUC would approve it, was much less than what they proposed.
So this organization is typically a petitioner with the PUC anytime one of these rate cases comes up, and we're then.
Yes, they help us with that. Sometimes it's even just a dispute on other types of issues. The same thing with the Atmos city. So all the cities that are in the Atmos district for gas does the exact same thing. And then, here's the funny part. We contest it, but yet those utilities pay for the cost of, what it takes to actually do it. But then, we're happy with, we know that sometimes these things have to happen, but then we're generally happier with the cost. I will say there's two more groups we participate in. One is called TCAP, and that's for our own power. So this is a group of 50-something cities across the state who then combine our purchasing power to acquire contracts with other power agencies, not just Encore, for example, but it includes wind generation, it includes clean energy, coal, all the sources that we can, and they buy and or commit to contracts for aggregate amounts that we all then contribute for, and because of that purchasing block, it ends up being a lower price than what you would see elsewhere. So that's another group that I didn't mention, Jeff, but that we are a member of, but
in a different
yes.
department, like city
We
manager's
contract with that as opposed to, say, a membership.
Gotcha.
So if we double the 100 to 200 for ERCOT, do we get more reliable service?
But I was going to ask, I never caught on the fact that we paid ERCOT $100 a year. What is that?
So ERCOT does a similar thing. Is advocacy. They also as you know, with some of the things that happened with the winter storm a couple years ago too. It
What is it for?
it helps.
Well, what does it help? Because
Laura's gonna send you that list of all the stuff and what it is.
because I tell you what,
Because I
if-
was trying to remember the details.
Yeah,
of
yeah,
it.
I tell you what,
Severance pay for people
is
that
it
have
is
to leave.
if this is like a we don't have to help ERCOT. I don't want to help ERCOT
I understand.
because
We will send you
they've
the
not
list.
done much to help
I'm trying to
all of
save you,
us.
boss.
I know, I cannot remember exactly what the benefits were that we mentioned. Some of the other stuff I've got
We
off
can
the
keep
top
our
of my head.
$100.
not now.
Thanks.
Can't imagine how far $100 would go to help us.
Right.
Yeah.
What do I know?
Keep the power on 0.2 seconds longer.
It's something
Yeah.
to do, it's very important. I can't remember exactly what.
Get your
Because
seat.
we had
If it
the
is.
Same discuss, we had the same
Get your seat at the
discussion.
table,
We
probably.
did. I don't.
Probably did.
Yeah.
Let you have power.
Because it was cheap. It was
$500
cheaper
buys
than
you
that.
access to.
If
Yeah.
it's something that is like almost
That's
like
really
a
what it's for, Jeff.
requirement.
That $100 gets you access
Okay.
to having Encore.
It has something to do with the grid or something.
So, like you said, if we
Okay.
double it, then can we get 2 seconds longer worth of power?
We'll get you a
Anyways,
list.
thank you.
So one of the other things that, aside from membership dues, is on the line item that I sent you.
Yeah.
Under miscellaneous, that's where council's community outreach funds are.
Yes.
And so, a couple of years ago, each council member was allotted $1,500. I think it was $1,000 each. And then, a couple of years ago, it was changed. So council members each are allotted $1,500 and the mayor is allotted $2,000. So that's one of the other discussion points for you all.
So I brought this up. I wanted to discuss can we define what is community outreach? What are the allowed expenditures of that fund?
So council spends their money, how council chooses to spend their money. The community outreach was for things that were not training, travel, and registration. So for example, if you attend the chamber luncheon, that's part of your community outreach funds.
Okay.
If you attend,
Chamber banquets.
yeah, chamber banquet, golf tournaments, if you take a staff member to lunch one day, it's been used for that. If you meet with a citizen for coffee, I'm sorry?
COG meetings. I was trying to think what has charge
No, that would
associated.
be a training travel. So the tinsel and trivia,
Yeah.
or GISD,
So
things like that, or community outreach.
yeah, and that makes perfect sense. I think maybe it would help all of us if we could get some sort of something in writing to just firm that up because
Some guidelines, maybe?
Yeah, just some guidelines because I think I mean heck, I've been on council for 5 years and I've never quite really understood until you just explained it perfectly.
So that is not for us to say. That is for council to decide how you
Okay, I'll work on
can
that.
justify to the public the expenditure of those funds.
Okay, I'll work on that with you and then maybe we can email it to
Maybe make
council.
that a
and-
part of the council procedures discussion.
Is that, could that be a,
Sure,
we can do that then.
because your travel is in.
What we can do is write up a draft and then go over that draft with council and firm that up.
I think the big issue, and I know, Blake, you'll remember this, because this came up a few years ago with council, you guys make the big bucks.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Y'all get $300 a month, and it works out to about a penny an hour that you spend. And so the idea is that you shouldn't be having to, fork money out of your own pocket to attend things that are important to this community events and things like that. And so that's why we really started kind of focusing in on that. But again, it's at your direction that here's what we want to do, or here's how we want to do it. And then, we'll help with, the dollars to make that happen. I do think it's a good idea, though, maybe to codify it, like you said, in the rules of procedure.
Yeah.
Maybe not the dollar amount, because then you might have to change that every year, but the what
Yeah.
that you're doing.
Just for the continuity purposes, you get a whole new council and we're all wondering what the heck is this fund? I didn't really, I still, until today, really haven't quite got the full grasp of it myself. So codifying it will help that movement of officials and.
I think that,
Oh, I
that's
do.
really smart.
Yeah.
I know how to use it. Yeah.
You get all the feedback from Laura. I think that was it. Is there any other questions on community outreach funds?
Not
Any other
specifically,
input?
no.
Laura also sent you guys a, your departmental, but are we gonna go over that too?
That's what,
Yeah.
Oh, okay,
it's not on the slides.
okay.
Some,
Maintenance service, multi-cell phone, career services.
And then the travel and training, if you wanted to change those funds.
What was the professional consulting facilitator?
yeah, I was gonna ask you that. What was that professional?
So for example, we'll be doing a session with SGR,
Yeah.
and so that covers that expense.
Or orientation for the council, for example. You know, some years when we only have like one person change out, then, you know, we may meet one-on-one with that person, but with a big turnover like this, it's really good to bring in strategic government resources to do an orientation for you guys about, you know, how legislative process works and, you know, the roles and, of different parties. So we've got a tentative date. I will be tying that down with you guys. We have a couple possible dates. One I'm looking at or targeting is July 8th right now.
It's early
Just
July.
simply because we have so many all-day meetings like this in June. Try to spread that out so that, make sure that you never have another Thursday free in your life, but, you know.
Or Saturday.
Bad news, I won't be here the 8th.
Oh, you won't be? Well, that's what I'll usually do is send it to council and I'll say, would like 2 dates, and I'll say, does any of these dates work better than any other? And
I'll be enjoying my beach vacation, thank you. I was hoping that was like a group therapy session.
Any other questions?
Laura, I apologize for rehashing, but on these first 2 lines on the second page, the travel and the training and registration, it says in FY22, it was 21.5 and 16, and overall, those are proposed to be lower.
Right, so on the slide, it says the totals from the previous year were incorrect.
Oh, I see. Okay, sorry.
So, and they've been corrected, so that's why it's lower from the previous year.
Okay, thank you.
read.
Any other questions?
Question under printing and binding. What is printing and binding for the mayor pro tem and deputy mayor pro tem? Just out of
Business
curiosity.
cards.
Oh, okay, so
Each box of business cards
theirs
is
aren't
$50.
included in the business cards line item?
No, because council members will get
It's
council member cards.
right,
And if,
gotcha.
if your position of council member changes, you get another set of business cards that
Gotcha.
say mayor pro tem or deputy mayor pro tem.
When are we gonna do that?
I'm sorry?
Second meeting in
The
June.
the next.
Next meeting.
Next meeting.
Whatever day that is.
All
So
right.
did you want to talk about the dollar amounts now or wait till the budget?
The dollar
Or are
amount.
you good with the dollar amounts as
Set
they're
13.
set?
if you feel strongly about making any changes, I would like to hear it now because we'll program that in before we submit the proposed
Well, on the
budget.
travel and such, do we need to adjust that for the gas prices and inflation and so forth?
We usually don't ever get
We don't have
close
to
to
travel that much.
utilizing the entire travel budget. So
Okay.
I would just say if
And not everybody uses it.
right.
So it, like I said, it's one big pot,
Right.
so.
So if one doesn't use it, someone else who, yeah.
It's
They
a
balance
great
out.
question to ask, though, particularly in this environment. But what I would say is that, let's just say for some reason that it did get overutilized in this year, it's a minor amount for us to fix when you have a $100 million budget. You know, and Ronnie's case, though, like on public works and stuff, cost of fuel, I mean, those are big numbers we've got to do something with.
Do we have the guidelines for travel built into the council rules of procedure,
No.
or is there?
No,
Well-
we'll follow the staff policy that we've got for the entire organization.
Okay.
And then you would work with Laura to turn in your receipts and mileage and all those kind of things. But she usually will handle that for you. She'll even make reservations for you.
Yes, she's
She does
very
all
good
that.
at
At the
that.
main.
As long as there's a policy, because I worry that people might interpret it differently, and you driving to the farmer's market should not really qualify for a travel reimbursement, but you going to an
Oh,
event
she won't
across
let
town.
you submit that receipt,
I can
so.
do that.
And there is a mileage, like within so many miles of City Hall.
Gotcha.
And your mileage isn't reimbursed on cost of fuel, it's the
IRS rate.
It's the IRS rate,
Yeah.
mileage reimbursement, and it's always done from City Hall to the location.
Perfect. Okay.
It's just like
I'm
if you in that class, North Texas deal, I was always reimbursed for my gas. Cause it's way.
Like Love Field area, right?
You're way over there. I was passing
Did
up
anyone
field.
else sign
It's
up?
DFW.
Oh, it is? Oh,
Am I the only
really?
one who signed up for the TML class in Allen? Did anyone else sign up for that?
No, I,
And then-
Lord takes care of that too.
I mean, are there any concerns about the numbers associated with this?
Not with
That
me.
we
I
need to.
I have no suggested changes.
Okay. All right.
Excellent.
Keep the memberships that are on the list.
Yeah, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Your next person will be Joey.
And he is here,
And he
so.
might want to talk about the
Jerf?
jerk.
Jerf?
We told him
Come
about
up,
the
Jerf.
jerk this morning.
I prefer to call it the turf.
They have been
We
waiting
prefer
for
to
you
call it the
all
jerk,
day.
so we
'cause
don't
they're
really
so
care what he
excited
likes.
about
I like
that.
Jerf.
yeah. Turf
Named it
sounds
that,
like a parks thing.
Innovative fund is what it was before or something, right? That's no fun.
Yeah, innovative replacement.
We were going to call it turf too, so.
That's what he, yeah.
Oh, okay.
I like
Technology.
Jerf.
Joey's equipment replacement fund.
Yeah.
Give Laura just a second, she'll get it up and she'll send them your presentation.
We've already got it.
I think we need more TVs in
Alright, can you put
Truly.
2 seconds in this?
You've got a TV you never use in
I
there.
do use it, I love it.
Really? Okay.
It's
So
nice
Joey,
when
while you're
you
here, I
don't
have a tech, no, I'm just kidding.
They don't have to like be standing behind you.
The Wi-Fi in here ain't that great. Anyways.
See Blake?
ARPA, right? Yeah. So I told Blake this week, it's come up with ARPA money.
Who is our webmaster? Is that you or someone in your department or?
We outsource it, so our website's hosted.
We're already inundating you with Jerf questions.
And each department has their own, so each given department, like you're Darren talk about as marketing person, she's the one that takes care of the Parks and Rec website.
Okay.
So it's all done through Civic Plus, but then each group kind of has an appointed designee that keeps it updated and keeps information on it.
That's what Phil does for the
So when
library.
I think something on
does
the
it for
website needs to be changed, I.
Yeah, just you shoot it to me, I'll make sure it gets to the right
Okay,
person, or to
yeah,
Laura, she'll
because
make
there
sure
are
it gets to the right
outdated
person.
Things, I mean, we were talking about that.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
From time to time, like we just caught one on the trash website, right, that shouldn't have been on there, and somebody just updated it real quick.
So feel free to interrupt with questions. There'll also be obviously opportunity at the end for that. I think I've got about 12 slides. So our department specifics. So GIS does report to IT in our city. In some cities, they do that. In other cities, they report to community development or development services. We have 9 employees, including myself, or positions, and one that's, it's not part-time, but I'll get to it in a minute. So in IT, we have 2 desktop administrators. We have a system administrator. We have a network administrator. We have an infrastructure manager and a director. I'm missing something. And GIS have a GIS manager and a GIS analyst. The part-time is actually a full-time senior administrative assistant, but she handles my department and economic development. So consider it a part-time employee. I am asking for more employees, and we'll get to that in a minute. So some of the success for our department for this year was our
GIS manager redesigned our GIS website. That one is not hosted. We do have a few that aren't hosted to give it a more modern look and improve navigation, and it really needed it. It was built quite a long time ago. And I'd like to take this opportunity to talk about our awesome GIS manager. Her name's Ella Lee. She's not just a GIS specialist, she's also a database administrator. She's a computer programmer. And for this project, she had to be a web developer. Those skill sets are usually siloed. So if she were to leave today, we would probably need to hire a couple of people to replace her to keep the same service level.
Oh.
He's been here for about 15 years. So we also refreshed our entire virtual server environment and added capacity. So I'm trying to virtualize pretty much all of our physical servers. It gives us better redundancy and failover. It costs about $650,000, and it took us about a month and a half to do. We repurposed our old environment for an on-site disaster recovery plan. We also have an off-site disaster recovery plan. We relocated one of our data centers to a secure environment. So we have 2 data centers. This one was in a really old building with a pier and beam foundation that was failing. So our racks were actually leaning a little bit. We repaired the foundation, but they were still leaning. So we were able to move it to a better environment. We did that over the Martin Luther King Jr. holiday weekend to give us an extra day. We started Friday night at like 6 p.m. and we worked overnight. We got it done by probably mid-Sunday. So that was, it helped make me sleep better because, like I said, it's in a much more secure environment. The other one's already in a pretty good, I'm happy with where it's at. And we replaced 40 desktops and 38 laptop computers. So we have a 4-year replacement cycle for all of our desktops and laptops. So every year we replace a 4th of them. When we're done with them, we have a company that picks them up to recycle them. When they recycle them, all the components are destroyed, and they do that for free. When I first got here, we were sitting to auction, but we got pennies on the dollar for them, and it was more trouble than reward, I guess, for us to prep them to go to auction. So we just started recycling. It's free.
And we get a certification when those are destroyed that they've...
Correct.
Okay.
So some challenges for my department. Some of them you probably heard from most of the other department heads. The first is, I'll talk about the first 2 together, I guess. Maintaining competitive competition. So in IT, you see a lot of job hopping because that's how you get a real raise, so to speak. And you also gain better skill set to make yourself more marketable for the next job hop. So hiring is crazy right now. Pre-COVID, I'd open up a certain position, desktop administrator position, I get 150 applications. Post-COVID, I'm lucky to get 20, and I have to extend the amount of posting. I already talked about retention, and there's not enough employees in my department, which, like I said, I'll talk about a little bit later. Facilities. So I'm asking for positions, and if I get them, I have to get really creative on where to put them, and we get even more cramped than we already are. There is an option of working from home. If someone was to work from home, I would like them to at least come in one day a week for updates and things like that. My people do have the option to work from home whenever they need to. So if they've got an errand to run or they need something done on their house, they just work from home and let me know. Cybersecurity. So that's going to be a challenge for any IT department. I think it's especially challenging for us because we are a public sector department, so we put a lot of information out there that puts us at risk. I guess I need to talk about my staff reports. So I received permission from previous council to make my staff reports generic. Before, I would put all of the information about what we're buying in a quote. So out in the public, they would know exactly what we have. So when you read my staff reports, I'll tell you kind of what it is. I'll definitely tell you what it does, and I'll tell you I don't need it and how much it is.
We don't need to know if it's HP or Dell or this or that, yeah.
Right, and If you do want to know, I'll be happy to take it offline or talk to you about it in an executive session. Cloud versus on-prem. So let me kind of tell you what it is. So when you go out and buy a new software system, you typically have an option to install it on your own equipment, and that's on-premise, or you can pay a vendor to have it installed on their equipment, and that's the cloud. So obviously, if it's on our environment, we get control of it, and we get to maintain it. We lose that when we go to cloud. A lot of old school IT folks don't like cloud because you lose control, and if you want to bring it back on premise, if it doesn't work out, you want to bring it back, that's very hard to do. Getting your data back. Now it's written in contracts, so that's gotten better. And I'll talk a little bit about that. So now on to the needs. So multi-factor authentication. Some of you guys are already using this. So like when you log into your banking website, you log in with username and password, and then they send you a text. That's your third authenticator, or your second authentication. If your bank's not using it, you may call them and ask them if they can turn it on for you. It eliminates account breaches almost completely. Another reason why we need it is cybersecurity insurance companies are starting to require MFA, multi-factor authentication. The city of Allen this year, their cyber insurance didn't renew them.
Oh.
They actually had MFA, but they didn't have it to the extent that the cyber insurance company wanted. So now they're going out and beefing it up, so to speak.
Wow.
I also think MFA will become industry standard. I sent one of my guys to a cybersecurity conference in Austin a couple of weeks ago, and they were saying that the two main causes for a cybersecurity incident for an organization is, the first one is the IT department not installing security patches in a timely manner, which we do religiously, and then the other one is user account breaches, which this will help hopefully eliminate. The cost for the system.
We are only as strong as our weakest link. It only takes one person to click on a link that they never should have clicked on. And we were hit, 8-9 years ago with ransomware, and we're not prepared for it. Thank goodness our backup drives were clean, and we were able to restore. It just took us a while. But now they've gotten smart where, it actually won't trigger for a few days, and so, that way it keeps on getting into your backup, and then till you can't restore, from backup. So it's really smart how they've gotten with this, but.
And they're also using it to extort.
You have endpoint monitoring?
Oh yeah.
Joey, when you implement MFA, I hope that you'll look at doing it so that you can use an authenticator app, not just the text messages and
Oh,
phone
definitely.
calls.
We actually we don't supply everyone with a cell phone, and we don't want to force them to use their personal phone for that, so we'll have to give them a card, basically. Or it'll call a phone
Token based, yeah.
with a text.
I want to point out one more thing too. I mean, personally, I use Norton, the full 360 package that helps with my password generators and stuff. But when Joey showed us this chart, and I'm thinking, okay, I use about 8 to 9, and I'm in that far right corner. I use numbers, upper and lowercase letters and symbols. And it would still only take 31 seconds to 39 minutes at most.
Just don't use dictionary words either.
No,
no. They need to be randomized.
Yeah, so I'm trying to change us to a 20 password character. Passwords aren't really used, or it's not best practice. It's actually a passphrase, and if we can do that, I can not expire it for a year, and that's best practice.
Well, we've been hearing when did Bill Gates say it, that passwords were dead? That was about 15 years ago, I think. And they're still here.
Yes, they are.
we ain't going anywhere.
So the next need is mobile device management. So we do issue phones and obviously tablets and laptops to our users, our employees. We don't have a way to manage it. The only thing we can really do right now is do a remote wipe, and that works sometimes if someone loses their phone. This will obviously give us an administration console and a portal to manage them all. It'll be more secure. That's going to be $27,605 each year. Now we get on to the people. So right now we have an applications manager, and that's the only person that handles our enterprise resource planning software. The vendor is about to start forcing yearly version upgrades, and that takes about 6 months. It's very resource intensive, and we want to keep it on-prem. I mean, at this point, with this change, I think it's either hire this person or move it to the cloud. And I'm not comfortable with moving to the cloud right now because I don't want our entire ERP system to be in someone else's hands. We need to be able to control it. They'll force us to go to the cloud at one point, and all of their new installs are cloud only. They don't offer on-premise anymore. So the cost with benefits for an applications analyst is $83,729. The next request is a public safety systems administrator. So I used to have this position. We used to have this position. I used to work at the police department, and I was responsible for all of their technology and the fire department's technology. The previous director moved me back to City Hall and promoted me to IT manager. And he wanted to train some guys at the police department and the fire department to do the light lifting for technology over there and escalate to us. So we had one guy at the fire department, and he retired. We had 2 guys at the police department, and one of them was retired. The other one has been here for, I think, 35 years. He does a great job. He takes a lot off our plate over there. But I need to get someone in to, A, do a knowledge transfer, and B, I'd like to bring IT back into IT. So that would cost us, with benefits, $109,561. I believe this is the last request, is a GIS analyst. As I said, we have 2 people in our GIS department, and her and the applications manager, they both get calls on vacations. They have to take their computers with them. They don't really get a vacation. So that's why I'm asking. Obviously, we're growing. They have to do new developments in the maps portion of our website, and that cost would be $70,836.
So what is, it says our GIS database needs to be reconfigured for a new 911 system. What does that mean?
So we're working with the police department to get a new 911 system, and the way our GIS database is designed, it's not designed to work with that system. So we're going to have to redesign it. So what GIS does is it will present all of its data to the system, and that system wants it presented in a certain way.
Gotcha.
And that's going to be a huge project.
Gotcha.
And that system is coming as a part of a grant. You'll hear Dan talk about it in his presentation next week.
Okay.
And there's my prioritized list.
So Joey, I have a question.
Yes.
If I get too specific on vendors, you can tell me to stop and we'll talk about it later. But in terms of MFA, I view that as number one, and I'm not disagreeing with your number one, but MFA has a organization-wide impact if it's not in place. And I was frankly shocked that we didn't have MFA when I was signing into my Office account, right? So in terms of Microsoft as a vendor and MFA with our Office accounts, M365 accounts, is that something where we flip a switch and pay an extra fee, or what is involved with rolling out? Is part of this education amongst the masses, or?
It's going to be education. It's going to be the cost. Are you asking about this cost?
The cost, yes.
That is strictly for licensing.
Wow.
That's for the software.
Okay. Totally necessary.
Right.
Totally
It doesn't
necessary.
include rollout and everything like that, which we'll do ourselves. We don't need to pay them to roll it out.
Right.
I would tell you that I agree too. We also talked about the passphrases, and but I can tell you again, showing me that chart, as good as I think my passwords are dead. So.
And the weakest point of IT security are people, 100%. And unless you design a completely closed system, the people are your weakest link. And I know we partner with KnowBe4 to do software and security awareness training. How often are our staff required to go through that security awareness training?
The state started requiring, I think it was last year, the year before, started requiring annual cybersecurity training. So we do that. We were actually doing it before they required us to do it, and it was mandatory. He would allow me to lock your account out if you didn't do it. And we also do phishing, and if you fail to phish, you're automatically enrolled in training.
Nice. Okay, that's great. I'm excited to hear that. We got to get MFA.
Yeah, so I don't disagree that MFA should be number one. It's just my applications manager and probably the finance department would kill me if I didn't put that number one. So.
Well, MDM's important too.
It is. Agreed.
So that's the end of my presentation. Y'all have any questions or would like more information?
I would like some of those specifics when we're not in a.
Okay. Just send me an email and I'll be with you.
You mentioned facilities and the cramped space. What is the FTE lift here? We're talking 3 additional people, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
What would that look like? Would you be able to manage that with a work from home situation if the facilities needs weren't immediately addressed?
I could fit one more in our suite, and then our old server room, which was going to be used for storage, I could cram some people in there.
You can just build a little tunnel underneath and connect the two together. You know.
And the thing with facilities, we also need storage. Like for our PC refresh, they come out and drop a pallet in our parking lot. So.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. I mean,
really nice.
We couldn't leave it there overnight.
Yeah, and then we got to find a secure place to keep them.
Right.
I've started paying a company to help us with the rollout, so now they get shipped there, and they stage them and get them ready, and then they bring them on site 5 at a time each day to get it rolled out.
Well, talking about cloud versus on-premise, the goal of the major tech vendors is everything is a service. So, that's going to be a transition at some point.
That was one comment you made that I thought was funny. You said we get to control it and we get to maintain it. And I'm thinking, no, we have to maintain it. It is.
There are advantages and disadvantages.
Yes, definitely, definitely.
In hindsight, our payroll system should probably not be hosted. It should be on site. It's more important.
I think it's a balancing act, and you have to weigh security, you have to weigh with it. If you're struggling, particularly a smaller city, you're struggling with hiring IT people, that can be really expensive. You contract. I mean, but I will tell you that, philosophically, what I ask of Joey is anytime we have that discussion on iCloud computing or hosted, I want him to justify why it needs to be in-house. Because again, you've got to have more people, and he's not willing to go to bunk desks. So, it's just...
It'd be fun, though.
Well,
it would be fun, and it would be a perk that nobody else gets.
Yeah.
Some things do. I mean,
Yeah.
like the Microsoft data centers, I've been able to tour one of those, and the security there is amazing, and they've got biometric controls and for physical access and all kinds of stuff I can't talk about. But also, like you said, there's that element of having it on premise where you are in control and you're not trusting someone else. So.
Well, and an example of that, I wanted to back up Joey's, whenever Kronos got compromised, we didn't have that impact like other, I can't remember how many, I mean, it was really unbelievable how many businesses were affected and couldn't pay their employees. All we had to do was come up with paper timesheets because all Kronos does for us is the timesheets. We do all the rest of it is in-house on our servers, on location.
And, you know, AWS and Azure have both had major security incidents, so,
And we probably will too.
well, sure, but,
We've put systems in place to be able to recover from it.
exactly. And that redundancy, I assume, well, I'll talk to you about that.
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Joey, thank you. Joey used to come in and say, I'm going to scare the bejeebies out of them.
I remember when
And I said,
we,
no, don't do that. He said, I'm going
well,
to.
before we got some certain things funded,
Yes.
it was very scary.
Yeah, it was.
It was
There
very
was a
scary.
stretch, particularly right about the time we were kind of starting to come out of the Great Recession, where we were behind on everything. And you know, council at that time, we basically refinanced a lot of it, but then there was that scary period for about a year until it all got replaced, that we were sweating bullets, and
Well,
thank
there-
goodness nothing happened.
Well, there were, I remember there was a time when we didn't have certain things for certain redundancies.
Right, exactly.
Where
yes.
it was like, oh my gosh, we're so vulnerable. So,
We're taking care of those things now, but I do want to make this clear. What Joey told you before he left the table is absolutely right. It really is when, not if.
You have to make yourself less appealing than the next guy. That's the trick. If you have enough protections in place that you're less appealing to a hacker or to an infiltrator than the next city over or the next whatever government entity, then they'll leave you alone.
Well, it's just like crime prevention in your home. You know, you can't make your home totally physically secure without destroying your quality of life, but you make your home harder for the burglar to get into than the other homes. So he's going to take the easy way and
Right.
target them.
good analogy.
Fast is just a second slowest.
All right,
All right, Wendy.
Okay,
and in this corner.
No budget request, right?
well, maybe a little one.
I'm joking.
Okay, here we go. So first I want to start out by letting you, or explaining to you, it's listed at the bottom on all of these slides, but the finance department consists of finance administration, accounting, budget, purchasing, utility billing, and meter services. So there are several different divisions that comprise the full finance department. And our departmental mission is to ensure taxpayer money is managed effectively by providing accountable and transparent financial leadership that instills public trust and confidence to our citizens. And we have some strategies that we have to ensure that mission, and that we provide responsible, reliable, and cost-efficient public services. And to do this, we provide accurate, timely financial reporting. We align our budget with the city's financial policies and provide accurate, timely utility billing services and rates that are fair to everyone. And to ensure that, we have a utility rate study every year from an external consultant. Maximize savings through internal and external procurement partnerships through our purchasing division. And we maintain a strong investment grade bond rating to save us money whenever we issue debt for capital projects. Also on the right, you'll see that we track our progress of all of these strategies and our goals through multiple metrics in our Invisio system throughout the year. So some of them are reported quarterly, some of them are reported annually, but there are several of them that we track continually to watch our progress and all of our strategies and goals. Our finance accomplishments. Annually each year, we have set list of accomplishments that we want to attain, and that is the unmodified audit opinion, maintaining all 5 of the state's transparency stars, GFOA award for both the budget and the annual financial report, as well as keeping our water meter non-reads below 3.5%. And some good news for this year, so far, through the month of May, our average for this fiscal year has been 2.6. So we have maintained well below that. And that goes back to our revenue office, our utility billing office works with Public Works, which you heard Ronnie talk about earlier, of all the meters that they've switched out in that 12-year meter replacement program. So we work really close with them to make sure that we maintain those meter non-reads below our target, try to keep it as low as we can.
How do I get on the non-read list?
How do you get off the non-read?
How do I get on it?
Well, one thing I will say about that is we don't like giving our customers estimates, particularly during the summer, because if they get 2 months behind until whatever the problem is gets fixed, then they get a surprise bill. And so we don't want that. So as soon as we find that, they're out there, they're checking it. And, and quite frankly, it's sometimes kids, sometimes it's the homeowner. They go and pop off the lid to see what's all down there. Maybe they want to read the meter themselves. They break the wire. And so it's all kinds of reasons this stuff happens, not just because of the age of the meters themselves. But they're electronic, remember? That's how we're able to read them from the air. And just a little plug for something that I just feel is really, really important. Our AMI, Automated Meter Intelligence. You can sign up for it, it's free. And it can tell you hour by hour how much water you're using. Now, I will warn you, it takes 100 gallons to trigger the next deal. So if you're at 99, it's not going to show you actually used any. But at 101, it's going to show you used 100. I had a water leak during the ice storm last year, and I was convinced it poured out thousands of gallons of water. But as it was, we got it turned off quick enough, and I think it was just probably a little over 100 gallons that spilled. But to us, it was thousands of gallons. I mean, when you're trying to clean that up and it's, -5 outside. But I will tell you that people who have gotten on that, who, maybe they've argued, there's no way I use that much water. And then they see, oh, that's the sprinkler system. And then they start to understand. And one story that I really like is a customer really arguing about this and arguing, there's no way, no way, no way. Which we pull it up because remember, you don't have to sign up for it. We can pull it up for you. And you see then the irrigation. And then her response was, he told me he turned that off. Okay?
Most of our maddest customers don't access AMI. And so if they, kind of go through the process, I end up with them and it's like, you have AMI? And I'm like, no. And I'm like, all right, well, let me give you 5 minutes and I'll send you how it all fell out. And instantly they're like, okay, how do I sign up? So
It has become it is an awesome tool for our customer service and our utility billing department. It has made a huge difference, and I think all of those team down there are so thankful to the then council that approved, because it was not a cheap system, but it has really worth its weight in gold to our customers once they can really see where their usage patterns are and have an explanation of what happened in most cases.
The Action Center always also refers people to that AMI sign up.
Rowlett.com/AMI for anybody watching later.
I know when I turn my sprinkler system on, I just see the dollars coming out of sprinkler heads.
Water flows uphill towards money.
So over this past fiscal year 2022, up to date, some of our additional accomplishments, other than our annual goals that we have achieved this year, we have awarded a new 5-year banking contract. We've also awarded a new 5-year audit contract. We are in the process, have begun, and just about to wrap up fully integrating the accelerated Senate Bill 2 budget process. This will be our first year to completely start that. All of our utility billing team has completed cash handling training this year. We want to continue to do that on an annual basis, and we actually want to push it out to citywide employees, all citywide employees that handle cash. We've updated our purchasing manual this fiscal year and completed all of our desktop manuals for each of our utility billing positions, so that in case anything happens to anyone, anyone else can pick up that binder and do the things that need to be done. Our upcoming goals that we strive to accomplish by September 30th of this year is to obtain the Government Treasury Officers of Texas Investment Policy Certification. This will be the first time for the city of Rowlett to obtain that. We also, our accounting department is going to, well, they don't really have a choice this year. This is has to be done. They will implement GASB 87 into the fiscal year 2022 annual financial report. That has to do with leases. They have to be reported differently now. And I'm talking about operational leases, not necessarily capital leases. We will be implementing the Sapphire Bay Project Fund that was in that master agreement that was approved by council. And then as Joey spoke to, whether we decide to host or whether we decide to upgrade Munis, the current version that we're on, we've been told by Tyler Technologies that they will literally unplug it September 30th.
They've now gotten an update this week that they may have to actually extend it into next year and roll out the updated W-2 and 1099 formats, just depending on the upgrade timeline, because there's a lot of cities that need it.
Apparently, we're on the most popular version, and about 85% of their clients are on this version, and they made what seemed to be an impossible task to get all of these cities off of this version by October 1st. And they were, we were, stressing, thinking, how are we going to do this? Because we have to get in a queue for them to do it. So as far as accounting or finance goes, we are very involved in that because we have to test everything. I mean, Tyler Munis is the whole financial system. So we have to, every person in finance has to go from utility billing to purchasing to meter services to budget to accounting. We have to test everything to make sure that it's going to work whenever we go live on the new version. So that's really time consuming, especially apparently the upgrade that we are going to do is supposed to be totally different than the one we're on now. So it's not just a small little change. This is going to be a major change to our the way it looks and feels, and maybe possibly some of our processes.
You said 85% of their customers are on the version they're on?
Yes. And we made I remember our IT department made a conscious decision to stay a couple of versions behind because we wanted other cities and entities to work out the kinks before we moved up to them, made sure it was fixed before we got up to it. So we are a couple of versions behind, and that's why they were going to, this one's going to be completely discontinued. And like Tara said, I mean, the biggest factor in this is they had told us they were not going to support W-2s and 1099s with this version, and you have to have that. You have to W-2 and 1099. So now it sounds like they've extended it, so we'll have a little bit more time.
Yeah, we're on the list, we're in the queue now, but it's just whenever it's waiting for them to get to us.
So for the finance vulnerabilities and challenges, just like every other department in the city, we have them too. And just like you've heard from multiple other departments, our first vulnerability and challenge is personnel. We're very quickly developing community with multi-million-dollar projects that other departments have talked about today. And just like any other department, we need an appropriate level of personnel to focus on the specific, complex needs of our growing debt capacity and expanding program needs. And then second, as Joey spoke to, we have no room. In fact, we've converted in our annex building that we're currently in, we have converted 4 storage rooms. That's why Joey said we need storage space. We've converted 4 storage rooms, our only storage rooms, in the finance division into offices over the last few years.
How big are these storage rooms?
They're decent size.
Well, the one that Kim's in is pretty small. It's kind of a shoebox. Kim,
yeah, that was the
pretty
smallest one, but I mean.
And Allison's has the air conditioner vent, so hers is really noisy.
Yes, it's loud.
We've done the best we could, but when you're thinking about the facility assessment needs, I know police are bursting at the seams, but we literally can't put one more person unless we convert the annex conference room that's used for voting and some of our P&Z meetings. It would have to be, I mean, unless, I don't know, we're even encroaching, even City Hall has asked for additional positions. We would have to
We
possibly
were going to put them in finance, so.
convert that annex conference room into office space. And
Are you doing any work from home?
we've got a flex schedule that we've implemented, but everyone has their desk space. They only get to work, if you do the flex schedule, you only work from home 1 day a week. So it's really not much, I wouldn't call it working from home.
No.
We are able to do that. We did it during COVID, during the pandemic, literally
We went
for
through
over
an
a
entire
year.
audit working from home, and it was successful. We did really well with the audit too.
Yeah. But then again, if you offer it to one, you probably need to offer it
Yes,
to all,
that's-
so.
It's just ridiculous that we have to even discuss that because we have literally nowhere else to put anybody. We're using closets.
The picture I was gonna put on here, Tara said, no, you probably shouldn't put that on there. It was like a storage bin with somebody sitting in there with a little desk. Like, we're gonna have portables out in our parking lot soon.
Yeah, unfortunately, probably.
And then that brings another problem. We don't have enough parking either. I mean, our parking spaces are really limited as well, especially whenever voting is going on. It's really
So
difficult.
it is the goldfish syndrome. Goldfish is going to grow to the size of its environment. But this is, I like the bursting out of the seams here because that's really, and we're facing this in so many places in the city. And this is why it's coming to a head, guys. This is why you're hearing about it. It's why previous councils have heard about it, why we did the facilities assessment.
Well, I will say, and I'm a face-to-face person. I like being in the office and seeing people. But it is a new reality that space is expensive. And we have implemented the technology we need to do many jobs remotely most of the time. There are companies that are now regretting building large spaces because they no longer need those. So I strongly encourage everyone to look to that as at least a near-term solution. One day a week. I know lots of places that are only coming in one day a week.
Yep.
And then hoteling in the office space. You know, if you have different days people come in, or if you're coming in just for meetings, that's a conference space, it's not a desk. Those are all very, very important cost opportunities when we start looking at this. Even the place I left, they had a 50-year plan, and of course their 50-year plan was we're going to keep our space needs are going to grow and grow and grow every year. We built a great big building. Guess what? 15 years later, we were looking to lease space out because we were able to change our work model. Because of the type of work we do. Obviously, you know, there are people who need to be on site. You got to have the people at the window for the utilities, those types of things. But you know, if you're a spreadsheet guy and that's what you're doing 90% of the time, I'd rather do that sitting in my study.
And in general, employees love to be able to work from home.
Everyone who's come in today has talked about, you know, the challenges in recruitment. Well, that's one of your challenges in recruitment. Now, if you tell them, no, you have to come in the office every day.
That's right.
Half your young recruits are going to say, well,
And
I can
some
go
of
down
these
the road and do
companies
it
that are
somewhere
bringing
else.
people back into the office are losing employees. I mean, I know that's a big thing in the tech industry.
So unless Brian wants to be Elon Musk and say, y'all have to come back in.
Well,
A lot of
Elon
research
can
that
do
goes
that
both
because
ways.
he's
A
Musk.
ton of research goes both ways, the benefits and the disadvantages of people being less engaged and so it's
So
a
one
challenge.
thing I mentioned to you guys a while back is that, you know, we went through an exercise with the executive team. How can we create separation from other organizations? Where can we add perks or do things that, you know, that makes us more attractive if we can't necessarily compete only with pay? And so one of the things we had extensive conversations about was, you know, if we have the opportunities to let people work from home. Now, my son and my daughter-in-law, they both work for international insurance company, and they have not been in the office in 2 years, you know, except maybe just to go in for some reporting or something. So there are metrics they have to meet on every call, and then in aggregate, you know, per week, and they're meeting those metrics. But you know, and I appreciate what you're saying, Brian. There has also been a few articles I've read kind of recently, last couple of weeks, where some of the industries and employers are regretting having, you know, put so much out there to work from home. And I was thinking, you know, well, why are they complaining about that? But one of the reasons they said is it's creating that people are becoming more and more disconnected from their culture, from their teams, from the environment. And so, but I think, I think what we're doing, and whether it's 1 day or 2 days or whatever per week, I think that's working because you're still coming in, you're still engaging, you're still doing things, and you're not feeling quite as disconnected.
So I think Brian's point was more about utilizing the space from a hoteling standpoint, as opposed to each person has their own space when they're in the office. When I walk into my office in Plano, all the desks are very generic. Nobody has stuff at a desk. You go and you sit down, you plug in your laptop into the dock, and you work at that space for the day. You don't have a phone, you don't have
That's a new trend.
photo frames, you don't have any of that stuff. You're just there to work, and then you have a conference space where you can go meet with your colleagues and things like that. But I don't have a office anymore.
Well, and another thing is there's not a one-size-fits-all solution. Some people are much more productive working from home. Some people aren't at all. I mean, my husband's been an FTE with Microsoft for 12 years, and he's worked from home. That entire time he goes up to Redmond, well, he hasn't been there since before COVID now, but he would go up to Redmond 4 times a year.
But Brian, I'm sorry, but Brian makes a very good point, because one of the things we're dealing with in this market is turnover. There's a lot of opportunity out there, and one of the greatest defenses against turnover is a feeling of belonging by employees, that they have relationships within the organization that they don't want to abandon, much more so than pay. So,
but you can do that. You can do that virtually.
Yes,
I mean,
you can.
Yeah.
It's the challenge you have to have, something you have to manage.
When we discussed the facilities assessment in, when was that again?
Back in March.
No, when we
The
did,
next time,
yeah.
right.
that should be
this
coming
summer.
up.
We're gonna be doing that here, if not late June and early July.
Right.
June 21st is the discussion about when that conversation might happen.
And that can include a holistic discussion about our needs in general, and then more detailed. So that way we can have more time to discuss these issues. But for now, we have to focus on.
Well, I appreciate that, Mayor. One thing I would say is that we are continuing with letting the departments have the flexibility to determine if people can work from home, what projects they would work on, how they would, manage that. We are in the middle of a pilot program, though, as well, to allow people to work so many hours a day and be off every other Friday. Our pay periods are 10 days like that, so you can still do that within a pay period. And we feel like that's pretty positive.
It is, but as far as a space standpoint, if you're still there 4 days a week,
Yeah.
you gotta have, you need the extra space for any additional employees. And to your point, Brian and Deb, it is attractive, especially nowadays with gas prices so high, to not have to go, drop into work every day also.
And potentially tolls on
Right.
top of that.
We're gonna budget for love seats instead of chairs, that we can just sit
well,
together
and
at the same
clothing
desk.
budgets too. Yes.
So let's. What is the next slide here?
You ready to move on?
Yeah.
Okay.
Number one priority.
So this is our number one priority and only request that I'm going to present today. And this is for a treasury and debt manager. This position will strengthen the management of the investments and the debt by providing the manpower to enhance the level of focus, which is what we really need, for more continual monitoring and management of opportunities provided through through changing economic indicators, market trends, and city growth initiatives. And I'm going to tell you, the city has just started growing really rapidly. So in the past, this has kind of just been, it's not that we haven't done it, it's just been piecemealed. This person does this person does this person does this, and we've just kind of making sure that we've just taken care, check the boxes, do what we need to do. We're at the point that we really need to be proactive. If you say, why now? Why are you asking now? It's because we're at the point, we're at a crossroads where we really need to be proactive to get this person on board now to successfully navigate our bonds and our investments through the many years of growth that we have coming ahead. For example, this person could maximize general investment earnings and bond capital fund project funding through focused management of the city's investment portfolio, navigate through complex bond strategies and capital lease strategies,
maximize debt capacity and bond rating results through focused analysis, reporting, and management of debt sizing and structure in conjunction with reserve requirements while still ensuring bond covenant compliance. And again, like I said, why now? If you look at how the city is growing, the municipal facilities bonds that we are talking about issuing, we stay on a 3-year GO bond election cycle, and Brian has mentioned before, our largest GO bond issuance or election was this, not this past cycle, but the cycle before, 2018, and it was 59.6, 59.9 million. We're looking right now, because of value growth, at probably 60 million or more for our next bond cycle. So we're looking at even higher bond election than probably the largest in Rowlett history coming up again in the 2024 election. We're going to issue the conference center revenue bonds, and also we have a lot of, we need someone to work through a fire apparatus capital lease strategy for future fire stations and the replacement schedules. Guys, those are some huge, that's huge dollar amounts, and I'll show you a chart here in a minute if it's going to be readable on the screen of those. We have a strategy to use capital leases specifically just for, that's the goal, is to use capital leases just for our major fire equipment, fire trucks, ambulances, that type of stuff. So having someone that this is their wheelhouse, and they come in and they watch the market, and they maintain our balances, what needs to be in our pooled account to cover our daily operations, what can we invest today, move money around to make the best investments on what we have. That increases our CIP project dollars with those investment earnings. Any savings on top of investment earnings can add additional projects that weren't, we originally thought we weren't going to be able to do. They would navigate with our financial advisors at Hilltop Securities to make sure that our bond strategy is the best that it can be. I mean, like I said, right now each one of us, I do a part, Tara does a part, Robert does a part. But if you had someone that came in every day and really focused on this, and this was their wheelhouse, I think we could get so much more out of it. It would be a huge benefit to the city. And like I said, we're at a crossroads where this is a critical time to do it, because we have not started all of those major multi-million dollar activities that this person could be in from ground level and take us all the way through and continue forward with all the years of continued growth. Oh, I did not tell you too, it's over in the far left side, that the position is, request is $122,180. That is fully loaded with salary, benefits, the cost of their equipment. It does not include office space configuration. If we've got to reconfigure that annex conference room into an office space, so it doesn't include any type of construction or that type of thing, because a decision hasn't been made on the position yet. So I haven't gotten with facilities to find out what would it cost, because I'm not even sure if council would even consider that as an option to convert that annex conference room. But I just wanted to make sure that we were clear that it's personnel, benefits, equipment, but not office space configuration. And it supports 2 of our strategic priorities, and that's govern transparently and promoting operational excellence. And it directly benefits 2 of our PBB programs, but it also benefits 3 other ones, because it lets the other 3 positions focus on what they need to do to make their divisions be the most successful. This, I'm not going to go through the whole thing. I'm just going to go over the highlighted, the bold. This would be, what I'm showing you here is this person would not be bored. There's a lot that this person would be handed over. So, they would handle investment management, capital lease management, the PID and TERS and conference center agreement administration, treasury management, bond debt management, and would also participate in the audit as well by maintaining the debt schedules and the footnotes and some of those year-end capital lease and debt, bond debt entries. So there's plenty of stuff that would move over to this person to keep them busy. Also, something else I didn't add to that last screen is legislative impacts. It just seems that the last couple of legislative sessions, they put more restrictions on bond issuances, so it would be nice to have someone also keep an eye on that and what the impact would be to the city and what we need to watch for on all those bond election cycles and be aware of when making those decisions. So here's the charts that I was telling you about. I just wanted to give you a little visual to the vulnerability to the lost opportunity if we don't consider this position. So our cash has increased dramatically over the past 7 years. You can see that, I can't see it up there, but in 2014, our cash was about $40 million. And last fiscal year end in our CAFR, it was $142 million. So there's a lot of assets there for this person to work with, a lot of potential for extra investment earnings once the market starts coming back around. The bond issuances have increased over the past 7 years, and you can see the chart there continually. And like I said, we're looking into going to the largest election probably in Rowlett's history on our next election in 2024. The list of the annual large fire apparatus needs is there. That totals for estimates of replacements for all of these all this equipment about $13 million, and we are scheduling to start replacing next year either one, sometimes two of these apparatuses each year all the way through 2031. Pretty much a replacement or a new piece of equipment. Well, the only two new pieces of equipment on there are Sapphire Bay and the Trails at Cottonwood. But if there are any other fire stations between now and 2031, it's going to be added on there. So the rest of them are replacements that we're going to have to handle at least one or two of those a year ongoing. And then, like I mentioned earlier, that the growth has resulted in an inefficient focus in the finance department because we have 3 different positions that can't, you don't have no one has all the information to make informed decisions on a daily basis. You have to make a time to meet and discuss everything, but if you had one person that focused on it every day, it would be the most efficient for the city.
I want to make one comment, though. She's right. A lot of cities are in this same boat, and there comes a point where, particularly with really big capital programs over an extended period of time, that you can justify this type of a position. But 20, 30 years ago, probably not. But today, we're reaching that stage, just like we are in a lot of our departments.
So this position would pay for itself through increased investment returns and debt management savings as the market conditions improve over these years to come of all these large purchases and bond issuances.
Brian, when do we think we'll be going out with the conference center revenue bonds? I forget.
This fall.
This fall?
Yeah, so I've been told an approximate date that I don't recall the exact date, but they're targeting a certain month. It might be October, if I remember right, but late October to do this, to pull it off.
And we are not the only city that has a position like this. I know Plano has one, Grand Prairie has one, Frisco has one, and we're at that point. No, we're not as large as those cities, but look at the growth that we're going through, that Plano is built out, Grand Prairie is probably built out. We are at a position where we need it to get us through the next several years at least. And that is, I do want to note too, before I go into questions, that initially to the budget team, I did also have slides for an analyst, another budget analyst for PBB. I didn't need both. It was either one or the other. We are at a point where we can't give debt and treasury the focus that it needs for these upcoming years unless we do something, and it's one or the other. To take the PBB off of Robert so that because currently part of his position handles investments. Well, with PBB on board, he can't give the focus he needs to PBB and investments and budget. So we have to do one thing or the other. And At this point, after discussion in the executive team meeting, we anticipate narrowing the scope of our PBB program. So that makes this position much more critical need. And especially when you think about all the multi-million dollars, like I said, of all the bond issuances, the conference center bond issuances, the capital lease replacement, this one really, and the fact that it will pay for itself over time, is the most critical need right now.
Are we going to have a discussion in a future meeting about PBB?
This year, not as extensive as we did last year. Last year was groundbreaking. It set the foundation for what we were doing with that. After that, it might be how some of the changes. This is why in every presentation you've seen what programs these requests are going to support. And those are PBB programs that they were talking about.
Will there be a section in the meeting where we will, at least, there will be a discussion point
Yes,
on
yes,
PBB?
but it won't be the 8 hours that we spent last year.
Right, yeah. I ain't asking for
Right.
that,
But there will be, yes, sir.
yeah, okay, thank you. Thank you. Any questions?
And that discussion won't occur next Thursday. That will occur once we have the proposed budget.
I figured so, yeah.
In terms of like efficiencies within all of these departments, you have listed at the bottom of the slides, with changes in technology, online payment options, things like that, has that changed how many people you need in departments like utility billing and things like that, where you can maybe have fewer people because you don't have as many people coming up to your window, or how does that impact?
Not really. As a matter of fact, last year we got one additional person in utility billing that would focus on the billing cycles before they went out so that we could catch any irregularities and contact those customers prior to the bills going out. So I think with the increased amount of population growth, we have remained at a level that we need for appropriate customer service in the utility department. Right now, we don't have any additional needs since we did get that additional person last year. So, but as the city grows, we may come back for one other person.
And I think my only other question is in regards to the meter non-reads. When we send the customer a bill that's an estimate, is it notified on their utility bill that it's an estimate for that particular cycle?
I think it's extremely rare. I don't even think of any situations where we've actually sent out an estimated bill. What we do is when it triggers a non-read in our AMI system, we physically send a person out there to read it. The problem is it may have a couple of extra days on their cycle, which makes it look like their bill is larger, but then they will have shorter days on the next cycle.
Gotcha.
And just a point, I use that as a reference. We have had to estimate bills in the past, from time to time. But we can physically read the meter. And so when they go out there to fix whatever, find out why it didn't read electronically, the physical meter is still there that we can read. So we still know, but it could add a day or two to the cycle.
Okay.
And one example of that is the freeze. The towers cannot read the transmitters. I don't know the technology for it, but it can't read them if they're covered with a certain amount of leaves, or if there's there's snow on top of it, or if there's been a lot of rain and flooding, it won't read through the water. So there are certain situations, weather related typically, that we may have some high non-reads. That's not an issue because of the meter being bad. It's just because the transmission won't go through for the reading.
Yep. Any other questions? Thank you, Wendy.
Thanks, Wendy.
Thank you.
All right. Who is next on the list?
Neil. Neil.
So now
and
the
then
most exciting department in the whole city,
Woohoo!
the one with all the bells and whistles.
Okay. Yeah, that's the European style. My presentation isn't uploaded.
Wonderful boss.
Yeah, wonderful.
How's everybody?
Good.
I'm glad we have all this extra time because
Yeah. Have a hot shot under the table. You're gonna get buzzed.
all right. Let's see if we can get started. Just some of my stuff's
Mine
gonna
isn't
make sure that I give council some perspective of what we do and why we do what we do and what it takes to do what we do. So We actually have 5 divisions in our department. Administration houses the fire chief, the 2 assistant fire chiefs, the administrative services manager, and a logistics captain, and a training chief. Operations is ran, we have an assistant chief over operations that runs operations and takes care of the day-to-day operational needs of the organization, responding to calls, making sure equipment and everything's up to date like it needs to be. Our EMS battalion chief that's also admin, he takes care of all the EMS needs, make sure the ambulance guys that they have, he has 2 guys on each shift. It's the EMS committee that helps them make sure that we have everything ordered, all the supplies that we need to make sure that we can deliver adequate service to our citizens. Fire Marshal's office works hand in hand with community development on any new development. While we're a little bit different than community development, once it's built, we've got it forever. Most other departments touch it in the beginning, but we have to take care of it from now on. So we inspect it, we review the plans in the initial stage, we look for any life safety, make sure if it needs sprinklers. One of the things that we'll be talking about a little bit further in my presentation is about the firefighter air replenishment systems that are required in the new multi-story buildings that's going in at Sapphire Bay. That division does that. They also do any arson investigations that we have and any internal investigations that we have in our organization. Emergency management, they're responsible for bringing all the elements of every city department together to make sure that we can be prepared for an event like the tornado and recover from those events. And they do a lot of extensive work. We've got something at the end that I'll share with council that's a new unfunded mandate from the state of Texas that we just found out about the emergency management. Just to go around the slide, I know this slide's a little bit busy, but we responded to I-30 this last year 312 times. We answered 5,356 priority 1 calls, and around a total of 7,114 total calls. We did over 20,000 training hours, which is about 186 hours per firefighter. I'm wanting to amp that up even more so that we have more training hours. We responded to 48 working structure fires of some sort this last year. Our call processing time is pretty close to within limits. The turnout time is there. Our travel time has gotten better. Our overall response time is 6 minutes, 06 seconds. And we're making patient contact 6 minutes and 11 seconds, which is good.
I'm not able to download the presentation. It's not loading. Has the average response time increased?
I think we've decreased a little bit.
Okay.
From last year. Yeah, I think we went down just a little bit. It balances back and forth. What drives our response time more than anything and causes us problems is our travel time. Because that varies from year to year and time to time, and response to response is that travel time. That's what gets us most of the time. We did about 4,600 EMS, did 4,700 EMS calls and transported about 3,000 people. Just some little facts to note at the bottom. Your outfitting a single firefighter costs us right close to $20,000. Fire engine's about $950. The light and air truck lease will be $62,000, and the new tiller truck would be leased with $215 annually, and then the ambulance cost us about $385,000. And we've received over $2.6 million in grants for safer grants over the past few years. Some of our successes this last year is completing this facility that we're in, Fire Station 2, implementing our training program, getting our safer grant hired, and that's been a challenge because, like everybody else, we're fighting for the same amount of firefighters across the Metroplex, and it's a challenge sometimes. Promoting a new EMS battalion chief, our past EMS battalion chief retired. We got our best practices renewed this year, which is a good hurdle for us. We provided COVID testing for all city employees and their families throughout the whole pandemic. So we tried to keep that up. We added the inspector position, and that's been a big benefit to us. Our brush truck finally came in. We finally got the chips and everything for it to get in here. We put a put our guys through a self-contained breathing apparatus tech course to help us reduce our outgoing cost a little bit. Some of the things that we were paying our vendor to do, they can do that doesn't cause us any liability. Now, you change a few batteries, things, small repairs that would save us some money over time. For the third time in a row, third biannual inspection in a row, we have passed our TCFP annual fire inspection without any deficiencies, and that's not to pat I can't pat myself, I gotta pat my guys on the back. That's a big hurdle, because you don't get past TCFP many times without deficiencies. They're gonna find something, but we've done a really good job of paying attention to that. And we're one of the few agencies that are, the fire services is one of the few agencies that's regulated by a state agency on an ongoing basis. So, big deal for me to be able to get past there. It's a 12 or 13 page inspection report that we have to go through, and it's pretty involved most times. Some of our challenges we're looking at is staffing, continue to maintain our response times as the city continues to grow and congestion gets worse. It's going to cause more problems. Like I said earlier, up in that training, I want to make sure we got the adequate training for our people, to make sure that that muscle memory is built and they're ready to respond and deploy when needed. Maintaining our ISO2 rating. Water supply is a huge concern for me. I know that the council has been generous enough to let us plan and support from city management to plan to try to take care of all the dead end mains in the city, and that's huge. That's huge for us because it's a volume thing, a pressure thing for us to get those done. Just another challenge is incoming development, Sapphire Bay, Trails of Cottonwood Creek, and the North Shore. As always, to Wendy's point on the apparatus replacement, we constantly have challenges because when you're running these big rigs up and down the road, they break. I mean, it's just a part of it. And we've asked for some money. We've got a little bit of money throughout the last couple of years, and we're still trying to make sure that we stay on a 10-year replacement and see if there's any way we can save enough money or find different avenues to generate revenue to kind of reduce that down. And if we need to replace one earlier than the normal replacement schedule, we can do that. So we just got to try to maintain those and stick to our replacement schedule so that we're not spending so much money on maintenance annually.
Yeah.
This is a slide that's kind of to try to give you some perspective of what our challenges have really been is call volume. If you look at the call volume from 2004 to 2014, it went up 60%. And then we look at 2021 and go back to 2011, that 10 years, and we're up 91% on call volume. So we haven't increased our department that bit much, but there was some capacity there, but we're struggling to keep up with call volume from time to time. So this was something I felt like is important to share with you folks so you understood what the challenge we have, and how much our call volume is increasing. I mean, we're set to probably we're going to go up 10% this year, next year from this past year. So we're getting busier. The more we grow, the busier we're going to get, and I don't see it going back the other way anytime soon.
Or ever.
Another little perspective that I've found interesting that we probably should have done a better job in the fire service for years to try to explain is what it really takes for us to respond to a working structure fire. When we go to a house fire, we are 99.9% resource depleted at that point. We only have one ambulance in the city when we have an active structure fire. So that means all of our resources are depleted at that one event. So a lot of people don't think that. A lot of people think that, one fire station can handle that district in that neighborhood. That's not the case. We're regulated by not really regulated. The NFPA standard is for us to have 15 firefighters on the fire ground in 8 minutes or less 90% of the time. So we struggle with that piece too. But I just want to give you some perspective. Travel time from Garland to here is 8 minutes, from their station 8, and it's 9 minutes from their station 5 for mutual aid, or 11 minutes from their station 7. When you look at that, when fire doubles every minute that we don't get water on the fire. or get to the scene of the fire. So it's critical to have those resources available and be able to come in. That's the reason we're constantly talking about adding more resources to our current facilities and for future growth.
I like the slide, or the what do you call that? The photo you added in there. It does explain to council very well what it takes to the resources it takes to operate a structure fire.
It's just good to have from some perspective, because we take for granted, because we know day in, day out, the layperson doesn't realize what it really takes to address. I mean, and this is just the fire. This is not counting if you have a rescue, or if you did, say you have a structural collapse during that fire or something. You got firefighters trapped, you got residents trapped or something.
It doesn't include a 2-alarm or 3-alarm. Or
this is just a basic room and contents fire. I'll get to what we've requested this year. We're requesting a light and air truck to support us throughout the city, but it's going to be even more critical for the Sapphire Bay development in these multi-story buildings with the fire department air replenishment systems going in them. They put the system in, but we have to support it once it's there, so that our guys can go to, it'll be on every other floor of anything that's 5 stories or greater. And it'll be in the stairwell, and if one of our guys, if we're in there fighting fire and we need air, you go to the stairwell. If it's not there, you either go up or down one and you can replenish your air supply. Some of this big, we adopted the 2015 code knowing that this was coming, and it's pretty pricey for them to put in, but it's a huge safety measure for us, especially when you're dealing with multi-story buildings, especially if we're going to go into the what they're calling anywhere from 20 to 30 story towers down there. So it's critical for that. The second request we have, the second most important, is a Knox security key system. As you may be familiar, we have boxes on most businesses around here. It's called a Knox box system. We're trying to buy the system that goes in our trucks that secures the keys. So there's a system that secures the keys. Each individual has their own code, so when you put your code in and you pull the key out, we know who took the key. It's just another security measure, another way we have to keep us from losing the keys or them getting misplaced somewhere. I know that it's kind of impossible. You think it would happen, but it possibly could.
It begs the question, how does it work now? But I don't think I want to know the answer, so.
It's under a flower pot.
No, you put it on the top of the right rear wheel.
It's taped to the end of our fleet maintenance. We asked for money last year and got some money. It was about $45,000 under what we asked for last year. We feel like that's what we're going to need to maintain, not to have to find money in our budget somewhere to take care of that. I think that this next one has been addressed already, but we asked for some money for emergency management to work on citywide preparedness, which would include council and everybody in the city, to make sure that we have regular disaster drills, and we educate council and make sure that you understand your full role and responsibilities during a disaster, and then make sure that all of us have the proper NIMS training and things of that nature. About a month before we were finishing up our budget, we found out from Garland Radio through Garland Radio, that Motorola has decided, believe this or not, that the radios, the portable radios and our radios and our apparatus, they're not going to make anymore. They're changing to a different radio that looks exactly the same, that all your batteries are supposed to work on, all your Macs and stuff are working, but it's an upgraded radio. We won't support the old radio anymore.
That's what happens when you have a monopoly.
That's it. So we have a couple of years to take advantage of a discounted price. Or I think Mr. Truthenberg and I have talked about 2 or 3 different ways to handle this, and one is to phase it in, or one is to borrow the money and just replace them all at one time. This model has been out since about 2008, so they're about a 10 to 15 year lifespan with Motorola. They'll give you that long before they gouge you again. So basically, that's what we'll be looking at. That's something that's going to take us. And my request here includes 20 radios for fire and 20 for police this year. and then we do 20 more next year, and then the price goes up. The price almost doubles from the contract price.
Wait, this is also for police?
Yeah, we got police and fire radio replacement together.
Huh.
So
Okay.
we put it in. They told me that if I said it, they'd get it. So
That's actually kind of true, right?
You lose the coin flip, is that it?
Do what?
You lose the coin flip?
So anyway, this.
Argue every year about who gets to do the other's budget.
Yeah. So this is something that's important that we're going to have to do at some point. We can use the radios that we have for a while, but they're not building any replacement parts. And if you get one broke, it becomes a front line.
So this was 20 in this radios in this, is that what you said?
40.
20, please put 25.
20 for each of us, yeah.
Yeah, so 40, and then you
40
need,
total.
and 40 again next year?
Well, each radio is what,
And we both have,
$12,000?
they have about 220 or 30, we've got about 160 shows. Can't remember the exact number. We got a bunch. Every employee has a radio assignment, and then we have some.
Sound like you were estimating about between 400 and 500 total?
You remember how many in the total?
Total for.
Was it three something?
We can get a count.
Police and fire radios, about 300 total, is that right?
Yeah, 'cause I
We
think
can get
we're.
it.
We can get, well, I'll have to get you there. Yeah, I've got it somewhere.
I added it to the list of stuff.
Well,
It's just-
the reason I'm asking is it sounds like.
It's
that-
difficult because, like, you know, every city is going to be dealing with this because Motorola is pretty much the only radio you can get, and so they dominate the market. So you can't compete. That's it. You get what you get.
Right, but
They can do what they want to you.
If they're gonna double our cost in a couple of years,
Well, we're still on the contract when we did the radio replacement, the whole one that did the whole replacement thing for Garland. So we still have that contract available this year, next year, and then the contract expires. So the radios are about half the cost of the contract. So, I mean, you gotta decide if you wanna buy some of them at half the cost and then buy the rest of them at full price, or if you wanna buy them all at half the cost and finance.
Buy them all at half the cost. So probably buy them all at half the cost.
I don't know, that's interesting.
Don't point at me.
That's the back row. Y'all gotta make the decision.
Well, the decision works like this: you, and then us.
so just make sure I'm clear. This year and next year, we got the current price in the contract. After that,
That's what we're weighing right now. I mean, we obviously have a lot of needs, but I get it.
now,
And then ladder truck.
Yeah, the annual lease payment on the ladder truck for Sapphire Bay is gonna be about $215,428, according to my partner in finance. She gave me that number, I stole it from her, so it's not my number. So
And so
that's the lease payment annually for
how long does it take for this ladder truck to get built?
24 months.
24 months? Are you kidding me?
It's
So
six-
basically
it's
order
six-
it yesterday?
It's 59 on that black air truck.
It's 2 years.
So basically order it yesterday.
From the supply.
long,
Yes,
takes as
sir.
long to build a truck as it does to build a fire station.
Well, yeah. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. It's a long lead time. Yes, ma'am, it is, and the lead time is crazy right now because
It used to be a year.
it used to be a year. This truck will probably, the normal time is 14 months.
Yeah.
Because it's a bigger to build, but they're saying at least 24 months. So, I mean,
That's amazing.
Like I say, the light air truck, the big thing is they said it would take us a year to get the chassis to put it in.
Question. So hypothetically, if Sapphire Bay should happen to open up before 2 years, what are we gonna do?
I'm glad you asked, because I got a plan. We're gonna basically, once we get these last Safer Grant firefighters through orientation and get them all precepted and ready to go, we're gonna try to figure out how and if we can run another unit out of this station temporarily to support that down there. not optimal. I mean, there may come a point when the population and the buildings down there get enough that we've got to put a temporary facility before we get the main facility built. So that's kind of the plan that we've been working on, is to try to run something out of here on a temporary basis to respond down there.
We were fortunate for probably less than a year now with the loan from Metro, but that loan will go away, and then we'll be stuck back in the other situation where we don't have fleet.
We may have to do something. We'll have to see.
Yeah.
You were telling me the other day, Chief, we might have shared with you, I don't remember, but, in the past, a fire truck was a year out, and now the one with the tiller, you were
24 months.
Yeah, 24 months, so
It's
that's.
59 months for the airline air check. So, because the I was telling them we get turned around there, so the chassis a year out. So yeah, the times are increasing. I mean, they postponed the delivery of the other 2 trucks we had because of the time, the supply chains. We can't. I'm still waiting on a better firm date right now, because the chassis were supposed to come off the line this month, but they can't get what they need to
So
finish building.
we might need to look at probably buying out the loaner truck we have with Metro, since we have it, and the loan's going to go away in less than a year.
I don't think the need would go away, so that
The
might
need
be.
definitely had to be.
We'll talk, we can talk about it, or extend the lease until.
If we can
get
do
the
that.
Until we get the new ladder truck. I mean, if we did that, they probably won't care.
I just don't know if we can manage if that thing, we're going to have to send it back, because our new stuff, it still won't be in.
No, what I'm saying, you extend the lease until the new stuff is.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. I don't know that we could make it survive if we had to send it back before our new stuff got in. Yeah.
For the new tiller truck right in.
Well, yeah, the new
And it
platform.
could be they're not willing to lease, it could be they only want to sell, but then that may be where we do something different. We definitely, I mean, it is what it is, but, we've got to adapt to the situation, but we cannot go without another fire truck.
And this will be part of the whole, somewhat aligned with the landmine planning, which is we have all this future revenue, but until then, we are struggling.
So the mayor makes a great point, and I know we'll discuss this more next Thursday, but with the landmine, and we're calling it landmine on purpose because we can see it out there. We know there's landmines out there, and we can see the little antenna. We don't want to step on that, but how do we get around where we can't always see all of them? And that's the analysis we're doing, is to say, 2023, next year, may be the last year that we don't have to pick up a burden from these grants that we've talked about, because that starts in 24, 25, and 26. And beyond that, then it drops back off. So you're going to have this hump for several years until you have enough revenues to be covering that. And so that's the challenge coming down the pike.
I'm a little confused, which is not unusual. The ladder truck is listed here one time at $215,428.
That's not right. That's the annual.
That's the end. That's the recurring. Okay, so I say it is.
So we have a lease strategy for all those kinds of apparatus.
Okay.
And we manage that really, really well.
And then
It was hard to put this together the way we normally do and not make it totally confusing, so we chose to.
Make it totally
It's
We just made it
You succeeded,
marginally
okay.
Well, it's confusing when you put in the entirety of the cost, because that's not truly what we're paying this year or next year. We're paying the lease for 10 years.
Well, that's what that is, because if it was the whole thing, it'd be $2 million by
Right,
itself.
right. And that's just not, we're not really doing that. We're not paying that
This is
immediately.
more of the budget cost, by leasing it and continuing.
Yeah, to me, this makes more sense.
Yeah.
So the 7,500 that's listed in there in recurring is maintenance costs?
It's
Yearly maintenance?
It's actually for fuel and tires and things like that. Well, the next thing we've asked for is to get the promotions for the Sapphire Bay, so that when we do the temporary thing, we'll have those and have those guys up and ready. And then they'll just float right into down there when that happens. We asked for some money to maintain our training tower, to try to keep, we've got to do maintenance on it, because we're using it. It's getting a lot of use. It's been really used with we've just got 5 coming out of 8-week orientation, and we got 6 fixed to go into it. So they're spending a lot of time out there at the tower, along with our other guys, spend a lot of time. We have been able to have a few other cities interested, and they came out and released the training tower to use. Generated some revenue, not a lot, but there is an interest out there, and we're continuing to facilitate that. So, but with that comes maintenance to maintain. We have asked for increase in our training budget. The DFW average is $984 and we're at $483. We got a bump last year or year before.
Say those numbers again.
The DFW average is $984 a person a year.
Okay, and we are what?
We're at $483.
Wow. How is that?
Just
we're way below the average.
so we got some money a couple of years ago that brought us up some, but we're still looking to give a little bit more to try to make. What we're trying to do is host more classes in our facility and bring more instructors here, instead of trying to send our people very far away to get some of the same classes. So we're working with TEACs and some other agencies to facilitate those classes here, so that we can put a few people in each class each time we host that class. And use our money like that.
And I know the training towers helped a lot too with that. So.
I think we took care of the last thing on this request. It was just, budget support sessions, I think.
I think that one we already said to put in the base.
I will be happy to answer any other questions that you folks may have on what we've talked about so far, if there's anything else you need to engage in as far as we're concerned. One thing I was going through the latest ISO schedule this morning. I printed it off. It's pretty daunting to read. So I'll have to go back and read it. And they don't really highlight when they send a new one out that we made this change. They want you to find it so that they can gouge it when they do your deal. So you have to go back and forth and kind of compare it to the last one to see where the changes are. But just to give you some perspective, ISO is based, there's a possible of 105.5 points total, but it's based upon really a 100-point scale, which 10 points of it is based upon your call handling and emergency call handling center, which is our dispatch center. 50 points is on the fire department, and 40 points is on our water supply. So that's why it's critical about this looping stuff. We'll get dinged for that when we start looking at water supply, because we can't maintain that volume for 3 hours like we should be.
3 hours. If we show that we are investing in waterline looping projects, would that help?
It will help. Yes, it definitely will help. And it's going to depend on the grader. It's going to depend on how we can show that grader that we are making an effort to do something
Take them out
about
to dinner.
At least it's that easy. But, so we will be continually, we've tried to do as much stuff as we can to make sure that we get as close to the 50 points as we can. And I'm going to start working on that, getting ready for the 2023 grading. Whenever they decide to walk in the door, it may be 2024 before they show up. But it may be January 2023. But we'll be working on looking at the new schedule and seeing how the fire department fits in there as far as how many points we think we can obtain from what we've all, the things that we do, the training tower's big, having more than one ladder truck and having a reserve ladder truck, that's huge with ISO. So we've done a lot of things to training hours, that's big with ISO. Policy and procedure, they want to know those policies are in place and things like that as far as the department. So done a lot of things like that to shore us up, so I'm hoping that we're in pretty decent shape. I'm just concerned about, once we get down there on the new built-upon area, they look at everything as a built-upon area. So they won't ding us for the North Shore that's not built-upon area, but when you start building things upon that area, then they count. As far as they're concerned, you can put a shed down there and it counts, because you got the rest of it coming.
So is Cottonwood Creek far enough along to be included at this point? No?
If they start building houses up there, it could be a little bit, but I don't think so.
It won't happen that fast. They have way too much infrastructure to put in first.
So we heard from Public Utilities that they're dealing with, in fact, they asked for funding for additional fuel needs. Is that in here already somewhere?
So again, finance will evaluate all the departments and our fuel budget as a whole. So although I understand why he brought that up, we're not addressing this department by department.
Okay.
Chief, you talked about the light and air truck quite a while ago, early on in your presentation, and I understand the impact that it would have from an air perspective in Sapphire Bay. Would it also be used in other response?
We use citywide.
Yeah.
It'll either be housed there or here.
Okay.
And it will respond to all structure fires.
Oh, okay.
So that we can immediately start filling bottles at the scene. Now we depend on CERT. They show up and they bring our bottles back to the closest station and fill them for us and try to get them shoveled back and forth.
Would it respond to an accident on 30 to provide illumination on the freeway?
It could be a light air, that's a light air truck, right? Yeah, light and air truck.
Yeah.
So it'll have a little light tower on top.
Yeah.
But
Do we have another truck that already does lighting, or would this be the first one?
This will be our first
Okay.
real lighting, what you call lighting.
Right, okay.
yeah, CERT currently helps offset some of the burden that they have. You can only carry so many air bottles per fire truck and per ambulance, and so if you're dealing with a 2-alarm fire, you're not really going to have enough air bottles on the scene with all the air bottles that we have. So CERT is bringing 12 air bottles to a scene, and then they're going back to the station, filling it up, then coming back to the scene and going back. So it's having this truck on scene will prevent that from happening, and could even maybe prevent a second alarm, just because we're refilling air bottles more frequently.
I think it's important to highlight, because we're not getting this truck, or you're not proposing that we get this truck specifically because of Sapphire Bay. It's for citywide use.
And it's been on our list. It's been on the list for a long time.
Right.
But it's becoming more important because we're going to have a huge need down there when that stuff starts happening. And they're slated to be in those buildings by 2024. And as I mentioned to you guys the other night, if you go on YouTube and look at that Houston fire and watch that dude jump from one balcony down to the other, then he jumps to that aerial ladder.
Yeah.
Because it's a building under construction like that's on fire, you're not stopping it.
Well, when we had that apartment fire.
Yeah, this apartment fire was pretty intense because it got between the floors and it started trapping. And those are hard to find.
So yeah, when at that point, because that was like a multi-alarm fire, CERT was running air bottles back and forth, probably 5 different times. They ran back to the station to fill them, come back, fill them, come back, fill them. Yeah. So this will really go a long way.
I'd like to have some conversations with you, Chief, about building standards for senior living.
For what?
For senior living communities. That one has me a little concerned about getting people in walkers and wheelchairs out of a 4th-story building in time when it goes up that fast.
That's basically labor-intensive manpower. That's the reason that NFPA 1710 says that you're supposed to have 40 people on the first alarm of a high-rise fire.
40.
It's 42. Something like that. My memory serves me right. So that's because of any labor-intensive thing like that, and it is a challenge. Now, the thing about it is most of these senior livings are sprinkled, which helps immensely. The big thing we've got to make sure, and we're updating our code, is that they make sure that they put the proper standpipe devices in the stairwells and the pressure regulators and stuff.
I notice quite a few, especially the private ones, tend to be only 1 story.
Guys, Neil has one more topic to talk about, kind of brand new, so I wanted y'all to hear a little bit about this too, as we kind of figure out what this means.
Last week, we found out that the state voted, the last legislative session voted in Senate Bill 968. So they're calling it the steer wellness. Basically, it's a state of Texas emergency assistant registry. What they're fixing to do is solicit all people that are vulnerable populations, all vulnerable populations, to register with this. And then it's going to become our problem. So we have 24 hours to basically contact these folks once we declare it an emergency. Once the mayor signs a declaration, the county judge signs a declaration, the governor signs one, whatever. But if there's a declared emergency in your area, then we will have to figure out a way that we contact these people that's in this registry. We don't know a lot about the rules yet, because the state hasn't handed down a bunch of rules yet. But I'm sure that they're gonna make it our problem and not theirs.
Mm-hmm.
They're gonna be the ones that's gonna pull the database together, and then it's gonna become, you're gonna have to address this. So we have 24 hours, I believe it is, to contact each person that's registered and make sure that they have food, water, whatever they need to make sure that their illness or their needs are met during a disaster.
And they haven't implemented their minimum standards yet for us to be able to implement our procedures, right? So we don't, there's still so much we don't know about this.
It's very fluid at the moment, so we just wanted you guys to have a little exposure to it. We're probably gonna give the same little bit of a spiel to the senior advisory board so that they know that we're working on this and that they know that it's coming if they contact them, because from what was gathered from the conference that Ed and Hannah went to is that the state's fixed to go all in trying to get, I'm sure, every entity that will push it out to the senior population and to the handicapped population involved. I think the big thing is they want the numbers. They want a huge list of people in their database, I think is the overarching goal. The flyer is going to look something like this. And that's what we're thinking. That's what they handed out. So if you see that, you'll have an idea of what it's going to be.
Are they expecting us to have a van? What is this?
No, I think this is just their flyer.
Okay.
They haven't really got specific on how we're supposed to handle it. We're just supposed to do it.
Yep. That's how the state
Wonderful
works.
mandate.
Yep. State of Texas.
So when does this go into effect?
We don't know yet.
They haven't
I
issued.
wanted to make sure.
This is ground floor. They haven't even started the foundation yet. I mean, they've got the database system up and running, but all the other rules and regulations haven't been brought forward, finalized. As soon as they are, we will bring them back to council so that you all understand what this means and what it looks like. And we can move forward.
And
But
probably.
it's being advertised, oh, excuse me.
No, go ahead. This is you.
But it's being reason I'm asking because I'm a senior advisory liaison.
Well,
They may ask me.
well, we're going to be there on the 20th to talk a little bit about it. So
Okay.
if they do ask you, they get it. We're going to give them just a brief overview that they may be contacted by our
Yeah.
they're contacting me now. So,
You know, they kind of shy on, if they call them, they're not gonna give them anything.
no, yeah, I understand, but I think they're going to be sending stuff out to them. And I don't know what kind of ad campaign they're planning, but my best guess, if it's like other things that the state's done on these levels, him kid will stand there and tell you he's about the numbers. If he wants, he's got to get the numbers. And that's the reason I get 10 emails from him.
The main thing is just to let you guys know, it could have a budget impact. We don't know yet exactly what the rules will be. My mind went, I was thinking back to the winter storm, 2 winters ago. And does that mean we got to go knock on doors? Does that mean we got to bring oxygen to people? Does that mean that we got to go pick them up and take them to a warming center? those are the things we don't know yet.
Well, given the look of this van, it's kind of scaring me as if that's going to be a potential.
I don't know. I think from what we're kind of understanding, yeah, that we're going to have to make contact with these individuals. How we set up the program from there is kind of based a little, there's going to be some rules, but we don't know what they are yet. So it's kind of, I don't want to start over planning anything because it may be as neat as us making a phone call and checking on them, or if we can't get them, we go to the residents to see, and then we're done. That may be, it may be that simple, but it may be more complex.
I'm sure all that we're gonna have to do is call them and then refer them to the state.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, right,
And
Give
I'm sure
them
the
Ning
state's
Kid's phone
gonna give
number.
us money to implement
And that too.
Of course.
That too.
And this can be another topic we add to our conversation with the Government Affairs Committee about this legislation, reaching out to our legislators to ask, did you think about the impact this could have on, cities and counties and how this could impact our, when we have declared a disaster, if we were hit,
More taxes.
right.
Here, you gotta do all this
right,
stuff. We're not gonna do money for
if
it.
just imagine if we were hit by a tornado and now we have 24 hours to contact these individuals, we don't have that resource. We won't. And we can't rely on volunteers to make these phone calls to fragile individuals.
That's when every staff member comes in and starts dialing
It's
for dollars.
insane that they are just, that completely went over their heads or they just didn't care.
This will fall in some of that.
Because they're not gonna do it.
Right.
Emergency management training at some point that we'll have to integrate throughout the city. How do we, like,
This
to
is your
Angie's
role.
point,
Go.
library folks,
This
we
is
have
where
a
you show
disaster,
up.
this is what you need to do. Here's the.
Yeah, literally an all hands on deck
That's exactly
situation.
what happened.
Be like it was when during COVID, CERT called 3,700 people.
Yes, yeah.
Arcade.
Well, yeah, but the thing is, I don't know if CERT can make these calls if it's regarding if it's
'Cause it'd be
fragile individuals.
State mandated.
That's
Well,
state mandated, maybe a liability issue if CERT does it and not staff.
On the other side, there were quite a number of people in that winter 2 years ago who died that might not have otherwise. So I don't want to discount it too much. I understand
No,
the
I
challenges
mean,
here, but
We're all in to try to make it work for our
Oh,
community,
yeah.
150%. We just want you guys to know, like Brian said, there may be a budget impact to this that we are not expecting. The state's really good about handing us these unfunded mandates.
but they learned that from the feds.
So, we're
It
just
all
trying-
comes from the
We're
top.
just trying to set the stage so that when I come back and say, oh, I'm gonna have to hire 3 people to take care of this steer program. You're going.
They call that the bum steer.
Yeah, the bonus.
Exactly. I like that.
Yeah, I
We
think
can brand it that way.
I think under certain circumstances it wouldn't be as much of an issue. Like the winter storm was a entire statewide disaster, but if we have a tornado hits Rowlett again, God forbid, literally we have all the resources are already being used at that point.
Well, think about how many people were out of power.
Right.
And those kind of things. Guys, this was the last, we have one more department for today,
Yep.
and then one more department next Thursday, which would be the police department. So economic development's our last one for today.
All right.
Anything else I can answer for you? Anything else you want to-
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
All right, Libby.
Can we take a short
Can we take just a
bathroom
5-minute?
We're gonna take a 1.5-minute break.
You're about to lose quorum, so you
Yeah.
you have no choice.
2 hours.
Gotta drive through
On his
Louisiana.
980 day.
Okay, we got to start back up.
We ready to start?
We have Libby Tucker.
Okay, save the best for last.
Yes, we did.
We want to make an announcement before.
I thought it was the most entertaining.
Oh,
Oh wait, hold on. What is this?
so, so we have an announcement to make. We have a new economic development director.
Who is
And
it?
her name is Libby Tucker.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, Libby.
So we'll send out a more formal
Well-deserved.
notice later, but we wanted to let you guys know. as soon as
Well-deserved.
possible. So
You just said
we're
it
very
out loud,
excited.
it's already on Google.
What's that?
You said it out loud, it's already on Google, and that means Facebook's got it, so.
It's on
So,
Facebook.
and just
Be
if
getting
y'all
ads
hadn't,
tomorrow.
If y'all didn't know, Libby has been a director before of economic development and an ACM. So we are very, very excited to give her this opportunity. And I told her she's got till Monday to get me a Luby's or a Furr's cafeteria in town, so.
Can I put in a plug for Libby? I attended a women's luncheon, was it
Yeah.
Rowlett Professional Women Luncheon?
Yep.
And I was there taking pictures. Not as a woman, I was just there taking pictures.
That's it, you came in a dress.
Really good picture.
And I got to hear her story, and if you have never had an opportunity to hear her story, get with her sometime, because it
really
was a
touched
very,
by that.
yes, very touching, very motivating story.
Dang, I'm.
Yeah,
hate
take
that
her
I
out
missed
to
that.
lunch and she can tell you.
Yes.
It's a long story.
It is.
Yeah.
Oh,
And then
Yes.
I feel like it's a cliffhanger.
Very
I gotta
much.
know.
Well, it is supposed to be on Friday at 5 tomorrow as well, so I just wanted you guys to know.
Sorry, I
All
didn't mean
right.
to delay your presentation,
So,
but I figured that was kind of
From
important.
our Economic Development Director, Libby Tucker.
Right. Okay, so, just briefly, we're a very small department, so we have 4 positions. So now I get to fill the assistant director positions. The other ones are in place. Most of you have met Charles. He's the specialist. He's in charge of business retention, reaching out to our existing businesses primarily. And then we share an administrative assistant with IT, but she physically sits in our area. And then, really our 4 main areas of focus are business attraction, business retention, workforce development, and those partnerships, and then working with entrepreneurs and closely with the Chamber of Commerce. So our successes, just really kind of showing you, first of all, what's been happening over the past several years, is the amount of capital investment that's been happening. So $264.5 million of investment in the city since 2018, and we're just going to see that number explode in the coming years. So far, year to date, 11.3, but just the permit values for Sapphire Bay alone are $389 million. I mean, and that's just the townhomes and the view apartments, and so those are just things that are starting out. So we've got a lot more coming. We've updated, of course, the agreements with Sapphire Bay and the marina as well to ensure that those projects are successful. And we became a property assessed clean energy community. So you'll be hearing more about that because Sapphire Bay does intend to utilize that to put in their funding stack. So that allows them to basically assess properties within their development. So they're assessing themselves, but they can pay it back over usually a 20-year time frame for projects that have to do with energy efficiency. So they've got some interesting things they're working on there for that, but council has to approve it by an ordinance, but we've already got the plan in place that allows that to happen. We held a job fair last fall, and this goes to the workforce development portion of it. And we've worked hard to create partnerships with GISD, Dallas College, even Collin College, Baylor Scott and White to help with some career pipeline kinds of things, and try to put some mechanisms in place that ensure that our companies have the workers that they need. We're re-engaging the downtown business community, so it's my feeling that downtown's been kind of neglected over the past few years as far as economic development, and so I'd really like to make that a new focus for us. So we've had one business meeting with them, the businesses, and again, this is just on Main Street. Our strategic downtown plan calls downtown to go all the way to Lakeview and Rowlett Road and the outer road for PGBT, which is a very big area. Most people don't consider that downtown, but for marketing purposes, we do include those businesses. But for this, I just want to consider Main Street and what's happening there. And so we have another meeting coming up, I believe it is next Friday, with them to talk about the assessment that the Texas Downtown Association will be doing on July 15th. So we're bringing in other downtown managers from across the state, about 5, to talk with the businesses and then really just do a walkthrough and an assessment of what can we do better, what's lacking, what's successful and has worked in other communities that might work here for our Main Street. So looking forward to getting that. And then we've had an increased focus, and primarily just because COVID is over, to get back to talking with commercial realtors, developers, site location consultants, not only locally but on a national basis. So we've done that through partnerships. So there's smart ways to spend your money to do that. We as a community don't have to do it ourselves. We can partner with Team Texas, Dallas Chamber, the governor's office to really make some of those trips and those outreach things happen. So we've done that in the past. And then we did apply for a grant for Toller Business Park for roadway improvements to try to advance what's kind of the half circle on the east side back there that's not funded yet. We were not successful in that, but I know Ron's working hard to find us some new monies, but we did try to spearhead that and advance that because it's really impeding development back there, and that's where we've got some good land for industrial development, which is what everybody's looking for right now. So there's some property owners back there that are eager to see that happen. And just to show you how these things tie in with the PBB program, and so our marketing and emphasis on downtown and updating the strategic plan supports promotion and marketing of the city and business attraction. And then of course the Sapphire Bay Phase 1 concentration, same kind of thing, goes to those public-private partnerships. So we work closely with them to try to funnel prospects to them that we hear about, and try to help them market their property as well. So that's one of the things we do work on. And we don't have any future large needs or personnel requested for this budget. So year to year, just to show you again, you can see this takes out personnel costs and the incentive fund that we have. So going only a $2,200 increase from year to year, which is just because of a contract increase. We have a sites and properties database called CoStar that we use to really obtain a lot of data. It's a really useful program. We often help other departments in a lot of their research they might have to do for some projects as well. So that has an annual escalator, and that's the only change. Advertising is where the bulk of our funding goes. So really almost half of our money goes to advertising and promotion of the city. Advertising is a broad term, but just to kind of break down some of the major things that we spend it on. So a lot of it is, again, those partnerships we have with the governor's office, Team Texas, the state of Texas marketing program. So that allows us to go with them on these marketing trips that they arrange, trade shows, those kinds of things. The North Texas Commercial Association of Realtors annual expo, so you'll all get invited to that. That's in November, and it's downtown at the Sheraton this year. But communities typically exhibit, and then it's attended by the Commercial Realtors Association. So it's great exposure for the communities and the projects that we have going on. And then we lump a lot of those things into the bulk of this account, because we never know what opportunities are coming up or things we might need to pay for. So for this year, for example, we had an opportunity to use organization had a software program that tracks who's coming to our website, but very much in depth. And so it specifically, they will track down who the CEOs are of those companies, what pages they're looking at, how long they're staying on the page. They'll try to arrange for us to have meetings with them. So I've actually got one set up in the next couple of weeks. So that's, again, that's been something that just come up out of the blue. We didn't know, and it was actually a new program for them. So we're trying it out to see how that works.
Another one is with a company called Jobs EQ that allows us to have a lot of workforce data that we've been able to use also, because that's what companies are looking for now. What's your workforce like? And so, we've been able to find some interesting things about our workforce in that, it's a lot of large out commute rate. We have lower paying jobs here that people are available to upskill and those kinds of things. So it allows us to really market our community much better. Consultant fees for targeted marketing. So we have two marketing contracts. One is actually out for renewal right now, or a new bid. It just went out yesterday, I believe, RFP for social media services and basically our website refresh or redesign for the Rowlett on the move.com website. And so right now we use a firm called Underpinned. So that's who creates all of our social media posts on all our platforms. We do a quarterly newsletter that goes out. You all should be receiving that, but it goes out to also site consultants and corporate realtors just to kind of concentrate on what's the story. So we've done one on what kind of healthcare do we have. The one coming up, we're featuring some manufacturing firms that we have here just to kind of show the base that we have. So we try to keep it brief, but make it interesting just to showcase some things that are happening in the community. And I also realized during this process that we really have two audiences, not just the corporate real estate and the people looking for places to locate, but we have our local residents who want to know what's going on in the community, what's that building going up. And so we know that Facebook and Instagram are better for those kinds of posts. So we've been trying to do some segmented marketing.
I'm glad you recognize that, because that really is, that's been kind of the disconnect, which was before we were kind of really just targeting the attraction to businesses and not so much tying in the residents to all of that.
Yeah. So we've been trying to figure out how do we make those things interesting, and then using LinkedIn and Twitter more for the corporate posts, the broader messaging.
I'll let you finish before I ask.
Okay. And then the other company we use is called Civic Brand, and they manage all of the downtown, Village of Rowlett downtown website, all of their social media. They do a fantastic job. They're local, and they often go out and get the pictures themselves. They write the blogs that are on the website. They've just put out a top 20 things to do for summer in downtown Rowlett, so they're really creative and very pleased with what they do. So all in, that's $130,000 of our budget, and I think that's really it. What we want to talk about.
Have we paid for advertisement in like different news, digital news journals like the Dallas Business Journal or BizNow? Are those things that we participate in occasionally?
Not to my knowledge. So I did place an ad in, it's called the North Texas Commission, which
that's a good
cities
one.
are a member.
That's a good one.
And then they do an economic development publication, and I think Whitney was actually the one who brought it to my attention. But yeah, we were obviously missing. It's like every other city but us was in there. So we are getting an ad in there. So it's hard to quantify your marketing money spent on print ads and stuff like that. So it's always kind of been my take that your money is better spent elsewhere. But for those, it could be sponsorship opportunities at corporate real estate events that I think are well used. I think being in that, maybe in the Dallas Chambers publication that goes out about economic development, that might be a good use of funds. But the Business Journal, some of those larger ones, I don't know. It's a lot of money. They're not very, $7,000 for an ad.
No,
a lot.
No, no thanks.
So whereas the North Texas one, it was only like $2,500 maybe. So they're manageable.
And North Texas Commission has a lot of those regional, national connections, and a lot of corporations partner with them. So that's a good one then.
Yeah. Some you can get some of those.
Libby, the downtown assessment you talked about on the 15th, I think it was. Is that going to include areas around the dark rail area?
I'm only, the businesses that we're meeting with are only the Main Street businesses. But the assessment, yes, they will be including some other areas beyond.
I see a lot of potential for growth in that area with the street being redone to a boulevard style, the new apartments in there.
Did you say new apartments?
There's new apartments there.
Oh, Rowlett Station.
Rowlett Station.
Yeah.
That's a bad word.
That's a bad word. Question, where would a person go find this, the one that's $30, 30,000? Where would they find it on the website? Just look under this campaign?
Village our site.
To find the website?
The website.
Yeah,
To find-
it's villagerowlett.com, I believe.
That's where you go find that.
Economic Development has a website
Villagerowlett.com.
completely independent of
You talking about the RFP?
Rowlett.com.
No, I'm talking about the one that says
The website.
30,000.
Oh, yeah.
She was trying to find the website. so-
Villagerowlett
It's
downtown.
a really nice, it's a really nice website, and they do really good online advertising for us. I've actually received some compliments from some business owners in downtown that say that they actually are really liking the things that they're doing with that. So
Yeah, villagerowlettdowntown.com. It's long.
So are we doing anything specific with Sapphire Bay? I noticed, I drove around there, and I'm not supposed to, Brian, but they have a sign up down where we recently approved the restaurants, where they said they'd have 2 to 4 restaurants. They are actively, they've got a big sign up asking for people to inquire to put restaurants in that facility. Are we working directly with them to find those restaurants?
We are, so, yeah, I've referred several inquiries I get to them. Due West, I think, is who they use for marketing. But Kent, often, he'll know more about, or am I already working with them, or what do I need? No, I don't need another Mexican place.
yeah,
I'm not interested. So.
Smiling Fish Cafe.
I'm sorry?
Smiling Fish Cafe.
Smiling Fish?
Yeah.
I think the biggest advertising boost for Sapphire Bay is going to be when they make certain announcements soon.
Yeah.
That will be the biggest. I mean,
Yeah.
That's gonna be it.
And we are planning to do a coordinated marketing effort with them when that is announced. The next, first big announcement comes out, and then coordinate their end, our end. So I am in communicate, they have a whole marketing team of their own, so coordination with them. So we're not surprised, we can, help manage our own messaging about it too, so.
It's very nice. They do a nice job.
Oh, yeah.
is that it? Any question? Any other questions?
Didn't take you long.
She didn't ask for anything.
Actually, Fish,
That makes me want to give her things.
That's the key. Don't ask for anything.
actually, it's Fish City Grill, not Smiling Fish. Smiling Fish is at the beach, sorry.
Okay.
Fish City.
Okay. Yeah.
Seriously,
My
though,
wife and
your
I were driving Main
advertising
Street.
budget seems small to me.
That was one of y'all's requests, so Libby will be filling in those blanks as well. It was one of your strategy topics. So,
Our one of our revenue sources is the
Liquor
liquor
sales.
sales, right?
Yeah.
So do we need to promote liquor sales?
You bet, drink up.
Well, the question will be whether we continue to allocate all of the liquor sales tax to this piggy bank, or if we split that and half here, half there kind of strategy.
It's now, what, 200,000 a year? Is that right, guys? Somewhere plus or
Robert says
minus?
yes.
I think it's plus.
But when Sapphire Bay opens up, I mean, it's gonna be hundreds of thousands of dollars. And that may be when we start having a different conversation too, but we need to kind of prepare for that a little bit. So just a couple comments for today. I know it was long, we are ending up a little bit short, but we still have one more department. I don't think I said this first thing, or if I did, I don't remember. But this was an initiative also of council who wanted to hear the raw data from our staff members, our executive team. So the budget team hears this, but council also wanted to hear that because at the point that the city manager submits his proposed budget, there may be items on this list that you've heard about today that won't make the list because we have a certain amount of money for which to work with, and we're going to have to evaluate the priorities. But I'm going to tell you why, and we're going to disclose what made it and what didn't. So you'll have that information, and that's really where we have those discussions sometimes. And that's what I meant, what I've kind of said previously is that the budget process is more of a partnership than it's ever been.
Yep.
Under the charter, it's like city manager proposes, council decides. But because we don't know final numbers now until after we submit, it has to be a partnership. So in other words, when you get it, it shouldn't be dead on arrival. It should be, okay, I still want to advocate for this, or I still want to push for that, or I want to put more money in marketing. We didn't do that. That's really how that process should go. And then that's where we'll have that discussion, and ultimately we'll adopt the budget and we'll move on with it. So next week, next Thursday, is really the big day. We're gonna go over the broad strategies: compensation, utility rate update. We're gonna get into what we're anticipating for taxes, property taxes, and how the strategy behind how that works. As you know, we've mentioned a couple times that one of our strategies has been to preserve in the INS rate at least the fire station for Sapphire Bay. So we've done that, but making sure that you guys have a grasp on not just the individual details of a specific department, but the broader strategy about how we're going to fund these things, and then make conscious decisions about what we can't fund this year and what we will. So that's coming up next Thursday. That probably will be a little longer than today was. I'm anticipating some discussion, and if not, I'm going to poke the bear and keep asking those questions.
So I assume you'll be looking not just at FY '23, but looking at a multi-year strategy for some of these things?
We do. When we, particularly later in the afternoon, when we get into what we call that landmine plan, you're going to see that kind of like that 5 to 6 year window of where we see the hump starting and where we see it dropping back off. You know, a lot of cities do this. They, who is it? Wiley, I think, did a few years ago. They knew they were going to raise their property tax rate to the highest in the Metroplex for a period of time. But people were willing to do that because of the types of, benefits they were going to get, brand new library, all the other improvements that they had up there. But it was a conscious decision everybody made. So we're going to be facing the same thing. How do we manage through this hump? And it's not uncommon for cities to have to deal with this. And so that's what you'll be hearing from us. We're going to have some suggestions on how to mitigate some of it. You won't be able to mitigate it all. So I'll just kind of put that out there. So in the meantime, guys, thank you again for today. We appreciate it. And hopefully we'll see you all next Thursday.
Brian, I really appreciate this process. I think it adds a layer of transparency so that if people want to go back and look at what didn't make the cut when the budget's finally approved, they can see that. It's not filtered out before we see it or before the public sees it or any of that stuff. So I know it's a huge lift from your team to be here, but I for one, really appreciate it.
So
It just if anything, it helps us understand the state of our city and the operational. Right.
Yeah.
Right. And knowing that maybe half these things are never going, for the '23 budget will not be funded.
Right.
It's just good to know that it's
it's
out there.
painful sometimes too, but at the same time, it's, we go into it with our eyes open.
Yeah.
And no surprises. That's the key with this, no surprises.
So is that it?
That was it.
All right, then we can adjourn at 3:16 p.m.